follow up with you on that down the road. Thank you all for joining Nevada Week.
Thank you.
And thank you for watching. For any of the resources discussed, go to vegaspbs.org/Nevada Week, and I'll see you next week on Nevada Week.
Did you know that every year, more than 3,000 babies in the U.S. die suddenly and unexpectedly while they're sleeping? Suffocation and strangulation in an unsafe sleep environment is the leading cause of death for infants under 1. My name is Sachiv Kambak, and I'm a nurse at UMC. These tragedies are completely preventable. Babies should always sleep alone in their crib, face up and lying on their back. Infants should sleep on a firm sleep surface covered by a fitted sheet only. Do not add soft toys, blankets, pillows, soft bedding, or crib bumpers. Objects like these pose a suffocation danger for infants. To keep your baby warm while they sleep, you can use a wearable blanket, also known as a sleep sack. These offer a safer sleeping environment for your baby. Learn more at clarkcountynv.gov/safe-sleep.
Opened in 2007 and located just 3 miles south of LAS, the Airport Rent-A-Car Center provides easy access to Interstate 15, 215, and the Las Vegas Strip. The center is open 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and includes a 3-story parking garage that can house up to 4,500 vehicles. Customers can choose one of 10 on-site rental car companies. There are also several off-site companies that require an additional shuttle ride. Customers should check with their car rental companies beforehand to confirm the vehicle pickup location. Getting to and from the center is easy. A fleet of courtesy shuttle buses run continuously between both terminals and the center. Customers should follow the signs from baggage claim to the rental car shuttles. Pickup is located on Level 1 in Terminal 1 and on 0 level in Terminal 3. Buses are ADA equipped and special loading areas are available for guests who need assistance. Wait times and travel times to the center may vary based on traffic conditions, construction activity, or special events, so travelers with a flight to catch are advised to allow plenty of time to return their rental car and ride the shuttle back to the airport. In 2023, 4 new electric buses joined the fleet carrying passengers to and from the facility. An additional 16 buses will join the route, providing a clean ride for millions of passengers each year. Another addition to the rental car center provides added convenience for departing passengers, Curbside Concierge. This remote bag drop service allows travelers to check their luggage, skip the ticketing counters, and head directly through the security checkpoint to their gate. With on-site parking in high demand, Curbside Concierge is a great option for locals parking in the remote lot. Simply find a space, cross the street to the center, check your bags, and hop on the next shuttle to your terminal. For more information about ground transportation at LAS, visit harryreidairport.com/transportation.
Oh my God, no. I'm crying, stop.
Our community, our home, Clark County, Nevada. Thanks for watching Clark County Television.
We're here at the Wall Canyon Reservoir in northern Nevada, and I'm meeting up with Travis Hawks, a biologist for the Nevada Department of Wildlife. Why do you ask? I'm not exactly sure. All I know is we're going to be conducting some sort of biological survey that involves fish, a boat, and some sort of zapping. Let's have some fun. I'm Connor Fields, your new host for my favorite show, Outdoor Nevada. Wall Canyon Reservoir is located up in the northwestern part of the state, about 160 miles north of Reno. Wall Canyon Reservoir is a hidden gem for outdoor enthusiasts looking for tranquility and adventure. Surrounded by towering cliffs and pristine wilderness, the reservoir offers breathtaking views and a serene atmosphere perfect for fishing, boating, and hiking. Anglers flock to its shores in search of trophy-sized trout and bass. The reservoir also provides a peaceful escape for camping under the stars, with designated campgrounds offering amenities such as picnic areas and fire pits. Whether seeking solitude in nature or seeking thrilling outdoor activities, Wall Canyon Reservoir invites visitors to immerse themselves in the beauty of Nevada's wilderness. Today I'm at the Wall Canyon Reservoir, where I met with Travis Hawks with the Nevada Department of Wildlife. I'm going to be assisting him and some of his coworkers with a smallmouth bass survey. So here's how this works. First, we load the boat onto the water. Now, this isn't a normal boat. This boat is outfitted with conductors that will send a charged current into the water surrounding the boat. These conductors are lowered into the water. A shock is sent through the water, which essentially freezes the fish, but only momentarily. That's when you scoop them up with a net. From there, you deposit the fish into a tank with the reservoir's water already in it. Less than a minute later, the fish are all good and back to normal.
And so we're gonna start doing what? What are we doing today?
So basically, we're gonna capture a bunch of smallmouth bass.
Okay.
Our agency likes to move fish around so we can provide anglers more opportunity. And this reservoir is really productive, lots of smallmouth bass in here. And we've got a kind of a window right now. We had a good winter. We got a lot of water in a lot of other reservoirs. So we're doing our best to capture as many of those fish as we can and get them to these other reservoirs to give people more places to go fishing.
Once we've lowered the conductors into the water, we head over to the shoreline.
I feel like a little bit of anticipation and pressure here. It's like a game.
Yep. Everyone you miss, you owe us.
The smaller fish like to hang out at the shoreline near the cover of rocks and vegetation in the water.
And they're typically using those rocks, any kind of bank substrate they like to hide in. So there's one right there. Good job.
Oh, first try, got it.
See all the ones floating out there? Those are ones that we already shocked.
Oh, yep.
So you can
I
dip
see.
out.
I'll get the left one.
What is super impressive is the piloting of the boat. It is constantly having to be maneuvered and adjustments being made, that way it can stay close to the shoreline. And with today's windy conditions, it is not easy.
Those aren't what we want, but you can net them.
This is not as easy as you would think.
Swing and a miss.
Along the way, not only are we netting the smallmouth bass that we're looking for, some other species in the reservoir are showing up too. We get some trout and a few sunfish. Those get tossed back right away. We are strictly looking for smallmouth bass.
Smallmouth bass only.
Yep. There's a big trout there. Net that real quick. Let me see that one. So good timing. That's a brown trout. Brown trout. So those are wild in this reservoir. We don't stock them. They exist on their own. They spawn on their own. They're a cool fish. You can pull them out.
Want to toss it back in?
Yeah, you can throw it off on that side.
Oh, wow, it moved. It scared me. I'm sorry. He's going back in. I wasn't ready for it. Do you have an approximate number you're trying to get today?
As many as we can. Typically, doing this project over the course of 2 or 3 days, we'll pull out. Good work. We'll pull out about 1,500. If we can get more than 500 tonight, that'll be good.
All right. If you had to ballpark, how many smallmouth bass are in this reservoir? Total.
I mean, it's tough. We've never done a full-scale population assessment, but it's easily north of 50,000. I mean, that's tough to say, but I would be confident that there's somewhere in the
If it
neighborhood.
was 50,000 over under, you take the over.
Oh yeah, I'd say 100, in the neighborhood of 100,000.
And that's just one of the species.
Yep, correct. Yep, there's plenty of them. That's why we don't have an issue pulling them out of here.
We continued to cruise the shoreline, zapping and scooping.
One down, 1,400 to go.
Each one of these fish are only a couple of inches long. Once they're relocated, they can grow up to 8 to 10 inches in length and weigh up to 5 to 6 pounds.
All right, count them. How many you got?
Oh, I got at least like 8.
1, 2.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
All right.
How many did you get?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
See, it is the net.
For as many smallmouth bass that are estimated to be in the reservoir, Travis and I only netted a tiny fraction. Travis and his team will be here for the next couple days, and this process takes place not only during the day, but at night too. Actually, night is a better time to capture the fish. The darkness brings the fish out and closer to the surface. This is because the water temperature lowers and the darkness provides protection from the eyes of predators.
So how long has the Nevada Department of Wildlife tried to increase fishing opportunities for the residents of the state?
Oh, I mean, the Nevada Department of Wildlife as a department has been around for decades. Initially, it was the Nevada Fish and Game Commission, and they started it. It was just a few people. There was a state of Nevada fish commissioner, was one person who did a lot of this all over the state, and our agency's evolved over the years to what it is now. But wildlife management in general across the West and across the U.S. has been ongoing since the early 1900s. Teddy Roosevelt kind of started the whole process of wildlife management, trying to provide more opportunity, and to what it is
the
today.
wildlife conservation.
Exactly.
What's
yep.
the name of it? I'm thinking
The
of
North American model of wildlife conservation. Yeah, and the idea behind that is there needs to be wildlife on the landscape for people to enjoy, but people need to be able to basically buy licenses to enjoy it. That money
goes
funds,
back into
exactly, because
protecting and
without
preserving.
that funding mechanism, we wouldn't have the wildlife on the landscape we have today, and people don't realize that. They go out and they might see some deer and elk. They don't realize that without the funding of sportsmen and women, those animals very well may not exist.
After a few hours on the water, it was time to count and measure.
70.
Now, they don't actually count all of the fish. An average is established for both length and weight. This helps them come to a final count.
That's good, Travis. Okay.
65.
That's good. Okay, I'm gonna get
In this session, we netted an estimated amount of just over 500 smallmouth bass. Like Travis said, the goal is 1,500. I'm glad I was able to help.
Because how do you figure out that there's too many of a certain type of fish?
A big thing for us is just using anglers, right? Because we can't be everywhere at once. Guys come up and fish. We've got things around this reservoir. You might have seen them driving around. We call them drop boxes.
I did see them.
Basically a survey form in there, and we ask anglers when they come up, when they're done fishing, they fill it out, and then we come in and we pull those forms a couple times a summer, a couple times a year.
Simple questions like, what did you catch? How many did you catch? Things like that.
Exactly, yeah. It asks the species, the number, were you satisfied, things like that. It helps us make our management decisions. If we see that people are catching a lot of smallmouth bass, but they're all pretty small, it indicates to us that there is that overpopulation occurring, and then we decide, okay, we can come in and remove some of them, or maybe stock larger, bigger trout that are going to feed on some of those smaller smallmouth bass. There's a lot that goes into it, and nothing that we do is perfect, but we're always tweaking it and always trying to improve things for the public and for the wildlife. So.
Do you have like a central fish database? How do you keep track of all this stuff?
We actually do. We have what we call the Endow Fisheries database, and it exists on a shared drive with all the biologists, and we can pull data from it, we can add data to it, we can look at it to see what's going on in other regions. But yeah, we're constantly modifying it.
Are you going to add anything today?
Yeah, all of this that we've done today, all the fish that get moved, the sizes, everything that we've done, water temperatures, a lot of data we're going to take that we haven't yet, all goes onto there. So when we're gone or when we've moved on and a new biologist is in the position, they can look back and say, back in 2023, yeah, a year where there was a great winter, they saw this, and you can kind of predict things based on that.
So we spent today gathering these fish that you're going to take to other reservoirs. Can you fish this reservoir, or is this strictly for creating the fish for other reservoirs?
Nope, this is a very popular fishery. We got people come up here daily, weekly. People camp out up here. This is all public land around here, and it's productive. And yeah, it's a great spot to come fishing.
And have you fished this lake?
I have multiple times. Yeah.
Catch anything good?
Yeah, it's one of my favorite spots. I, like to tell people about it, but it's pretty awesome.
Well, I think we should do some fishing then.
Yeah, I'm happy to take you. I'd like to show you some of the other species you haven't seen.
I think
yet.
it might be a little harder to catch them with a traditional fishing versus netting them and shocking them so they can't go anywhere.
It's way more fun though. Way more fun.
And that is exactly what we did. We took a break and did a little fishing. Mac, Travis's dog, even came along. It was tough going from netting a couple hundred fish to not even catching one. Oh well, there's always tomorrow. Once the sun set, I sat down with Travis to learn more about the survey and the reason for it. Travis, thank you so much for taking us out today. I had a blast helping you collect fish, trying to catch some fish. I guess that's why I call it fishing, not catching. But I do have a few questions for you, some things that I think people will find interesting. First question I have is, how do you collect the data?
So basically, it really depends on what we're after. But for the most part with fish work, we want to know that the fish that we're collecting are healthy, or if they're not, we want to know why. So we typically are going to measure fish. So you have a ruler, a meter stick, whatever. We get fish lengths. We usually will get weight. So we'll take, how many grams does the fish weigh, that type of thing. And when we collect that data, it enables us to figure out the health of the fish. So there's some standard formulas, mathematical stuff we use to take the length times the weight, and it'll tell us basically if that fish is healthy or not. And, from that data, we can make a lot of decisions. If we have a bunch of unhealthy fish, it might lead us to think, okay, there's too many fish in the system, or there's something wrong with the water chemistry, things like that. If we see that all the fish we're getting are healthy, then we know we're doing a good job and we may not need to do such active management. So.
And what does the historical data tell you about the ecosystem and the fish within the ecosystem?
Well, the historical data is super important for what we do, just because, we run through cycles. So drought cycles, wet winters, things like that, they've happened before, they're going to happen again. And we can look at that historical data and say, okay, that year they had a really wet winter, and then the fishery exhibited this. They had more fish, or they had more of this type of fish, things like that, where we can say, into the future, oh, we've had a really wet winter, we can expect to see more of that same type of fish that existed the last time this happened. So, having a long data set, a long-term data set is super important for us.
And are the populations within the reservoir, are they stable?
They are. Again, in Nevada, we're at the mercy of the elements. So the fish, specifically in a reservoir like this, do follow the weather patterns. So a drought year, we see the population go down a little bit. A wet year, it comes back up. If we have decent weather for a few years running, the fishery is stable and produces good fish. But we can pretty much predict what's going to happen just based on the weather conditions.
It's really interesting. I never would have guessed that the weather affected the fish so much, right? What factors tell you that the population of the fish within the reservoir is stable?
The biggest thing is just the conditions, good winter, a lot of water, stable water, so we didn't see the reservoir get drained this year. All that indicates to us that we're going to have a stable fishery. The fish have plenty of feed, plenty of room with all the water. The water's deep and cold, which is important for a fishery. So yeah, the biggest thing is just knowing that we had a good winter and a lot of water came down the system.
I'm sensing this theme here that historical data is very important.
Yes, absolutely. I can't tell you how many times when I'm working through a report or trying to figure something out, I access some of our old files and those old files reference older files that no longer exist, but there's definitely a timeline of historical records that are crucial to what we do today.
How are the waters that these populations of fish are living in changing over time?
We're seeing a bigger, kind of longer drying period in the state of Nevada. So we have longer periods where we don't have good winters. So we'll go 5-6 years of what we consider drought-like conditions, followed by 1 or 2 really wet winters. So something similar to what we just experienced here, where from 2016 till 2020 or 2022, we saw drought, we saw not good winters and reservoirs and things drying up. And then a year like last winter where we got beyond average winters and everything filled back up. It causes the fisheries to suffer because you know everything's condensed into these shrunken reservoirs, and then when they refill, there's a whole lot of room for very few fish. So it's kind of twofold. One, it's hard for the public to go out and enjoy those fisheries because there's a lot of fish in a few fish in a very large area. They can't catch them. And then also for the fisheries themselves, when there's just a few fish in a big area, it's harder for them to find each other when it's time to spawn, make more fish. So it typically takes longer to repopulate a fishery.
How does the data help you predict what's going to happen in the future with these populations?
Really just looking at past year's conditions and seeing how the fishery responded, what was there. What we did is also very important to look at. Did we stock more of a certain species in a dry year and they did bad, or did they do really good? If we can look at that stuff and see that this was tried back then, didn't work, then we're not going to do it again, and vice versa. If we see that, oh, we stocked a bunch of rainbow trout, and the following year the reservoir was just brimming with rainbow trout, say, okay, that worked, let's do it again. So.
How does the intervention strategy that we did today affect the ecosystem as a whole and not just that particular species of fish?
So just by removing a number of fish, we're going to create basically space for the fish that are still there. We got a number of species in this reservoir, some that people don't even fish for, don't even know exist. There's a sucker species here that doesn't exist anywhere else. By removing some of the smallmouth bass, it's going to allow for more forage for the rest of the species and basically allow for them to be healthier. And at the same time, moving those fish to other fisheries where they don't exist yet allows for those fish to kind of blow up in population numbers and populate other places.
Well, I really appreciate you sharing all that information with me, but our day is not done yet. We've got one more thing. What are we about to go do?
So we're going to go back out. Now that it's dark, fish tend to move closer to the surface. After dark, they're more comfortable. They don't feel like they're going to get taken out by a predator. So we're going to get back out on the electrofishing boat, and we're going to make a couple more passes and just try to get a few more fish that we might have missed earlier.
All right. And then tomorrow, I'm looking forward to doing some more fishing. We're going to move upstream a little bit. Where are we going to go fish tomorrow?
Yeah, we're just going to go right up above the reservoir, not far from the reservoir itself. There's a kind of a resident population of trout that exists in the stream close to the lake, and we'll take you up there and see if we can find a few of them.
See if we can find one. That'd be better than we did today.
Yeah.
Over the course of the night, several hundred more smallmouth bass were netted and readied for transport. The next morning, while the team slept in a bit, Travis and I went out to Wall Canyon Creek, not too far from camp, for some more fishing. Mac even came along too.
And so what kind of fish are we going to be trying to catch today?
So there's wild brown trout in here, and then there's also bowcut trout. So basically a hybrid between rainbow and cutthroat.
And these are the same ones that are downstream in the reservoir?
Yep, some of them, yeah. So,
And so tell me about Mac. How long have you had Mac?
I've had him for 8 years. He's 8 now. He's goes everywhere with me.
Yesterday you were telling me about the catch per hour rate. What's the catch per hour expected up here?
If we knew what we were doing, it would be probably, one fish every 10 minutes or so. And as you move up the system, once you fish one spot for a few minutes, you're kind of done. The fish are either scared out of it or there's nothing there. But as you move up the system, every little spot you hit, you want to give it a 5 to 10 minutes and then move on.
So for someone who wants to get into fishing, what's the most important thing? Is it your pole? Is it the bait? Is it the reel? What would you say is the number one thing?
Just going.
Just
is
doing
the
it?
number one thing. Yeah, I mean, you're never going to learn if you're not trying it. And I think a lot of people get intimidated by, you know, there's thousands of dollars worth of stuff you can buy, but really it's just getting out and doing it and learning. I mean,
Practice makes perfect.
Exactly. Just watching you from last night to today, your casting has gotten 100 times better. And
Well, I appreciate that.
yeah, it's just. And then, I mean, the more you do it, the more you learn about individual fisheries, different techniques, and I mean, I've never had any formal instruction or anything, but I'm fairly confident I can go just about anywhere now and at least have an idea of what I need to use.
Doing.
Yep.
Yeah.
Try something. I'm gonna cast down past you real quick.
Yep. Go ahead.
Let's see if we can find something. And the other thing is you want to kind of, especially on small streams like this, is try to keep your shadow out. It'll spook the fish, and we got the sun behind us right now, which makes it challenging.
Right. Guess the fish see your shadow and think it's a big animal.
Predators, yep.
Yep.
Yep. Everything has a predator.
All right, well, we have no luck at this spot. You want to try heading down a little bit?
Yeah, let's
See what we can
let's
find?
hit that bigger pool down below us.
And that's exactly what we did. We fished for 5 to 10 minutes, then moved on.
It's got to be a spot. It can't be us, right?
Yeah, no, for sure not us. All right, I would say right about there.
Right about here?
Yep.
Okay.
Stop. And then it's gonna be tough with the wind, but
Give
if
it a
you
good
can
cast.
cast down, and then yeah, just kind of slowly bring it back. Let me give it one try with that one to see what happens.
Okay. Give it one more try.
Yep. Nada. They're not hungry in this spot.
I will say that was a great cast, though. That was right down the middle. It was like a field goal kicker in football, going right down the middle from 50 yards.
As long as it looks like you know what you're doing.
We didn't have any luck here, but you know what? I have no complaints. This has been a great time.
All right. No luck again.
Nope, I think we're pretty well.
Well,
We're
I do appreciate the lesson.
Yeah.
I do appreciate you showing me all these beautiful places.
Happy to.
And yeah, thank you so much.
Yeah, thanks for coming.
Yeah.
No,
You ready to get out here, Mac? You ready to go? He said,
mad.
not yet. We need about 6 more fish before I'm ready to go.
He's mad. He didn't catch anything.
Travis and the team from the Nevada Department of Wildlife really put in the work. The more time I spend with them all, the more I've learned to appreciate everything that they do to give us the best opportunity to enjoy the outdoors. I never realized just how much they do. I look forward to catching up with Travis and Mac again, and hopefully soon. A big thanks to everyone with the Nevada Department of Wildlife.
The beauty of Nevada continues to amaze me, and being able to share this adventure with the amazing and dedicated people made this even more fun. I hope that you too will get out and enjoy exploring our beautiful state. I also hope that you learned a little bit about what it takes to care and maintain both the wildlife and the land in Nevada. Until next time, I'm Connor Fields, and this is Outdoor Nevada.
Do you believe that we send all of our water to California? Or that casinos and resorts use an outsized portion of our water resources? Well, we are here today to talk to you about several myths related to water use in Southern Nevada. We want to set the record straight and give you the facts. It's time to tap the truth. Hi, I'm Colby Pellegrino, Deputy General Manager of Resources for the Southern Nevada Water Authority. And our topic for this edition of Tap the Truth is the Strip uses way too much water, especially those Bellagio fountains. So there's something you have to know about the way water works in Southern Nevada. All of our water that hits a drain is treated and returned to Lake Mead. So any of the indoor water use within those Strip resorts, all the toilet flushing, all the showers, all the restaurant water use is actually being returned to Lake Mead and doesn't affect our water resource portfolio. As for the outdoor water use, if you actually take an aerial view of the Strip, there's very little outdoor water use. While those fountains and those pools seem gigantic when you're standing next to them, overall, they represent a very small portion of the square footage of the properties that they're on. And those properties are the economic engine for Southern Nevada. Our resort sector as a whole uses about 7% of our water resources annually, most of which, again, is being recycled and returned to Lake Mead. So the Bellagio fountains are iconic. Everyone who visits the Las Vegas Strip goes to see them. So they are there motivating a very huge portion of our economy. Now, would we let that happen today? Probably not. And there's actually some code in place to ensure that some of the things in the past don't continue. But I'll leave you with one other tidbit, and that is that the Bellagio fountains actually don't even use Colorado River water. They use nuisance groundwater that has to be pumped out of the ground, which occurs at many of our Strip resorts. And that's how we tap the truth. For more information about the most popular water myths in the Valley and the real truth about them, find us on YouTube by searching Southern Nevada Water Authority.
I had to pack up all my things. I had to leave my home. And I never knew where I was going next. It felt like I never even had a say. But then you came along.
Change a child's story. There's a child in foster care waiting for a volunteer like you.
Please volunteer 2 hours a week as a court-appointed special advocate.
Our community, our home, Clark County, Nevada.
All right, good morning. Welcome to the County Commission. Anyone here from the Philippines? Whoops. I meant Maryland Parkway. Anyway, Mr. County Manager, you start the meeting.
Chairman, the first item on the agenda is the invocation.
Almighty God, we come today with hearts full of gratitude for our blessings. We are thankful for this beautiful building and the work that goes on to improve our community. Bless our elected officials, give them discernment and clarity as they deliberate and make decisions. May discussions be guided by integrity, decisions be made with compassion, and actions reflect the good for all. Help us as citizens to be a positive part of those solutions. We pray for our first responders, our police officers and firefighters. Grant them courage in danger, strength in weariness, and wisdom in difficult moments. Bless their families for the sacrifices they make each day. We ask for divine protection over our children. Guard them as they grow and learn. Keep them safe in their schools and communities. We pray for the hungry and the homeless. May those in need find shelter, nourishment, and hope. Stir our hearts to act with compassion and generosity so that no one is left without care and support. Bless our leaders in Carson City and Washington, D.C., that they too will have wisdom as they enact laws that will affect us locally. We ask for peace and blessings upon our community, our residents, and all who work to make it a better place. And we close this prayer in your holy name. Amen.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, Chaplain Scroggins.
Commissioners, the first item on your agenda is to present a proclamation to Silver State Fesh and Skull Ranka Niriada in honor of Irish Heritage Month.
I'll take that one.
Commissioner
Thank you, Manager Schiller. In a moment, we're going to see and experience a performance from Skorenka Niriada. But before then, we're recognizing today not just this extraordinary dance troupe, but the significant contributions of Irish Americans, the culture, the individuals. We have an Irish American sitting to my right in Commissioner Becker, who is going to be taking over this recognition next year and moving forward, and thank her for leading in that way. But I also want to thank and acknowledge our former honorary consul to Ireland, Terry Murphy, who is in green in the first row there. Terry, thank you for always making this recognition so significant, and we appreciate you and all of the contributions you've made as an Irish American. Irish Americans have played an integral role in the history of the United States. 3 Irishmen signed the Declaration of Independence. Irish immigrants were active and led the role of the organized labor movement in this country and have made countless contributions to literature, music, film, and television, and other arts and cultures. And we get to celebrate them today, Victor, with a performance from Skorenka Niriada. We're going to ask these incredible dancers to come join us on the dais so we can properly recognize ClarkCountyNV, a dance school that was founded here in Clark County by Tara Reed in 2013 and is open to students of all ages. They offer beginner through championship classes, and their competitive dancers have previously qualified on national and world stages. The school focuses on traditional soft shoe and hard shoe dancing, as well as traditional Ceilidh, a traditional Irish dance form that has been passed down since the 1500s. And you have to appreciate a group that brings their own dance floor with them. I'm going to pass, Chairman, if you could pass the microphone to Jenny, right behind me.
Good morning. We are honored to be here today to celebrate Irish Heritage Month. ClarkCountyNV, Irish Dance Las Vegas, was opened in September 2013 by director Tara Reed, following the tradition of her mom and family in Ireland. We currently have 60 dancers ranging from the beginner level to the championship level, and most of our dancers take part in competition and performance, but we also encourage dancing just for exercise and fun. We offer Irish dance classes in the Las Vegas and Henderson areas for ages 5 through adult that focus on traditional solo and Ceilidh dancing, as well as more contemporary Irish dancing for performance. Our goal is to continue passing down Irish dance and to share this piece of Irish heritage with our community. We love to get out into the community and perform and expose people to the art and athleticism of Irish dance. Our busiest time for performance, of course, is around St. Patrick's Day, when we perform for retirement and senior communities, multicultural festivals at local schools, the St. Patrick's Day Parade and Festival on Water Street, which was this past weekend, and the Las Vegas Celtic Festival and Highland Games, which will be in April. We love to perform, so we are available for community events all year long. We have a special display right now at the Sahara West Library called Irish Dance Past and Present that features costumes and shoes from different time periods, as well as some other Irish dance memorabilia, and the display will be up through the middle of April. We belong to the An Commission Léirincí Gaeilge, or the CLRG in Ireland, which is an Irish dance organization that certifies our teachers and adjudicators, and our dancers compete under it. As a dance school certified by the CLRG, we can host Irish dance competitions for other dance schools to attend. In April, we are hosting the Silver State Fesh and the Bet on Black Fesh for Irish dancers from around the country. We have several hundred competitors coming from around the United States, but we have also had international competitors. This year, our Feshna are 2 weeks before the World Championships in Dublin, Ireland, and this provides a great opportunity for world's competitors to compete closer to home before this major competition. Our Feshna are open to dancers in all levels of Irish dance and include solo dancing and Ceilidh, or team dancing. This local fesh gives our own dancers a chance to compete locally once a year, while the rest of our competitions require travel. It also gives our school an opportunity to give back to the Irish dance community by providing another opportunity for competition in the Western region. We tie in the Las Vegas theme with fun-themed special competitions. It's a lot of hard work, but the effort is well worth it. We're always looking for local sponsors for our event as well. We want everyone to know that you do not have to be Irish to Irish dance, and you are never too old to learn and enjoy the traditions of Irish dance. Thank you.
Well, we cannot thank each of you enough for sharing your talent and your skill and your passion with us today and with the entire Southern Nevada community. Thank you very much, and on behalf of this Board of County Commissioners, we get to proclaim today ClarkCountyNV Day in Clark County. Thank you. I'm going to pass that to you guys. I'm actually going to join you right between there. Oh, that's a great idea. If the dancers want to come into the front row there. Great idea. Thank you so much.
So, yeah, have three of you step right in front of out of the logo there. That's good. Y'all look great. We're going to take a couple. I'm going to do a couple with this camera. Okay, here we go in 1, 2, and 3. Good.
when she's not teaching dancing, she's also the best principal in Clark County at Snyder Elementary. Very cool. Thank you.
Commissioners, item 2 is to recognize Clark County employees who have been selected as Clark County Value Champions.
Hi, my name is Jim Rogers. I'm the Chief with the Office of Public Safety, and I'm excited to nominate Officer Summer Daniker for the Value Champion Award. My officers go out every day and do a difficult and sometimes dangerous job, but they also are in a position to help people. And in this situation, Officer Daniker had contact with a woman that had 3 young children and was homeless at the time. Officer Daniker went out of her way to make contact with social services. She also knew the family hadn't eaten all day, and so she took the family to McDonald's, paying for that food with her own money. Many times we don't hear from people that we help because we don't see them again, but Officer Daniker received a very nice email from the mother thanking her for making contact with social services and helping her in a situation where she felt helpless and did not know where to turn. So that's why I felt it important to nominate Officer Daniker for the Value Champion Award. Congratulations, Officer Daniker, for your service to Clark County.
My name is Crystalline Minwigan Johannesson, and I have nominated Caleb Orton for this award. Caleb is a fierce advocate for child welfare. He cares deeply about this agency, our staff, our foster parents, and the children and families that we serve. To say Caleb is competent is an understatement. If you know Caleb, then you know he's a walking encyclopedia for all things policy, NAC, NRS. But the thing that sticks out the most about Caleb is his genuine desire to help. If you've ever had a conversation with Caleb, I can almost guarantee you that at some point in that conversation, he said, "How can I help?" But he meant it, and he followed up. You'll see this same interaction whether he's providing direct coaching to his staff, his UNLV practicum students, peers, or he's providing important information to executive management. He genuinely wants to help, and he's committed to the success of this agency at every level. He understands that it takes everyone to achieve successful outcomes for children and families. So, with your whole team here, we'd love to say, thank you, Caleb.
How about those Clark County employees? On behalf of the commissioners and myself, just want to recognize you. Close to my heart, DFS, I know Caleb, and I see Clark County Public Safety all the time. These guys are out doing it every day. They represent what we do every day. I think it's a really important time to be recognizing public employees in light of all the things we're facing, and we just keep doing the work. And then I just want to announce we did have our first gala about a week ago, where we recognized our value champions for the year. So you guys will be invited to that, and it was a huge success. And I want to hand it over to the chair or the vice chair.
Thank you so much. On behalf of my fellow commissioners, just want to thank you so much. You are our face, you're the community, and we're so proud of you. It takes a village, and you're part of this village. So thank you so much.
Commissioners, we can now move on to the first section set aside for public comment.
All right, this is the first period for public comment. Anyone wishing to speak on an item on the agenda, come forward now and speak for up to 3 minutes. Seeing no one, we'll go ahead and dismiss the first period of public comment and turn it over to the county manager.
First item on your agenda is approval of the minutes of the regular meeting on February 18th, 2025.
Mr. Chair, I move approval of the regular meeting minutes from February 8th, 2025.
There's a motion to approve the minutes. Cast your vote. That motion passes.
Commissioners, item 5 is approval of the agenda with the inclusion of any emergency items and the deletion of any items. For the record, I'd like to read a correction on item number 22 under your consent agenda. Under the item recommendation, approve and authorize the Director of Real Property Management and District Manager or their designee should be changed to approve and authorize the Chair with the Clark County Water Reclamation District General Manager or their designee. In addition, for the record, I'd like to read a correction or just a clarification on item 31 on your consent agenda. The bylaws and the main revision of these hospital bylaws is that UMC has a new CMS accreditation surveyor named DNV. Our agreement with DNV was approved by the BCC this past December, and this new surveyor is replacing the Joint Commission. The bylaws will no longer reference a particular CMS surveyor by name, but will instead simply state that our surveys will be performed by an appropriate CMS-approved body. We're also doing, UMC is also doing minor changes and cleanups that are basic stylistic changes. Just for the record, DNV is an international accredited registered classification society based in Norway. It translates to Det Norske Veritas, which translates to the Norwegian truth. They provide services, healthcare, oil, gas, maritime, and renewable energy industries. And then the minor cleanups in the bylaws, other than grammatical changes, simply refer to the applicable Clark County Code chapter for UMC, which is chapter 3.74, instead of listing each ordinance affecting UMC that has been passed.
Mr. Chair, I move approval of the agenda with the recommended changes read into the record.
There's a motion to approve the agenda. Cast your vote. That motion passes.
Can now move to your consent agenda and the approval of items number 6 through number 39.
Mr. Chair, I move approval of our consent agenda item.
There's a motion to approve the consent agenda. Cast your vote. That motion passes.
Okay, it is not yet 10 a.m., so we can now move to the business section of your agenda. Item 43 is to identify emerging issues to be addressed by staff or by the board at future meetings, receive updates on the activities of various regional boards and commissions, and direct staff accordingly.
Mr. Naft.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to bring to the board's attention that at our next board meeting, I'll be asking that an item be placed on the agenda for discussion related to UMC's governing documents, which are embedded in Clark County Code. And I'd like staff to specifically look at section 3.74.020, section 8, the removal of members, and section 3.74.030, section 6, the appointment review of the CEO. And certainly open to discussion. I know Ms. Logston and Mr. Schiller will be taking the lead on bringing those documents back to us.
Thank you. And since we can't get into the discussion, but I do want to point out that it's really important that the UNLV Medical School and UMC collaborate, so hopefully we can talk about that in the future too. Anyone else? Commissioner Gibson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. As chairman of the Las Vegas Convention and Visitors Authority, where I and Commissioner Naft serve, thought it a good idea to provide an update of a report we recently received at our LVCVA meeting. The Las Vegas Visitors Profile Study provides an ongoing assessment of the Las Vegas visitors and trends in visitation over time. The report studied who was visiting by generation, comparing, for instance, Gen Z with millennials. Not surprisingly, the millennials make up about half of Las Vegas visitors with 46%. The Gen Z visitors were more likely than millennial visitors to be Hispanic, Latino, or Asian. And Gen Z visitors took part in more activities during their visits than millennials. Gen X visitors represent over a third of the 2024 visitation to our destination. Gen X were 3 times more likely to be visiting Las Vegas for some kind of business purpose. They traveled in smaller groups, but their average stay was longer than other visitors. When you come here, know this, we're going to try and figure out who you are and what you're doing. 8% of visitors said they had attended or worked at a convention, trade show, association, or corporate meeting. Nearly 7 in 10 stayed on the Strip, or like what we like to call Clark County. There are fewer groups with children visiting Las Vegas than in previous years. In 2024, 87% of parties did not include a member that was less than 21 years old. The average hour a visitor spends gambling is 2.5 hours a day, 2.5 hours. Fun fact, 30 years ago, the average was 5.5 hours a day. And the average dollar amount that a visitor budgets is $820, up from $591 in 2019. Not everything was up in 2024. The report showed the visitors attended fewer shows and entertainment, going from 26 to 21% in just 1 year. And paid attractions were also down from 31 to 25%. So we're seeing that the profile is giving us a different picture. Visitors attending sporting events was also down. 4% of visitors attending a sporting event compared to 6% the previous 2 years. Viewing sporting events was also down to 10% from prior years being as high as 16%. But it's safe to say that Las Vegas continues to provide an experience that has visitors coming back. 87% of all visitors said that they were satisfied with their visit. That's partly our responsibility to ensure that they're greeted with peace and comfort and excitement and opportunity, all wrapped up into one exposure that we get. And 54% of visitors said that Las Vegas exceeded their expectations, with 40% saying that Las Vegas significantly exceeded their expectations. In Clark County, we know that it's our goal to exceed expectations with everything we do, but I thought it a good thing for us to see what the profile yielded. One other thing, this past weekend, several of us, along with executives and others at security and the Metropolitan Police Department, toured the Strip with the objective of getting a sense of what is happening in the pedestrian realm. It's been reported that we need to pick up trash more frequently, and the resorts have been doing that, and our public works people have been responding. We didn't see real evidence of that kind of thing that evening, but it's reported, and we've seen evidence that there is a lot of work that needs to be done to keep the Strip clean. The other thing that has been reported is that some of the activities that people are engaging in on the Strip are making it difficult for the open-air restaurants to have the right kind of experience for their customer. And our hope is that over the course of time, we'll find ways that we can enhance the visitor opportunity and experience while at the same time enabling people to do the things that they are free to do in this country. So it's something. It was a productive experience for us because we got to meet the people who've been complaining to us, and sit and walk and talk with them, and we'll go back out when it isn't raining and the wind isn't blowing 40 miles an hour, and get a better look of what is really happening day to day. But I thought it appropriate to comment because there'll be a time when we'll be bringing something back related to that visit. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Kirkpatrick? No? I have one item I want to make. I know the staff has been looking at trying to figure out a way we can help federal employees who've been laid off and possibly bring them into the commission. I would just ask that maybe next meeting you can report back on what you're doing, and if there's anything we as the commission can do to facilitate that, because there's a lot of great employees out there that would be actually part of our team would be fantastic. So thank you for what you've done, and anything we can do to facilitate that, I would love to help. Thank you.
Per the request of the chair, we're going to move out of order.
Oh, yes, so just for the people here, we're going to move item 50 to the next item. So Dan, if you want to come forward.
So item 50 is to discuss the creation of Filipino Town Cultural District within unincorporated Clark County and direct staff authority.
No clapping, no clapping. You can dance with your arms.
Good morning, Chair and Board of County Commissioners. My name is Dan Geraldo, Deputy Director for Administrative Services. I'm also here with Rosita Lee, who is the Chair of the Filipino Town Committee, right? All right, since the last time we were here, back in November 5th, at that time, the Board of County Commissioners gave direction to the staff to move forward with this application. So since that time, the staff worked with the business license, also the Department of Comprehensive Planning to develop a list of business owners and property owners within the proposed cultural district, as well as the surrounding area, which was 500 feet. We were to notify all the business owners and property owners of the proposed cultural district, and it came to be about 954 residents and business owners that we reached out to. At that time, on that card and postcard, we let them know there were going to be 2 meetings that they could come to talk to. One would be at the Paradise Town Board, which was on February 25th, and also the Board of County Commissioners meeting today. At the Board of County Commissioners, Rosita Lee and her committee for the Filipino Town, they attended the Paradise Town Board on February 25th and presented the Filipino Town item before the board. The Paradise Town Board voted unanimously in favor of this cultural district. There were 46 people in favor of the district and 0 against at that time. Rosita, did you want to say a few words at this time?
Thank you very much and good morning. Thank you for giving us this opportunity.
Sorry, Rosita, will you state your name and spell your last name for the record?
Thank you. I always forget that, Chairman. The name is Rosita Villanueva Lee. And what was the other?
Especially spell Rosita.
Thank you. It's Rosita. Villanueva is Villanueva. Last name is Lee, Lee. That's it. So we have complied, we feel, with the requirements in order for us to have a cultural designation, and this time for the Filipinos. And we have done what was requested. We met with the people that are in the district, and then we called people as well. We went to the February 25th hearing, and it was wonderful that it was unanimously agreed upon to support this. We're so happy that we have this opportunity to bring up the Filipinos who live here in Clark County and in Nevada. There are almost 250,000 Filipinos who have moved here, and they're still moving. They're still moving in, and we are greeting them with open arms, and we're happy that we have a place right now that we can call Filipino Town, which is on Maryland Parkway between Flamingo and Desert Inn. And as Commissioner Tick Segerblum told me, keep it small for now, and maybe we'll grow. Who knows? So, and I want to say thank you for the guidance of the Commissioner and the others who have helped us, especially for Dan, who has been so helpful in keeping us on time and in compliance. I want to recognize all of our Filipino people, if you would stand please, to be recognized, who are supporting our endeavor here. Let's see some smiles. Thank you, thank you. And we do have a Filipino Town Las Vegas board, and we are in compliance and keeping sure that the future of Filipino Town and the designation, the cultural designation, will be alive and well, and that we will make you proud as commissioners of this Clark County. Thank you. Oh, before I say, may I ask that you do say yes today? That is my ask. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. So at this time, if the board determines that there's a high concentration of cultural resources and activities in the proposed district, and it meets the proposed goals of the cultural district policy, you can direct staff at this time to create a resolution for the Filipino Town Cultural District.
All right, I guess since it's in my district, I would make a motion. Do I make a motion? Is there a vote?
You don't need a motion on this one since
Okay,
it's
I'll
a
just direct
direction
staff,
item.
like I never have before, direct staff to please create the Filipino district. And then it will come back in 2 weeks for a vote?
We'll be back April 18th.
April 18th.
Yeah, with the
Direct staff to make a resolution.
With the resolution.
Great. Thank you all for coming out, and thank you so much, Dan. Thank you, Rosita.
Commissioners, we will now move to item 44, which is to appoint Commissioner April Becker to the Southern Nevada Health District Board of Health or take other action as deemed appropriate.
I wholeheartedly support Commissioner Becker to be on the Health District.
There's a motion. Cast your vote. That motion passes. Congratulations.
Item 45 is to appoint one qualified individual to serve on the Bunkerville Town Advisory Board for a 2-year term ending January 6, 2027 from the following list of applicants: Justin Whipple.
Mr. Chair, I'd make a motion to appoint Justin Whipple to the Bunkerville Town Advisory Board for the 2-year ending 2027.
There's a motion. Cast your vote. That motion passes.
Commissioners, item 46 is to approve the appointment of Drew Christensen, Abigail Frierson, Todd Leventhal, and Diana C. Lowe, Mandy McKellar, Daniel J. Reed, and Damian R. Sheets as Clark County hearing officers for a term ending January 2nd, 2028. Removal of Sam Bateman as Clark County hearing officer or take other action as appropriate.
Mr. Chair, I move for approval of the individuals read into the record and the removal of Sam Bateman as Clark County hearing officer.
There's a motion. Cast your vote. That motion passes.
Item 47, in accordance with NRS 4.032, approve and authorize the appointment of Jeff Banks, Esquire, to the panel of Justices of the Peace pro tem as substitutes for Justices of the Peace, effective Tuesday, March 18th, 2025 through December 31st, 2026, or take other action as appropriate.
Mr. Chair, I move approval of Jeff Banks, Esquire, to panel of the Justice of the Peace of pro tempore as substitute for Justice of the Peace effective Tuesday, March 18, 2025 through December 31st, 2026.
There's a motion. Cast your vote. That motion passes.
Commissioners, item 48 is to receive an update from the Sewage and Wastewater Advisory Committee, the board sitting as the Clark County Water Reclamation District Board of Trustees.
Good morning.
Mr. Chair, members of the board, good morning. Tom Minwigan with the Clark County Water Reclamation District. I'd like to introduce Mr. Dan Fisher. He's our plant operations manager of our 6 plants, as well as also oversees our regulatory compliance laboratory. Dan is also the current chairperson of the Sewage and Wastewater Advisory Committee, and I've asked Dad to give us an overview and a brief update of that committee's efforts. Dan?
Good morning, Chair, Commissioners, Trustees. As Tom said, I'm Dan Fisher with Clark County Water Reclamation District, and I'm here to present an update on SWAC, as it's known, Sewage and Wastewater Advisory Committee. This is a county committee, and I am just the current chair. The chair does rotate. I can't dance, so I'm not going to be able to entertain you at all here. Maybe somebody could just...
Yeah, sure.
Thank you. Okay. SWAC is actually required by NRS, Nevada Revised Statutes 244A, and the section of NRS is entitled County Sewage and Wastewater Law. It was originally enacted in 1973 to maintain public health, welfare, and orderly government because of intense development and the need for coordinated control and area-wide planning. The law actually only applies to Clark and Washoe counties because of population. It requires a population of 400,000 people to have a SWAC. And the law empowers the county as the master agency for sewage and wastewater to do area-wide plans and require compliance with the plans. Paraphrasing NRS 244A, SWAC's mission, which is on the slide, SWAC must remain aware and discuss all matters related to wastewater treatment, stormwater quality, and general water quality in the county, and advise the Board of County Commissioners on wastewater water quality matters that may require action by the board. Okay. Oh, it's working. So membership. Membership in the committee is described and defined in NRS 244A, and the membership is as follows. The cities of Las Vegas and Henderson have 3 and 2 members respectively because of population. The other cities have 1 member. The county has 2 members to appoint, not 1 as indicated on the slide. Sorry about that typo. County has 2 members to appoint. Apologize for that. And then the other members are water and wastewater districts, each have 1 member each. Any questions so far?
Yes, I have one. Why would we have less members than the city of Las Vegas?
Well, that's a good question.
It's an important question, 'cause
unfortunately,
I
we'd
gotta
have
push the
to
green button.
we'd have to go back to 1973 when they enacted this law. And I don't really know, but the law definitely specifies 3 members to the most populous city in the county, that's Las Vegas, 2 members to the next most populous city, that's Henderson right now, and then 1 member for the other cities, and then the county gets 2 members to appoint. So it's just prescribed by the law.
Is it prescribed by the law that the cities have to push the green button, or just us? I'm just curious. I mean, I'm getting frustrated because at the end of the day, county commissioners got to do the heavy lift, and that's exactly why your committee exists, is so that we can increase fees or we can do different things to ensure we have the infrastructure, but at the same time, we're outvoted.
Yeah. Well, back then, it was a pretty highly contentious environment around water and wastewater and sewage.
It's not changed.
And back in the late 60s and early 70s. I would say it's not like that now. Certainly not like it was back then.
I'd beg to differ because it is still contentious, but I just think that we, the board, maybe should add this to our cleanup language, Leslie, that times have changed. It's not on you, but I'm just frustrated because this is one of many boards where we're the minority, but we're expected to push the green button every single time, and everybody else reaps the benefits, right?
If only someone had been speaker at some point, we could have changed these things.
Okay. Should I continue?
Bad joke.
I think we're on the next slide, yes. In terms of what SWAC does operationally, we meet quarterly or more frequently if necessary. We're subject to the open meeting law. It's now administered by Clark County Water Quality, which is managed by and located at the Clark County Water Reclamation District. I'm the current chair, Dan Fisher of CCWRD. We report water and wastewater flows by month. We produce a very detailed report of all the flows, which is studied. We have meeting agendas that include the analysis of the flows, the member agency updates, presentations related to water, wastewater, and watershed matters. SWAC also facilitates communication and collaboration among SWAC members and other local, state, and federal agencies. So what are we working on now? This is a list of our current SWAC priorities that we discuss at our meetings. Water, wastewater flows and population predictions, water, wastewater plans for the Ivanpah Airport, Apex, and the El Dorado Valley, these out-of-valley endeavors. Boulder City wastewater effluent return or reuse to the Colorado River. Lake Mead water quality modeling, septic conversions, revision of the Southern Nevada Health District septic regulations, regulatory actions that may impact wastewater treatment, particularly PFAS, the fluorinated forever chemicals, wastewater surveillance, epidemiology, the ongoing state of Nevada legislative session, and finally, last but not least, the Clark County Water Quality, area-wide water quality management plan. John Solvey will be describing this in the next agenda item. So if any of these discussions would lead us to make a recommendation to the Clark County Commission to act, then SWAC would formally notify you. That happens infrequently. In fact, last time was in 2009, the last time that the area-wide water quality management plan was updated. Any questions?
May I ask a question? Can you, I'm the chair of the Southern Nevada Health District. What septic revisions are you making? Are you talking about the bill to give the authority to the health district? What revisions?
No, this
to
would
the
just be the
regulations?
local rules of the health district. They have part of the regulations has a septic localized treatment facility type of section in it, and they periodically update it. That's a public notice. I believe they're somewhere in the middle of that now. I saw some public notices where they're having some meetings to gather input. So that would lead to eventually I think it would lead to some kind of recommendation to the board. And I shouldn't speak for the health district, but to the board.
Well, I'm just curious because I'm pretty in touch with the regulations, and this is, I thought that on the septic, the only regulation that we had at the health district that we were in the process of is trying to comply with 220 from the last session, but we need a little bit of authority that's in a bill this time. So, I mean, at the end of the day, everybody should have required everybody to hook up to sewer at 400 feet, but I guess I'm gonna make a call when I leave. I'll ask.
Dan, if I could, Commissioner Kirkpatrick, by all means, within these meetings, along with technical discussions, there's also general discussions. So in the realm of the septic system conversions, again, there's an encouragement amongst the wastewater dischargers to what they can to advance a program and an interest in doing so. But yes, to your point, the regulations do come up in that discussion, and there is a respect for where the health district is at with their current draft regulation.
Okay.
Yeah, like many local agencies, we've given input, and the health district's been great about taking our input and trying to incorporate it into the regs.
No, I don't disagree. I said at many of those meetings early on with Robert Fido, and now I speak with Dan Eisler on a regular basis. I just didn't know if it was something different. It sounds like it's something different.
Mr. Eisler is, I believe, the contact for that, so.
Okay.
All right.
That's it. Any other questions?
Seeing none, does that complete your presentation? It says it's a possible action. Do we adopt it or anything? No.
This was
All right,
intended
just
to be informational as
informational.
well as an update, so
Okay.
no action.
Thank you so much. Thank you both.
Thank you, Commissioners.
Commissioners, item 49 is to receive an update on the Clark County 208 area-wide water quality management plan, also sitting as the Clark County Water Reclamation District Board of Trustees.
Mr. Chair, members of the board, good morning. Tom Minigan with the Clark County Water Reclamation District. I would like to introduce Mr. John Selvey. John is our water quality manager, and John and I would like to give you an overview as well as the highlights of the county's 208 area-wide water quality management plan. John, please.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is John Salvi. I'm the manager of Clark County Water Quality. I'm also one of the county members on SWAC that Dan just presented on, and it's my group, Clark County Water Quality, that's responsible for administrating SWAC. And it's my pleasure to provide you this project update on Clark County's area-wide water quality management plan. Does the clicker work here? On the regulatory side, federal and state statutes mandate that Clark County implement an area-wide water quality management plan. On the federal level, it falls under Section 208 of the Clean Water Act, hence the title that is most commonly used, the 208 Plan. On the state level, the 208 Plan falls under Section 244A571 of the Nevada Revised Statutes. The opening line is included here. This section goes into great detail on wastewater treatment and urban stormwater runoff responsibilities that Clark County is ultimately required to address. To delineate state and county regulatory responsibilities, the state of Nevada is responsible for establishing and enforcing water quality standards through the issuance of discharge permits. Clark County is responsible for ensuring that adequate facilities, funding, and growth are being addressed across all local jurisdictions for long-term preservation of watersheds across Clark County. As noted on the slide, Clark County Water Quality, my group, is the agency responsible for developing and managing the 208 Plan. And there are 4 208 districts in Nevada: Clark County, Washoe County, Lake Tahoe, and Carson Sub-Conservancy District. The existing 208 Plan was adopted in 2009. It was a Herculean effort at the time that merged 5 regional water quality plans from across Clark County into one consolidated plan. The 208 Plan identifies 8 watershed planning areas across Clark County. We commonly refer to the Las Vegas watershed because of its significance, but there are 7 additional watersheds in Clark County that the 208 Plan encompasses, a graphic of which you saw on the previous slide. The current status of the 208 Plan: treatment plant information and population projections are no longer current. Regulatory permitting requirements on state and federal levels have evolved. A Nevada Division of Environmental Protection, NDEP, grant-funded evaluation is underway by Clark County Water Quality to align multi-agency functions and consolidate findings into a new streamlined plan. And watershed planning is moving towards a one-water approach across the country, which refers to a single overarching umbrella that encompasses all factors impacting watersheds. To summarize this, the existing 208 Plan is 16 years old and no longer reflects current regulatory direction across local agencies. NDEP, which manages or mandates the 208 Plan, concurs with our direction that an update is necessary and secured EPA grant funding approval for the evaluation phase of the project. On the federal level, EPA has asked NDEP about the status of our 208 Plan, which drove our grant funding discussion with NDEP. And agency stakeholders that I've met with on both local and state levels also concur on the need to update the plan. Project scope. We're in the process of developing a multi-phase scope of work, an RFP, that consists of the following: performing a comprehensive evaluation of needs to establish a new framework for the plan, which is being grant funded; developing a new streamlined plan that it will incorporate local and state agency requirements by regulatory reference to ensure that the plan remains current for many years to come; performing required outreach and public comment; and securing approvals from the Clark County Commission, NDEP, and the EPA. EPA ultimately approves the 208 Plan. We are collaborating with stakeholders throughout the process, which currently include multiple bureaus within the Nevada Division of Environmental Protection, sewage and wastewater advisory committee members, which Dan Fisher just presented on, wastewater agencies from across Clark County, and stormwater and watershed agencies. We will also be collaborating with outlying communities and the general public. Implementation. Implementation of an updated 208 plan will include close collaboration with two NDEP bureaus. Bureau of Water Quality Planning, which mandates the 208 plan and establishes water quality standards, and the Bureau of Water Pollution Control, which issues discharge permits and enforces water quality standards. We will continue strengthening connections and collaborations with wastewater and stormwater watershed agencies across Clark County, and implement annual reporting to the Clark County Commission, which will include wastewater treatment capacities, financial solvency and land acquisition, capital improvement projects, population growth, water quality capture volume, stormwater control measures, and source water protection. And this concludes the 208 Plan project update. Thank you, and I would be happy to answer any questions.
Do you have a question? Yes. Commissioner McCurdy has a question.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for the presentation. The only question I have is approximately how much is a grant that we receive from the government for this creation of the 208 plan?
The grant is $60,000. It's more than we would normally receive because it includes some built infrastructure law funding that they were able to secure for us from EPA.
Okay, thank you.
Can I ask?
Commissioner Kirkpatrick.
Thank you. So I see in here that you're working with NDEPT to kind of streamline some stuff. It's interesting because we run into very rural problems with NDEPT, and then we run into very urban issues. So what are some of the things that you might see that would help streamline it that are good for both sides?
The streamlining I was referring to is really on our level, and we've met with NDEP about this for the last number of years. They've been in full support of where we're going with the 208 plan. I think a prime example would be population growth. We're part of the CBER group with UNLV that does the annual population projections. I want those adopted by reference in the 208 plan rather than including all this information in the 208 plan. And 2 years from now, the 208 plan is out of date. Whether that be a reference to the CBER reports or we come with a consent agenda item to adopt an appendix into the 208 plan, it would be that. And there's also a number of regulatory references. We interact with a lot of different local agencies and they all have their regs. Well, regs get updated. And what we don't want to get, I don't want to find this plan in a position 3 or 4 years down the road that, well, this reg has actually changed here, this has actually changed there. By doing it by reference, the regs can change, and as long as we're not looking at a major shift in water quality or wastewater treatment, it wouldn't warrant an update to the plan. NDEP, I've met with them, with their bureau chief in water quality planning a couple of times, Jason Kuchnicki. He's fully on board with our direction. Our goal in working with them is ensuring that we're crossing all the T's and dotting all the I's of what's required in the state statutes and federally in the 208, so when we get to the point of the adoption by the state or approval by the state, they're already fully on board with things.
So it sounds like you're trying to do something similar to the way that they update building codes or energy codes or something like that, so that it's not constantly changing the statute or constantly going through a regulatory process, but
Correct.
Going
Correct.
like
An
every
example
so
with
years.
that, we're not referencing building codes, but if we were, we would say compliance with the current Clark County building code, and all those minor changes that happen in the code don't need to be adopted because they weren't listed out what they all were in this plan.
So let me ask this, because I don't disagree with that, because regulations are $10,000, $12,000 by the time you go through every public meeting and go through that process. But is there a scenario that you guys have considered, at least when you would come before us and update us on bigger ones? Or what I don't want to happen is that changes are made, because the developers call us first, right? Oh, when did this start? The residents call us first. Oh my gosh, my bill went up 3% and I didn't do anything. So would there be somewhere in the process where at least annually, you guys would give us a kind of look back up to what was done, or maybe every 5 years or every 3 years, the way that we do energy codes and everything else? I mean, is that at least part of the discussion?
Yes, and I think the short answer to that is absolutely. I had referenced annual reporting to the Clark County Commission. Those bullets that I put in the presentation were just some general bullets, but it certainly would include anything like that. The only type of adoption of additional information that I can see would require action by the commission, unless there was a major shift in water law, would be there's package plants that come online, and certain package plants have to do an engineered update to be able to put into the 208 plan. Well, that needs to go through the approval process, and that would come before you. Does that answer your question?
Well, it maybe answers my question, but not the answer I was looking for. But let me just say this. It is, a lot of these things are way over our head, right? That's why we have the experts and all of those, all of you guys to tell us things. But, you know, just like poor Mr. Craner, I, asked the hard question about how Las Vegas got more seats than us. I would just hope that there would be maybe some constant dialogue as the commission changes, as people do different things, so that you don't run into another situation to where it's been in place since 1954. How could you have not known, right? So maybe there's just a better communication on our end, that you tell us that we made all these changes, right? So I don't know what I don't know what that looks like. I just think that if you send me a piece of paper and I don't understand what it is, I'm likely gonna put it on the bottom of I'm just being honest, put it on the bottom of my pile, and then, which to my point, Tom, why we probably need to have more regular separate meetings so that we can have further discussion going forward. So not opposed to what you're doing. It's a money saver in the long term. It's probably very little that actually has to change, but it gives us some broad perspective that we're not, going in and changing everything every time the census changes or something else changes. But just trying to figure out the best way to keep the continuity of communication so that people know what we're doing, or we know what you're doing.
We would not only agree, but we would look forward to providing you with updates. It's always helpful for all of you to be fully on board with where the current water law stands, where things are at between agencies, where the direction is going. We have things that change on the federal level, which then roll down to the states, which then roll into permits, which may impact the 208 plan. We're going to be reestablishing a lot of connections with NDEP bureaus that may have waned over the years to ensure that when people go to NDEP for their permit approvals and plant expansions, NDEP, who requires the plan, will be sending them back to the county, to my team, for approval in the 208 plan before NDEP acts on it. So a lot of things are being put into place, and we're certainly going to keep you as the commission updated. I would funnel everything through Tom, and then, I don't know, Tom, if there's anything you want to add to that?
Maryland Commissioners, very good comment. This is such a broad area of subject matter. The improved communication, more topics. Since the sector is so large and is pretty inclusive, it makes all the sense in the world to come and communicate more often with this board.
Okay, thank you.
I gotta go.
Mr. Gibson.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Sulvey, for your report. So how long does it take to amend the 208 plan?
Well, in this case, it's really not an amendment that we're looking
A
at.
rewrite.
Because we want to streamline it, we're looking at taking a plan that's about this thick and moving it down by about 2/3 smaller. You asking about the time it's going to take to do that? I am hopeful that we could accomplish that within a year. That has not yet been established because we would be working through that, but our hope is to be able to complete this my hope is to see this completed by the end of the next fiscal year.
When we saw in your presentation that treatment plant and population projections are no longer current, that's good evidence that builders and developers and governments have no clue what they ought to be doing, requiring a contribution to do over the course of time. We've got to be accurate as best we can. I'm suspecting that with the changes in the water consumption in our valley, that there are even changes in the per capita discharge and stuff like that that would really affect the number of plants that you need and the nature of those plants or the capacity that those plants can handle. So it feels like this is very urgent. I would think that our board would be very concerned that it not go over a year. So to the extent that we can know and work with you to encourage others to be on the same path and at the same pace, that would be something I'm sure we'd all be willing to work on.
Yeah, the team feels very confident about this right now. We've met with a number of groups, wastewater treatment plants across Clark County, stormwater agencies, and all of them are not only in agreement but are in full support, because this is a team effort. While the county leads that, my team leads it and is responsible for that. The regulatory structure that exists, as you know, especially here in the Las Vegas Valley, requires a lot of interagency coordination. Southern Nevada Water Authority does a lot of that. So a lot of the processes that are currently in place are working very well, but they need to be incorporated in the 208 plan. In other words, the county needs to demonstrate that everything that's happening is demonstrating compliance with the Clean Water Act at the federal level. That's where all of this ultimately focuses.
Oh, thank you.
So I just want to make a comment. In talking with Tom, it appears that this could be, we're mandated by the state to do the 2.8 plan, but it sounds like this could cost us $500,000. And I wonder if we could reach out and see if we could maybe create an MOU, make some of the other cities and maybe the flood control district participate in the cost of that, because that's a lot of money just for the county to have to do because of a state unfunded mandate.
Commissioner, we definitely will deliver that message and reach out to the other members that is all-inclusive in this large effort.
So has your department, your agency, budgeted for these changes and the work that we'll be doing?
The Clark County Water Reclamation District has not, but the budget through the county, because we cooperate and/or coordinate with the county's budget, we did initiate a request for the monies to complete that plan in this next coming year budget.
What do you estimate that number to be?
Anywhere from $500,000 to $750,000.
Being that we have less votes, I think you might go tell our colleagues that we don't have a sewer problem, that we all work together and they got to ante up, because we don't have any money either.
Yeah.
We're always considered the cash cow.
And the key to that comment you just made is working together. We have to keep people at the table working together, because it is a very large effort. Okay?
Well,
But to your point, money does concern
Well, I mean,
all.
listen, we just went through this with the Campus for Hope, right? Based on population. Well, maybe we should base it on membership. And we have less membership, so for once, we should only pay our fair share.
And if I can underscore some cost savings opportunities that we've pursued. When this was done back in 2008, the cost at that time was about $750,000. So how are we going to do that in 2025 for the same amount of money? A significant portion of that cost was the public outreach. It requires meeting with town boards across the county. There's a lot that goes into that. I have learned that that was a significant cost for that. My team has expanded since then, so we're looking as Clark County Water Quality to be performing all of that segment of the contract ourselves, rather than assigning that to a consultant. And that's how we are hopeful to be able to keep costs close to where it was when it was done in 2008.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Commissioner Jones.
I would just say, in that regard, obviously, we all have liaisons that work directly with the town board, so happy to offer our liaisons up to help in that regard to save some money.
Thank you. We'll certainly take you up on that.
All right, so is this, do we need to give direction or anything, or just, all right, thank you so much. Obviously, the return flow to Lake Mead is critical for our water, so this is something we need to do, but let's talk about how we can spread the cost. Thank you so much, Tom, and thank you.
Thank you, board members. Thank you.
Commissioners, it's now 10 a.m., so we can now move to the public hearing section of your agenda. Item 40 is to conduct a public hearing to review the award recommendations of the Community Development Advisory Committee for the FY 2025-26 HUD Emergency Solutions Grant Fund. Select projects for inclusion into the FY 2025 HUD Annual Action Plan for a total of $735,457 in FY 2025 and 2026. Emergency Solutions Grant program funds to provide homelessness prevention services to individuals and families at risk of entering homelessness, as well as homeless management information systems. Licensing for the comparable domestic violence database, and authorize the county manager or his designee to, 1, accept grant funds and allocate according to the chosen plans of action, and 2, to execute any necessary documents related thereto.
Good morning.
Good morning, Commissioners. Dagny Stapleton, Community Housing Administrator. This public hearing is for the 25-26 Emergency Solutions, or ESG grant. This is one bucket of our annual entitlement grant funds from HUD. For these funds, HUD requires us to submit a plan each year prior to the actual receipt of the funds, so this item includes some of the details that are required in that plan, and then we will bring the plan to you in a later agenda item at a later meeting. These funds are used for homeless prevention, and the total we are estimated to receive this year is approximately $735,000. The majority of the ESG funds are recommended to award to 5 local organizations: the Community Development Advisory Committee, the CDAC, and the Continuum of Care Programs Committee reviewed these applications and made the recommendations, and we want to recognize and thank them for their work, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. This is a public hearing. Anyone here wishing to speak on this item? Good morning.
Yes, my name is Ed Euling. I wanted to, first of all, congratulate the board for creating the Filipino town. I don't know if you know it, but the average Filipino makes more money, has a higher income than the average American. I think they...
And Filipinos are Americans.
The average, okay, the average Native American then. The
Filipinos are Native Americans.
They are. Only from the point of view that Philippines was a colony of the United States until 1945. But the Filipinos have the highest personal income of any group. And I think it's a very smart move to do.
I'm sorry, which item are you speaking on?
Pardon?
Which item are you speaking on?
Well, you don't have to have an item. You can speak about anything at the end.
No, this is not public comment. This was just public comment on item 40.
Okay.
Yeah, this is a public
I'm
hearing
sorry.
on the item.
You start talking and I just doze off. But. All right, this is a public hearing. Anyone here who wishes to speak? Seeing no one, Ms. Stapleton, if you want to come back up, we'll close the public hearing, and then if anyone wants to talk about it, if not, we'll entertain a vote.
Mr. Chair, if there's no discussion, I move for approval.
Okay, there's a motion. I think we need to get our screens. Oh, wait a minute. There we go. Thank you. All right, there's a motion. Cast your vote. That motion passes. Thank you.
Commissioners, item 41 is to conduct a public hearing to review the project recommendations of the Community Development Advisory Committee for the FY 2025-2026 Community Development Block Grant, CDBG, program funds to support eligible projects, select projects for inclusion in the FY 2025 HUD Annual Action Plan for an estimated total of $8,474,967 in FY 2025-26 CDBG awards, adopt a contingency plan, and authorize the county manager or his designee to, 1, accept the grant funds and allocate according to the chosen plans of action, and 2, to execute any necessary documents related thereto.
Good morning again.
Good morning, Commissioners. Dagny Stapleton. So the second of our 3 HUD entitlement grants that the county receives each year is this one, the CDBG Community Development Block Grant. This year, we're estimated to receive approximately $8.4 million from HUD. Some of these dollars are recommended to go to administration and other consortium members, and approximately $6.2 million is recommended to go to 10 local organizations to provide services and fund capital improvement projects that will support low-income residents in Clark County. We want to note that staff is recommending that the proposed award to Upwards Care, Inc. for $440,000 not be included in any motion to approve this item. Also, we wish to again recognize the hard work of the CDAC for reviewing these applications and making recommendations. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
All right, if that completes your presentation, this is a public hearing. Anyone wishing to speak on the item? Seeing no one, we'll close the public hearing and ask if anyone has any comments. If not, we'll entertain a motion.
Chairman, just a comment, and then I'll make a motion. I guess this is directed to management. If we could try in subsequent years to see if the county can apply for more. In previous years that we've gone through this, the county projects have applied for these funds. That wasn't the case this time, I don't believe. A lot of what we're allocating are dollars that we could use for our own projects, frankly, and as dollars become harder to receive from the federal government, I think it's important that we look at and examine those needs in addition to the needs of the external agencies. So I understand that or at least I believe no county departments applied this round, but I think we've got to educate a couple of our departments and make sure there's consensus with the commissioners whose districts are impacted and encourage them to apply. But Chairman, if there's no other if there's nothing further, I can move for approval of item 41.
There's a motion. Cast your vote.
Yeah, Commissioner Knapp.
Motion passes.
Yeah, I think Dagny had a change to that
I'm
motion.
sorry, that motion should have reflected Ms. Stapleton's recommendation that it exclude Upward Care, Inc. Do we need to recast that vote?
Yes, if you could.
Okay, I'll move for approval with that exclusion.
All right, there's a motion again. Cast your vote. Second time's the charm. That motion passes.
Commissioners, we're going to move to item 42, which is to conduct a public hearing on the reallocation of unobligated, deobligated community development block grant entitlement and administrative funds in the amounts of $6.8 million for the Southern Nevada Children's Advocacy Center and $3.7 million to the Jamestown Tower Senior Public Housing Project. Approve the reallocation, authorize the Community Housing Office Administrator or her designee to submit a sixth substantial amendment to the 2020 through 2024 Consolidated Plan and 2024 Action Plan to the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development, and authorize the county manager or his designee to execute any necessary documents related thereto.
Good morning.
Good morning, Commissioners. Dagny Stapleton. This public hearing is for the reallocation of CDBG funds from previous years. The two allocations will support two important projects, one housing low-income seniors and the other for a portion of the property purchase approved under item number 26 for a space for multidisciplinary services for abuse survivors and their families. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
This is a public hearing. Anyone here wishing to speak? Seeing no one, we'll close the public hearing. See if any commissioners have any comments. If not, we'll entertain a motion.
All right, if there's no discussion, Mr. Chair, I move for approval.
There's a motion. Cast your vote. That motion passes.
Commissioners, that concludes your agenda, but we can now move to the second section set aside for public comment.
All right, this is the second period for public comment. Mr. Ulen, you have 30 seconds left of your 3 minutes.
Yeah, I apologize for interrupting the meeting. I had forgotten that those items were skipped over. Anyway, I wanted to comment on the statistics of our main industry. It seems like the commission is, and certainly the LVCVA is not looking at what's on social media and paying attention to what's happening. The industry simply is not growing. We had 39 million visitors in 2007, and last year we had what, 40 million, 41 million, 42 million, barely an increase in 17 years. In the few years that I've been going to Macau, it's the number of visitors has increased from 10 million to now 30 million visitors a year, and it's just not happening here in Las Vegas, and it doesn't do any good to delude ourselves that using these percentages when the hotels have closed, 2 major hotels, that's what, about 6,000 rooms, and then the commission put out 10,000 businesses who rented out their rooms in the community, and then if you use the same criteria, percentage of occupancy, well, it's much easier to occupy the number of rooms when all those rooms have been closed. The 16,000 rooms have been closed, basically. And what's really distressing, though, is all this money is going to Wall Street. All the profits are going to Wall Street. They're not staying in the community. I think we're in a crisis situation and not a happy situation like the LVCVA likes to project every year, using these different percentages and using different criteria like number of impressions rather than number of people who are coming. It's shown that for every person who comes, they spend $1,000 or $2,000 a day, and so we want more people to come to Las Vegas, and that's simply not happening. Just look on social media what's happening.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak on public comment? Seeing no one, we'll close the public comment. We'll adjourn the meeting. We have a legal meeting, closed session.
Talk to me about the picture you drew.
At my foster home, I want there to be a perfect and fun and a lot of food.
And describe the home you drew.
I have a queen-size bed in my room. I have a lot of dolls, and I have a Nintendo Switch. I have a lot of Play-Doh, and also I have a pet bunny there. The food that I want there is McDonald's, pancakes, cookies, chips, and donuts. And in the front of my foster dream home is it's a mansion. It is very big.
And do you know when you came here to Child Haven?
No.
When I came into care, it was because she reported me as a runaway. And when the officers ultimately found me at my friend's house, the officer was like, I'm taking you back to your sister. And I said, no, because she's not doing anything for me. And he's like, okay. He said, well, it's either that or Child Haven. And I said, well, what's Child Haven? He said, it's CPS center, pretty much. They'll make sure you go to school. They'll make sure your kid's taken care of. They'll make sure everything's you succeed, pretty much. They'll help you out. And I was like, all right, well, I'll go there. And that's how I came into care. The next place that I remember going to would be the nurse's station. So this is Agassiz Cottage, which is typically the first place for the new intakes. I remember coming in here and just doing all my physical stuff. They all document it on paper now, so they pretty much, so that when you're released, They know what to expect. If there's like a scratch or a scrape, they document it, or they'll even order your prescriptions for you, make sure that you continue that medication. I know we have some kids who are like diabetic and stuff, so everything that they could get from wherever they were removed from is like the most important thing. I do remember sitting there actually and getting my blood pressure taken and my heart rate and all that. So people show up here, and though it is a job and you sign up for a job and you sign up to do this, they don't have to put the effort and the care into it. And a lot of people aren't here for the paycheck. A lot of people are here because they see the kids. That's all that these kids need, is somebody to listen.
The story on how I got to Child Haven is because me and my mom and my sister were staying in a motel as part of a housing program. We got kicked out on the 9th of February. We started staying at a shelter called the Courtyard. We stayed there for about a week before we spent a few nights at a family friend's house. After a few days of staying at that friend's house, my mom came back and said she had signed us up for this sober living program called Sober Homies. And we had paid $700 to stay there for a month, but on the first night there, we had gone to get our things from the Courtyard because they were going to throw it all away. We got our things, and when we got back to the Sober Living Program's house, they accused my mom of being high, and in result called the cops and CPS, which brought me and my sister to Child Haven. It makes me feel bad that my mom got accused of something that she didn't do, and in result got me and my sister taken away. It's been hard to adjust, but overall I think I've gotten more comfortable with the girls in my cottage and the staff.
Okay, so the nursing part only took about 15 minutes, but before we used to have to stay 24 hours in the Agassiz cottage, and then you were moved over to the cottage that you were supposed to be in, like depending on your age group and stuff like that. So for me, I ended up in Beezer, which is this way. One of my biggest mentors was Miss Naomi and Miss Renetta. They were always there, kind of guide me through things, really call me out on my nonsense. Miss Larissa was the one that didn't let me stay home from school. She would always make me stay outside, and then that kind of really pushed me to get it together. And Miss Diamond was the compassionate one, the caring one, the one that showed me like what it was to love myself above anything. Placement did a really good job at finding foster homes for me. One of them was in Laughlin. That one just wasn't a good fit. Another one was by Sunrise High School. Again, not a good fit. It was good to always know that there was always a place to go. So like you never had to worry about where you're gonna get a meal from, where you're gonna take a shower at, where you're gonna have a house, especially when it's cold or when it's hot. A lot of my foster sisters were actually sex trafficked. For them, that was big on knowing that they were safe and knowing that no one can hurt them. Things happen in life that you can't control, and it was never my fault that I was here. But the way that I help these kids is really what helps me cope a lot too. My name is Karen Perez. I was a kid here from 2014 to 2017. I now work here at Child Haven, and I help kids manage their behaviors, and I teach them coping mechanisms that I was once taught. Being that I was once in their shoes really helps them interact with me, and it gives them that comfort of knowing that it's not always going to be dark.
The Clark County Wetlands Park contains many kinds of landscapes for you to explore, while never having to leave Las Vegas. Whether you visit to see the beautiful desert expanse or the cool, shady wetlands, you'll find an array of plants and animals unique to each habitat.
We don't have very many places in the Mojave Desert where we have a corridor with running water in the middle of it. The biggest variety of habitats, of course, in the valley occur here in the park. Our rarest habitat probably has to be the aquatic wetlands, which is the water and the water's marshy edge. There just isn't that much aquatic wetlands in southern Nevada anywhere. We have the riparian zone, which we kind of call the ribbon of green. Desert washes are places where we have little trees and small shrubs. They have to reach way far down for water, and they get watered periodically when we have storms.
Because life depends on water, you'll find an abundance of wildlife in the park's wetlands. Dragonflies and damselflies make their homes here. Although they look delicate, dragonflies can fly up to 35 miles an hour. You'll find them skimming the water in search of mosquitoes to eat and perching on tips of grasses while guarding their territory and looking for mates. Although they look similar, they're easy to tell apart. Dragonflies hold their wings flat and off to their sides when perched. Damselflies have thinner bodies than dragonflies and hold their wings together above their backs when resting. The desert habitat of the park features many native plants of the Mojave Desert, including cacti, an ancient plant family estimated to be 30 to 65 million years old. Many clever adaptations allowed them to thrive in the hot, dry desert. During rains, cacti expand to grow temporary roots to absorb the water. During dry spells, cacti stems contract, allowing them to survive drought. Cactus spines shade their stems and deter predators, while their colorful flowers attract pollinators.
A big, bright, glorious flower like this would be an insect-pollinated flower, and it's
The park features native plant species found in both wetlands and desert environments.
come in and land on that. This is what they call the screwbean mesquite. You've got sugar and honey coming out of the flowers, and then you get this bean. A native plant is the plant that evolved and grew in the place. So it's in the habitat that has had the longest time to evolve together, so that it's a much nicer kind of marriage to the land. And an invasive is something that either we've brought in as a human race or has moved in through wind or dispersal agents. The worst invasive for us in the park itself is the salt cedar. It goes by the Latin name tamarisk. There are many hundreds of acres in the wash here now that are nothing but just solid tamarisk.
Tamarisk removal at the Wetlands Park will require work for years to come, so the beauty and diversity of the native plants, like desert willow, globe mallow, and yerba mansa, can flourish. You'll find that the Wetlands Park offers different experiences during different seasons. Cottonwood trees, typically found in riparian areas near water, are seasonal indicators. When the bright green leaves of summer turn golden in autumn, winter frosts will not be far behind. The park is home to hundreds of species of birds. Many make their home here year-round, while others stop here during seasonal migrations. Some birds change their looks with different seasons. In breeding season, American avocets change the color of their plumage, and the bill of the male ruddy duck turns a bright blue. The park's urban location provides critical habitat for wildlife, something not always found in city environments. Biologists monitor the park's wild creatures to measure their numbers.
Aww. Baby animals, hands down, have got something over all the rest of us, some indefinable sway. But what from a biologist perspective is so wonderful about it is it means that that bird has been able to successfully complete reproductions, to successfully nest out here at the Las Vegas Wash and to hatch their young. And the odds against that are actually pretty steep. Hopefully now it'll be able to raise those young up to the point where they fledge. And fledge just simply means that they're ready to strike out onto the big bad world all by themselves. That's one of the key reasons why people often conduct bird surveys, is because they're an indicator of what's going on in your environment. We've identified more than 200 species now in the some 10 years of monitoring out here on the Las Vegas Wash. Yellow warblers, if we hear them sing again, which I expect that we will. That's the yellow warbler right there. The tone's always there. It's very, very sweet. One of the descriptors for their song is "Sweet, sweet, I'm so sweet." Yeah. Or "Sweet, sweet, I'm so very sweet." And also what's fun about the yellow warbler is, okay, indicator status, riparian habitats, all fine and well, but the yellow warbler is what Tweety Bird is based on. Birds are such a diverse group. There's just always something to learn, and I love that. They always offer something new. You can never know all the answers, and they're always going to throw a curveball at you. They don't read the same guidebooks that we do. They don't know where they're supposed to be.
Visiting the Clark County Wetlands Park offers a rare glimpse into Las Vegas's origins.
This was one of the kinds of meadow that you would have found originally in Las Vegas before the entire city was urbanized. The one that we're actually sitting in right now is probably the largest piece of saltgrass meadow that we have left. When the town began to grow and we began to have suburbs developing, a lot of the meadows began to depart. I think, to me, conservation means trying to hang on to as much as we can of what's natural in an area. Sometimes you can't be perfect, but you try to keep what you can keep as a heritage for the people who are going to follow you. It's wonderful to be part of actually being able to hold on to a large parcel of land with so many diverse habitats in it, and to make that available for everybody that lives in Las Vegas and everybody that visits from around the world. We're hoping people will be able to come to the Wetlands Park to fall in love with nature and to be able to take the things that they learn here and apply them in other wild places.
Though the Clark County Wetlands Park is still a work in progress, it's now open for you to experience firsthand. The Clark County Wetlands Park. It's yours.
Hey, my name is Martino, and I'm 7, and I like Messi.
Messi!
He's lovable, he's sweet, he's kind, loves sports. He's so helpful with the little kids and always looking for playmates at the park when we go.
I like dogs, and my favorite color is blue, and I like Messi, and I like Teslas.
He really looks up to male role models. He hasn't had much of that in his life, and he really loves that bond.
When I grow up, I want to be a football player and a soccer player. And I want to be with one mouth, and that's it.
Marleno is wrapped in services. He has a lot of support. He's getting speech therapy. We're addressing a few other issues, and he's come so far.
I want a family who make salmon.
No, good work.
Bye. Thank you for hanging out with me.
And that guy just got swept up in the water. Holy sh**.
Did that guy just let out, or?
It's going over the thing. Oh, no. Oh, damn.
Yep. Look, it's floating. The car's floating.
I've called 911. They told me to roll down my windows and stay in the car, and hopefully they'll be here soon. Love you guys.
Oh, hi, my name is Brian Hendricks, Recreation Supervisor here at Hellemeyer Community Center. And I'm very thrilled and excited that Emerald McDonald has won and been selected as the valued champion here at Clark County. She has implemented many classes and special events that we've not had here in the past 2 years. We've had roller skating classes in this very small facility. We've got dance classes, tiny tot classes, and we've expanded our special events from our trunk or treat event to our spring fair, where we've had over 2,000 participants at each event. I'm very excited and very happy that Emerald has received this award for all the effort and the improvements she's done to our community here at the Hellemeyer Community Center.
Whether you're here to celebrate, raise a family, study, or build your career, we all want the community of Clark County to be one thing: sustainable. That's clean air and water, but it's also affordable housing, reliable energy, diverse jobs, and a livable climate. But the changing climate is already a harsh reality for Southern Nevada. This takes a toll on every one of us, our health, economy, and quality of life. The choices we make in our daily lives contribute to the greenhouse gas emissions fueling these impacts. Each one of us can make a difference, and we already have the tools and the solutions we need. It's time to go all in. All in Clark County is a smart, bold, and inclusive roadmap to a more sustainable future for everyone. The All In Plan was created by and for you. In developing the plan, we grew climate literacy, focus on equity, and build capacity for individuals, organizations, businesses, and local governments to take action. The All In Plan touches nearly every facet of our lives and is focused on 6 key areas. Scaling up renewable energy is Clark County's greatest opportunity to reduce emissions while also creating jobs. The actions in All In aim to make clean, reliable energy, like solar, more accessible and reliable. More vehicles on the road mean more pollution, congestion, health impacts, and harmful emissions. All In is helping Southern Nevada transition to zero-emission vehicles and providing accessible, diverse, clean transportation options. Single-use products and overconsumption have created a waste problem that recycling alone cannot solve, and it creates greenhouse gas emissions. All In embraces a circular approach that reimagines waste and resource use. Climate-driven emergencies like extreme heat, drought, and flooding put our families and infrastructure at risk. All In recognizes our vulnerabilities and identifies ways we can be healthier, better connected, and more prepared. The energy we use to power, cool, and heat our homes and buildings account for nearly half of our emissions. All In is raising the bar on electrification and energy efficiency to bring that number down. Our growing region depends on a sufficient water supply, but that's at risk from drought, pollution, and overuse. All In identifies a path to improve the quantity and quality of our region's water supply. Would solar work for your home or office roof or in your neighborhood? What are your plans for your next car? What innovative and green businesses would you like to see in Clark County? Is your business, office, or home prepared for extreme weather events? Could your home or office be more energy efficient? Have you considered drought-resilient landscaping or identified water leaks in your home or office? When the stakes are this high, Clark County and partners are going all in. A resilient, sustainable, thriving future is in our hands, your hands. Visit allinclarkcounty.com to take action.
Melanie Felipe is a member of Clark County's STAR Rapid Rehousing Team, a team whose work helps house thousands of individuals in our community.
Hey.
How are you?
Good, good. How are you?
I'm doing good. It's good seeing you.
You too.
Today, Melanie is visiting one of her clients for a status check.
Definitely have helped me get my, my medical folder together so that way I have, my mental health stable so I can be the best I can be at work.
With the help of Clark County STAR Rapid Rehousing Program, Nick has his own apartment, a good job, and every day focuses on self-improvement to build a positive future for himself.
So we have 4 different recovery clubs, and so I posted right here, and then I have the St. Anne's schedule because sometimes I go to church. And so the STAR program is there for those that think that there's no hope. The STAR's program gives them hope. If you come as you are, and you give them the open, honest truth about where you're at, then they can maybe bridge that gap for you to get back going in society.
Clark County's STAR Rapid Rehousing Program is a collaborative, supportive housing project between Clark County Social Services and community organizations that address the housing needs of non-chronically homeless Clark County residents. STAR stands for Stability, Tenancy, Access, and Restore. Caseworkers with the STAR team provide housing and wraparound supportive services to help clients achieve stability to thrive.
For me, it's just working with my clients, working with the community, engaging with other resources available to make sure that my client achieves self-sufficiency.
Nick was connected with the STAR program at an all-time low in his life. He was homeless, struggling with addiction, finding shelter in underground flood channels that run beneath our city.
It was cold. It was cold, and it was dark a lot of the times, and I'd get stuck in the dark a lot, and I'd come up every now and then, but I'd find myself going back down there just because I was just so driven by my psychosis, like I just felt like there was something, like a driving force in my inner dialogue in my mind that just didn't want me in society.
Today, Nick stays on track by setting daily goals to stay focused. He has a steady job and is working to gain back his real estate license.
These are all my commercial certificates.
And in his spare time, Nick volunteers regularly at a local recovery center.
Oh, so grateful. I'm so grateful. Like, I just want to just be able to just extend that gratitude through the work in the community. So, because like I know that in order for me to be grateful, I've definitely got to be able to show it in my actions. And so I know that there's a lot of work to be done. And so I'm just going to every day just get up, you know, when I need to get up and just go out there and try to carry that message to somebody else and give them the hope the way that they've given me the hope.
On my end, it was like, okay, how can I support your plan? What do you need from me? Let's help you get to where you want to be. And here he is.
Oh, Melanie has been fantastic. She's been amazing. She has been a big support. Me and my family are forever grateful for you guys, and I hope that I can show that in my actions and in my faith. And from this day forward, they've changed my whole viewpoint of Las Vegas and the way I see myself. And my mom and dad are grateful for giving me a chance to become a better man.
Each day begins here, loading up essentials, water, snacks, hygiene kits, and information before heading out into the community to bring help directly to those who need it most. These ladies are part of Clark County's Care Hot Team, a dedicated group working to connect unhoused individuals with services and eventually a path to stable housing.
Let me text John, see if there's beds, and then I'll text you what time you have to be there.
Care Hot stands for Community Advocacy, Resource and Engagement Homeless Outreach Team, a mission-driven approach to meeting people where they are.
People are surviving, and they are not good advocates for themselves, and they're not positioned to advocate for themselves. So to be present, to do outreach, to make sure that people are safe, that their needs are at least minimally met, and then to, over time, build relationship and hopefully trust. And it can take several encounters for someone to feel comfortable engaging with any of our teams.
The team works alongside Las Vegas Metro Police, focusing on calls better suited for professionals trained in homelessness, substance abuse, and mental health challenges.
Yeah, like in the other side of the fence right here.
The care team is visiting an encampment on the east side of the valley, where people here have made this empty lot next to the flood channel their home.
Morning in the cap, anybody in there?
Law enforcement always approaches first to ensure safety.
For morning.
Morning.
Followed by a member of the care team offering assistance and resources.
Here's some water. When's the last time you had your ID?
While not everyone accepts help, the team still provides information and supplies in hope that their efforts will motivate future change.
We know like this is not a safe place for them. Like you never know what's gonna happen. We bump into some clients that like have been abused in some kind of way, and we're like, but they don't want resources. And we're like, oh well, like the navigation center's there. We're here. Do you want water? And they're like, no, I want to stay here. I was like, but we could help you. But then you just have to take a step back and just like, okay, this is their choice.
It may seem like an easy decision, choosing a roof, a bed, and a meal over the streets. But for many, this is home. It's where they feel safest despite the hardships.
This is their house, so I don't think they look at it the same way we do.
Despite all of the challenges, the team keeps coming back.
Because one day sometimes they'll say yes.
For those who do say yes, the next stop is the Navigation Center. This former motel, now a shelter, provides temporary housing and services for up to 70 people a night.
I've seen some improvement on some clients that we've gone from the street to the Navigation Center. We see them all cleaned up, they showered, they have some meat on their bones. They're like, oh, you're still here. That's good. You're here for the last 2 weeks. Let's hopefully you make it to the 30 more days and then 90 more days.
On any given night in Clark County, almost 8,000 people are experiencing homelessness. That's 8,000 lives in need of care, compassion, and solutions.
People, I think, approach the folks that we're serving with much more compassion and empathy than I've ever seen in a social service setting.
Because even just one client, there's like, oh, he made it to the shelter, or we direct him to the VA. It's like, okay, no, he's out of the street, he's gonna get the benefits he wants. It does bring you like a little like happiness. You're like, oh, at least we did one person.
I like being able to help my community. I like just for that one person to be able to be like, yes, this is a goal. They're in there, change their situation.
Our team of staff here at Clark County Social Service are an incredibly talented and committed group of people. And their heart is in this work. And every day they go out there and they put love and compassion into this world. And they really try to find the most efficient and effective ways possible to relieve suffering.
The Care Hot team is proof that small steps can lead to big changes, and with every person they help, they bring us closer to a community where everyone has a place to call home.
Our community, our home, Clark County, Nevada. Thanks for watching Clark County Television, the best access to your local government.
Right now on UMC Digest, top honors for a top team. The UMC Center for Transplantation receives national recognition. Plus, Revitalizing UMC, a look at the historic renovation to our hospital's 26-acre campus. And how to save a life when seconds count, the complimentary class giving community members the tools they need in an emergency. The UMC Digest starts right now. Hello everyone, I'm Danita Cohen, Chief Experience Officer at UMC, and welcome to UMC Digest. A big win for Nevada healthcare right here at UMC. Our hospital Center for Transplantation getting national recognition for its life-saving work. Top marks for a top team. The UMC Center for Transplantation reached #1 status ahead of more than 250 other kidney transplant programs nationwide. UMC's kidney transplant program was recognized by the Scientific Registry for Transplant Recipients in 2 key metrics: shortest wait times for patients to receive a kidney and highest one-year kidney survival rate.
We achieved it as a team just by the work that was done. A lot of this work that was put in was ultimately for the city, for the community, for the state. And now UMC boasts of a kidney transplant center that's at the top of the national rankings. But it's all partly due to the center, but also due to our patients who've taken good care of the organs they've been given.
Dr. Suni Patel, medical director of the program, says this achievement really speaks to the amazing team that UMC has put together to help these patients live their best lives.
So I think a lot of changes were made in the program. We had the support of the institution and the city, and that has definitely helped translate into these numbers.
Michael Smith is one of those patients. He says he would not be alive today without the help of his care team.
Now I'm back full strength and trying to get back to what I do best, which is also caring. So being a healthcare provider for about 20 years, I evaluated this whole process, and I'm like, I've never seen healthcare professionals like this team. They deserve every accolade that's being given to them.
UMC is home to the only transplant center in Nevada, providing life-changing care for a growing number of community members. Welcome to a whole new UMC. Southern Nevada's hometown hospital is getting a major makeover. UMC is embarking on a historic renovation. After more than 93 years of serving Las Vegas, this project will revitalize its exterior and campus grounds to match the extraordinary care given inside the walls every day. UMC CEO Mason Van Houweling says this large-scale project is necessary to make sure our community jewel is around for another 90 years and beyond.
It's an important project for me to make sure that this was done and really support our UMC team members and our patients in our community. This is the hometown hospital. It's going to take about 3 years, but very excited. Long overdue, but she's going to look beautiful when we're done with her.
This project will include a modernization of the campus, new lighting, new landscaping, improved traffic and pedestrian access, and the construction of 2 healing gardens for patients and visitors to enjoy. The project is expected to wrap up in the summer of 2025. Minutes matter when it comes to saving a life. Do you know what to do in an emergency? According to the American Heart Association, more than 350,000 people die of cardiac arrest in the United States every year, and immediate CPR can double or even triple somebody's chances of survival. You can learn this life-saving skill at no cost right here at UMC.
Minutes count when you're doing CPR.
It's a race against the clock when someone goes into cardiac arrest.
It's true numbers. 90% of cardiac events happen outside the hospital, so they happen around loved ones.
Wherever you are, there are simple steps you can take that can save a life.
Your hands are going to be like this, in this position, over the center of the chest, and essentially, you are the substitute heart. You are pumping that heart that is stopped.
The Healthy Living Institute at UMC is empowering community members to take action in an emergency with complimentary CPR classes.
It is imperative, and UMC's belief, that individuals should know this life-saving skill.
Amy Runge is the clinical manager of the Healthy Living Institute. She says the demand for this type of education is increasing, with recent incidents making national headlines, bringing new importance to this vital skill.
Minutes count. So for an individual to have the confidence to know, I call 911, and then what do I do next? It is crucial.
Yolanda Gibbons joined the class with family in mind.
I'm retired, and I thought it would be a very useful and helpful skill to have to be able to help out loved ones as well as strangers if I'm in like a restaurant or something. So.
And thanks to a recent change in curriculum from the American Heart Association, Gibbons feels like it will be easier for more people to learn CPR.
I thought the only way that you could do CPR was mouth to mouth. And one of the things I learned today was that apparently the scientists and the really smart people have determined that you can just do hand compressions.
They studied hands only. What if we only pump on the chest? We only do compressions. And they discovered lives were saved.
I think creates obstacles for people wanting to help out with CPR is thinking, I don't know if I want to put my mouth on someone else and that kind of thing. So it was great to learn that.
Buddy, you okay? You okay? You call 911, you get an AED. How many seconds? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and I keep going. Bottom line is, anybody and everybody should take this class. It is crucial information, and one day could save a loved one.
And I think it makes our community stronger too, if you can take advantage of it and if you've got the time.
The Healthy Living Institute at UMC is proud to offer adult, child, infant, and even pet CPR classes at no cost for our community members. We also offer valuable education for seniors, new parents, and whoever else wants to learn how to save a life. To learn more about the Healthy Living Institute or to sign up for one of our complimentary classes, just log on to umcsn.com/HLI. UMC is home to Nevada's only verified burn center. Taking care of thousands of critically injured patients every year, this vital community resource started because of one little girl and her loving father.
Where there's a need, there's a lion.
And Burn Center has saved thousands of lives.
I'm here just because of them.
For more than 55 years, the UMC Lions Burn Care Center has been a beacon of hope in the community for some of Nevada's most critically injured patients. It's all thanks to one pioneering lion who saw a need firsthand. In 1951, Byron Underhill faced any parent's worst fear. His 7-year-old daughter, Anne, was performing a magic trick she had just seen on their brand new television set when everything went horribly wrong. She struck a match and the flame caught her dress, quickly burning a large portion of her body. Because there wasn't a designated burn center in Las Vegas, Anne wasn't able to get the treatment she needed for her severe injuries, and she passed away. Turning his grief into purpose, Underhill called on his fellow Lions to make sure this would never happen to another family in Southern Nevada. and they decided to build a first-of-its-kind facility at UMC.
Took them several years to raise money and work with the hospital, and they ended up opening the first burn center.
The Lions Burn Care Center opened in 1968. The 900 square foot unit was state-of-the-art for its time, with special air conditioning units to control temperature and humidity, electronic beds, mobile whirlpool baths, and more.
It was only 3 beds, and now today we're up to 16 beds, and we see a whole lot of patients.
Yasmin Conaway is the burn program manager. She says thanks to decades-long support from the Lions Club of Clark County, the burn center not only continues to grow, but thrive as a leader in burn care nationwide.
We know that we are providing the most up-to-date research and care and science that we're providing to our patients. So that was really important to us, continuing that as well. We also look at our patient outcomes and our patient care, that we are doing the best thing we can for our patients.
The UMC Lions Burn Care Center is Nevada's only verified burn center by the American Burn Association. It serves a 10,000 square mile radius, treating patients not only in the Silver State, but surrounding areas, including Southern California, Utah, and Arizona.
So we're very committed to providing a full breadth of care, so that way we can get these patients back to make them as whole as possible again.
Dr. Saeed Saqib is the medical director of the Lions Burn Care Center. He says what makes this unit so special is the dedicated team working together to help every patient. Recovery from a burn can be a long and painful journey, but with support from burn surgeons like him, dietitians, physical therapists, psychiatrists, and social workers, patients at the Lions Burn Care Center have everything they need to find a path to healing, including patients like Hugo.
I'm starting to walk again. Soon enough I'll be running. So I don't see why I could not fulfill most of the things that I could do before.
In 2019, Hugo Betancourt survived the unthinkable. Burns covered nearly 95% of his body after a fiery plane crash. He credits the incredible team at the UMC Lions Burn Care Center for his miraculous recovery.
It's thanks to all of them. At first, I couldn't even move a muscle. It was just impossible for me. My recovery has gone so well, and it's all just thanks to them.
My favorite part of working here is just seeing the resiliency in our burn patients. They really are amazing.
Thanks to significant advances in burn care and innovative technology, patients who would not have survived their injuries a decade ago are making triumphant recoveries. However, a burn is a lifelong injury, and the Burn Care Center continues to serve as a resource for patients even after they heal, through support groups, survivor gatherings, and community education. Dr. Saqib says none of this would be possible without the Lions Clubs.
And we are very proud and very honored to have their support and to continue to find opportunities to collaborate with them for the benefit of our community.
Coming up on UMC Digest, a miraculous story of survival, how a young patient's recovery baffled even her doctors, and her family's message of hope. Right after this.
It happens. And when it does, there's UMC Quick Care.
Welcome back to UMC Digest. Camilla Astorga was just 2 years old when the unthinkable happened. A horrific accident at a family gathering left her with a crushed skull and several injuries to her brain. Her parents turned to the Valley's only designated pediatric trauma center for help. And today, Camilla's recovering is nothing short of a miracle.
She's really active.
Hi, princess. Yay!
She likes to know everything you're doing. As you can see, she's just all pink, all glitter, just She's just a girly girl. She really is. Anywhere we go, she lights up the room.
What do you remember from that day?
It's a typical Saturday, and I thought, you know, going to grandma's house, you're just gonna play with kids her age, and it was just hard. I remember seeing her like in a tricycle, like moments before, so I thought she was like right in front of us, and I just hear everyone just start screaming. Everyone just started screaming.
She's trying to comfort you right now, which is super sweet.
Everyone just ran, and we ran to where my dad was. And when I looked, he was just holding her. Once we got to UMC, they were already waiting for her, so immediately everyone just started working on her and checking her to see how she was.
When Camilla came into the hospital, we were told that she had been run over by a trailer and that she had a pretty severe head injury. So the fragments of her skull were pressed inward on her brain. So right then and there we knew that it was going to be a severe situation and she would need brain surgery.
So the family, when I first met them, was incredibly distraught, as you might expect. Any type of surgery for any child is always serious and not taken lightly. For her, given that it was nearing the middle of the night, it was emergent brain surgery, and the condition that her skull and brain were in, this was definitely of the emergent and life-threatening nature.
The only thing we tried to do during like the most intense moments was not cry around her. We tried to keep as calm as we could.
And particularly given how badly she was hurt when she came in, her recovery is even more astonishing.
I think more, if than anything, she was just ambitious to wanting to not be in bed. When she finally started walking, we stayed up till 1 in the morning walking with her. She did not want to stop, even if we were to go and wanted to sit down. I mean, it's so late at night, and she was like, no, I want to keep going, and she will pull our arm, and she wanted to walk around the house again, like to every single room.
The fact that she could grow and overcome the injury she sustained that day is amazing.
When we have patients like Camilla who go from critically injured with life-threatening type injuries to now walking, talking, and doing some of the normal things that toddlers and preschool children do, and that's what keeps us coming back to work every day.
And she's always been happy. She has stayed a happy baby ever since. I believe she makes you appreciate life more than anything. Because you see her and you're just like, she can do it. She's gone through all this. I can get through stuff too.
Coming up next on UMC Digest, dogs are more than just cute companions. How these furry friends are helping our patients to heal. On the other side of this break.
Mom! It happens. And when it does, there's UMC Quick Care.
Welcome back to UMC Digest, expanding access to Nevada's highest level of care. UMC has a new quick care and primary care location in the rapidly growing community of North Las Vegas. With the cut of a ribbon and a burst of applause, UMC opened its newest quick care and primary care in Aliante. This state-of-the-art clinic is bringing vital healthcare services to a growing neighborhood. Clark County Commissioner William McCurdy says investments like these are important to building a healthier Southern Nevada.
So when we think about the bigger picture, in a few years from now, this is going to be the center of the valley because of how much growth is going on to the north of here. So we're glad about the opportunity to bring healthcare and high quality healthcare access into the neighborhood.
UMC CEO Mason Van Helling says this clinic offers urgent care and preventative care services.
Obviously, care close to home is very important, and with UMC's primary care and quick care brands and our services allows patients to be able to access that care very close to home with the strength of UMC behind it. And for us, offering our access to care, the most sophisticated healthcare system in the state of Nevada, is very important for us, and the community reached out and really wanted us to come to the neighborhood. So we're glad that we've been welcomed in and look forward to serving this community for many years to come.
UMC has 9 primary care locations in the valley and 11 quick care locations. UMC's Aliante location is located on Losee Road. For more information on that location or all of our quick and primary care locations, log on to umcsn.com. Classic cars, lawn games, root beer floats, and valuable healthcare resources combine at UMC's Spring Family Wellness Event and Car Show. It's a good time for a great cause, supporting patients at UMC's Children's Hospital. Hot rods and health resources for the whole family. It's a double feature of fun as UMC combines 2 of its most popular community events, the Healthy Living Institute's Spring Family Wellness Event and the UMC Foundation's Those Happy Days Car Show.
We decided this year to make it bigger and better, so we also are partnering with our hospital's car show.
It's just a good time for all families.
Amy Runge is the clinical manager of the Healthy Living Institute at UMC. She says events like these are so important for the hospital because of our role in our community, which goes far beyond treating Nevada's most critically ill and injured.
We're partnering with some of the best partners that focus on injury prevention, keeping our community safe and healthy. And they're all here today to provide valuable, life-saving, and fun information for the families.
This initiative is to promote safe sleep.
Sochi Kambak is a nurse educator with the Healthy Living Institute at UMC. She says this wellness fair is a great place to bring awareness to parents about this important issue, with thousands of infant deaths each year due to unsafe sleep practices.
And we know that putting them to sleep on their back is safest, especially when in that first year of life. Those babies are still developing and we want to prevent those deaths.
Parents received free onesies labeled "This Side Up" to remind them to keep babies on their backs during sleep. The wellness fair also offered free booster seats to eligible families, car seat safety education, blood pressure checks, HIV and STI testing, a farmer's market with complimentary fresh produce, and other valuable injury prevention and wellness resources.
So there is something for everyone here today.
So every year it just gets a little bit bigger, the community gets a little more excited.
The UMC Foundation's Those Happy Days Car Show also drawing a crowd. UMC brand manager and car enthusiast Danny Romero helped start this popular event almost a decade ago and says the amazing cause keeps people coming back each year.
So all the proceeds go to benefit the Children's Hospital and UMC. Unique for us at this specific car show is that all the trophies are hand-painted by patients at the Children's Hospital.
It's kind of a trophy that goes in front of all the other trophies that, even though it may be a 5-foot tall trophy, it's still going to sit in front of that trophy.
Bill Lohman is president of the Mustang Classic Ford Club. He and his friends have participated in the UMC Foundation's car show for years, and they're proud to see a record number of cars enter.
It's good to see the community involvement. It's really a good and happy thing.
More than 170 cars participated, raising vital funds for patient-focused programs at UMC's Children's Hospital, including canine therapy, child life programs, and more.
We're hoping to see a bigger event next year.
Man's best friend or man's best healer? Dogs can be more than just cute companions. That's the idea behind UMC's Canine Comfort Program, the only program of its kind in Southern Nevada, bringing the healing power of specially trained therapups right to the bedside of our patients.
It's just like she, in a way, she helps absorb or channel some of the pain away. It just feels like she just helps it wash away.
David Knack, a loving husband and father from Northern Nevada, knows pain.
The burns are unbelievable. Everyone, I'm sure, has been burnt before, but to have any percentage of your body burnt, not being able to walk, it's unbelievable.
David faced an unbelievable choice when his dog Sasha ran into a hot spring, the nearly boiling water paralyzing her as he watched in agony.
I just thought there's no way her last memory is going to be of me standing on the shore of this while she's being burnt to death.
David jumped into the hot spring and pulled Sasha out, severely burning his legs to try to save her. His friends rushed him to the hospital while his wife Mary Lou rushed Sasha to the vet, where she received devastating news.
That was his dream dog. And I had to tell his vet to put her down.
David was transferred to Nevada's only verified burn center here at UMC, where he would begin his long journey to healing.
I've never seen anything like the people in this burn unit. It's really heartwarming. Hi, Harper. Hi, sweetheart.
A journey made better with the help of another four-legged friend.
I noticed just from my first day with her when I went back to my room that just a feeling of so much stress and just relief just lifted off me. I actually noticed that I needed less pain medication.
Harper is a founding member of UMC's Canine Comfort Program, bringing highly trained therapy dogs to patients at Nevada's most sophisticated hospital.
You look in their eyes, you can kind of tell this is what they're made for.
Her dad and UMC brand manager Danny Romero started the program in 2018. Therapy dogs have been shown to reduce stress and recovery time for patients facing many different illnesses and injuries.
Oh, good girl. Thank you so much.
For David, Harper not only helped his physical pain, but started him on a path to healing from his tragic loss. He says he feels like Sasha sent Harper to him.
They're both just innocent, pure souls. Wouldn't want to see harm come to anyone.
UMC's Canine Comfort Program started with just 2 dogs, and now we have 10 dogs and counting. It's one of the most popular integrative therapy programs we offer to patients at UMC. And if you're interested in volunteering with the program, you can email canine.comfort@umcsn.com. From the hospital bed to the hockey rink, some of UMC's pediatric patients got the chance of a lifetime to be a Vegas Golden Knight for a day.
So Legacy, we're excited to have you as our #1 pick for the Vegas Golden Knights, and we couldn't be more thrilled to have you out today signing your first professional contract. Your parents must be so proud.
The championship-winning Vegas Golden Knights have signed on a special roster of new players. From the signing ceremony to interviews with the media and a practice with real coaches on the ice, former UMC pediatric patients and their families have a day they will not forget.
I was excited because I've been looking forward to this day, because I was excited because not many people get to come here and skate here with all these people.
Aston Levy, the team's new captain, says she was counting down the days until this event. It was something exciting to look forward to after a difficult year.
She was involved in a barbecue accident. It was an explosion, and my husband was blown back 40 feet and she got trapped by a pillar.
Aston's mom, Brittany Levy, says Aston had burns covering nearly 50% of her body, but she made a full recovery thanks to the experts at UMC's Lions Burn Care Center. And events like these help pediatric patients continue their healing journeys even after they leave UMC.
All of these children have been through so much, and to have an event that they get to be a part of, going into the locker rooms and seeing how they had it set up for the children, brought tears to my eyes. It was absolutely amazing.
UMC is proud to be the exclusive hospital for the Vegas Golden Knights. That does it for this edition of UMC Digest. For more information on UMC, please go to our website at umcsn.com. You can also find us on Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. We hope to see you next time right here on Clark County Television. Until then, take care.
You're watching Clark County Television, our community, our home, Clark County, Nevada.
Coming up next on Clark County Chronicles, on the first Monday in January, 4 members of the Board of County Commissioners were sworn in and began their 4-year terms. Clark County hosted its second annual Three Kings Day, also known as Dia de Reyes, at the Clark County Government Center, and another Shoes That Fit event provided free footwear to hundreds of happy students. Those stories and more coming up next on Clark County Chronicles. Hello, I'm Randy Swallow. Welcome to Clark County Chronicles. Following last year's election, the Board of County Commissioners will include incumbents Michael Naft, Marilyn Kirkpatrick, and William McCurdy, along with newcomer April Becker in District C. Together for better, they will serve the community and their constituents. On a picture-perfect January day, the 7-member Board of Clark County Commissioners began their duties for the new year. Prior to posing for photos, 4 commissioners were sworn into office, including incumbents Marilyn Kirkpatrick, William McCurdy, and Michael Naft.
I, April Becker, do solemnly swear.
The newly elected representative for District C is April Becker. Commissioner Becker is the first Republican to hold office in more than a decade, and she pledges that party politics will play no role in how she serves her constituents.
I hope there's no significance other than they've got somebody that really cares about what matters to them, and I just want to be a voice for the people that I represent, and I've said it over and over again. I don't want people to look at me as a party affiliation. I want them to look at me as the person that's their voice, who's going to listen to them and go fight for the things that are important to them.
Thank you for your service.
Commissioner William McCurdy II was re-elected to represent District D and will continue to serve as the vice chair.
Good morning, County Manager. I think we're ready to go.
And District D Commissioner Tick Sagerbloom will wield the gavel as chairman again this year. He's determined that the county septet will continue to deliver premium governmental services and facilities to the 2.5 million residents and tens of millions of visitors.
I think we're going to follow up on what we've been doing the last couple of years, which is coming out of COVID, getting our social services up and running, working on the homeless issues, and then make sure that everybody has a good job. So far the Strip is doing well, but it's always a constant battle, so we want to make sure that the message goes out that this is a great place to live, work, and visit.
The Board of County Commissioners' twice-monthly meetings are open to the public, and citizen participation provides a vital voice to the Commission. The Board is committed to the core values that embody their commitment: service, integrity, respect, accountability, excellence, and leadership. For information on anything relating to your Clark County government, visit ClarkCountyNV.gov to learn more.
it's an opportunity to watch kids really feel holiday magic, to know that our community came together and put a smile on a child's face because they got to pick out a book or a little toy, and that a foster parent gets a bag of toys to be able to take home with them to put underneath the Christmas tree is an amazing, fun time to watch.
So every year Prologis tries to get involved in the community and really have a partnership. And we are so excited to be partnered with GiveJoy and to be able to give back to the community in this way.
So this means everything to us as an agency, and then to retain our current families, to know that the community does support them, that the community does want to provide for them so that they can provide a safe, loving home for our kids without having to worry about some of those extra additional expenses. And to tell families out there that if you're not ready right now, this is an amazing way to be a part of a family and child's life by just bringing in a toy. Volunteering here at the toy distribution, all of that provides an opportunity to learn more about what we do and how we service our kids and families, what our kids and families need, and to be part of that process.
The thing I'm so proud of in Southern Nevada is we always come together. As I looked at the board to see all of the sponsors and everyone that was a part of this group, it just makes me, just overjoyed to be a part of this community, but we need more. And that is what I'm taking away from this, is we need more every day, not just at this time of year.
Clark County hosted the second annual Dia de Reyes, or Three Kings Day. Thousands of people packed the Clark County Government Center amphitheater for this holiday celebration. Hundreds of people packed the Clark County Government Center to celebrate Dia de Reyes, or Three Kings Day. This joyous occasion marks the end of the holiday season and brings the community together in celebration.
We celebrate Three Kings Day, even more so in parts of Mexico, even more so than Santa Claus. It's the Three Kings that bring the kids presents. So this is a huge deal in Mexico.
The true highlight of this celebration is the consumption of a colossal Rosca de Reyes, a traditional sweetbread covered in candied fruit and frosting. The bread is not just a taste buds treat, it represents unity in the community.
Family gets together and we share what we call the Rosca de Reyes, which is this bread that you can see over there. And so the tradition is whoever gets the little baby Jesus in the bread is king for a day.
The three wise men made a special appearance at the event and were joined on stage by three wise commissioners and County Manager Kevin Schiller.
I often say our goal is we want to be a reflection of our community. This is an example of that. Hispanic culture, diversity, those are so critical and such a massive piece of what our community is. We want to make sure that we're celebrating, and in addition to celebrating, letting our constituents enjoy it.
Clark County is committed to staging cultural celebrations, including Three Kings Day. At the event, guests strolled through a resource fair and connected with Clark County departments, community partners, and organizations. Clark County, together for better. The generous folks from Shoes That Fit, Clark County, the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department, and this school's namesake teamed up to give every single Snyder student a free pair of brand new sneakers.
They're very cool. And I like the logo on them with the lines and the words on it right here, and it's so cool. And it says the words on here: Felix Runner 3. I don't know what that means, but I like it.
Caleb Renteria can't wait to wear his new sneakers to class after the third grader selected a free pair of Nikes, thanks to the generosity of the good folks at Shoes That Fit.
How's that feel? Does that feel like it fits good?
Shoes That Fit is a nonprofit organization that provides children in need with athletic shoes.
It's awesome.
So they can attend school with confidence.
We have 720 kids. Everybody gets a brand new pair of Nikes to get 2 pairs of socks. So you can see they're all very excited. A lot of kids never had a new pair of shoes in their life. It's so fun.
Commission Chair Sager Bloom Clark County Parks and Rec staff and the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department are proud sponsors and active participants in the Shoes That Fit movement.
What this means to these kids, most importantly, is they get brand new shoes. They don't have to worry about it, right? This Shoes That Fit event, we've done it across the area command, across the district, and it is such a great experience for my officers to have the privilege to be a part of, myself included.
The Shoes That Fit motto, "Every child deserves them," resonates across Clark County at events like this one.
It's just so much fun to see, these kids getting something that they didn't expect.
Thank you.
And that includes Bill Snyder. Mr. Snyder has his name on the building and is a big believer in giving back to the community.
Our school, we just have the best teachers you can imagine, and these kids love to come to school. That's a good thing. I just love to come down and watch the interaction, and sometimes just go into the lunchroom and sit down with the kids while they're having their lunch and just having some conversations. It makes an old guy feel good again.
Construction is underway on a new massive detention basin that's going to help significantly with flooding here on the east side of the valley. Crews are hard at work moving dirt and laying the foundation for a new detention basin near Owens Avenue and Los Feliz Boulevard. When completed, the basin will serve as a critical barrier against floodwaters rushing down from Frenchman Mountain, protecting nearby homes and businesses.
The streets will have less flows going in, impacting the homes. There will be less flooding locally and going into ditches, and then so that will protect the houses and the homes with the construction of this facility.
Detention basins operate much like bathtubs. Stormwater collects in the basin where it's held and then released gradually. This process protects homes, schools, and businesses downstream from flooding.
Detention basin and channels or storm drains play a big role in protecting the people of Las Vegas, both the citizens and the visitors alike, from impacts of flooding.
Since the creation of the Clark County Regional Flood Control District in 1986, approximately 767 miles of channels and storm drains, along with 122 detention basins, have been constructed. Together, these facilities help move stormwater and urban water runoff safely through our communities.
We work closely with Flood. It's a great relationship with them. We're community members together and making sure these projects are completed, and then we're really the highlight for the nation as far as flood control systems, how they're not only funded but constructed and then planned.
This basin is named after Jim McGoy, a former Nevada State Assemblyman. Following several flood-related deaths in the 1980s, McGoy sponsored legislation that laid the foundation for the Regional Flood Control District.
Flood control facilities are the silent protectors. You don't see them because they're underground. You don't see them above the hills, but they are there.
Clark County is adding some measures here at the intersection near Hacienda and Lamb to get drivers to slow down. Residents in the southeast area of the valley are fed up with reckless driving in their neighborhood.
It's been getting worse. It used to happen occasionally, but now every weekend, regardless, people are speeding up and down here doing donuts. And I'm about, a quarter mile away, and I could hear it from my living room. I go, what the world is that?
To combat the issue, Clark County Public Works crews are installing speed bumps along Lamb Avenue just north of Hacienda.
We have a specialty crew that is doing the speed cushions, and we have the county's own construction crew that's doing the milling. That's the reason why we can be out here, so we don't have to put it out to bid. We don't have to worry about qualifying contractors. We know we have the equipment, and it turns out we were fortunate to have in stock the air cushions that we're installing. So it made it so we could do it in a couple of weeks.
In addition to the speed bumps, crews are removing pavement at the intersection of Hacienda and Lamb in a process called milling to make the road textured, which will damage tires for anyone looking to street race or try dangerous driving stunts.
If you're going the speed limit, then the milling work that we're doing shouldn't be a big problem, but you'll notice it when you're driving, you'll feel it. But we're told that the speed racers will not want to do damage to their tires or their cars. And these are things that get in the way of high speeds. So together we think this is a solution, but we'll find out if it works for us.
Residents are relieved to see action being taken and hope these changes will make their streets safer.
It affected everybody because the safety. One time I'm coming down here, somebody's doing donuts, and if I could stupidly just drive through, he might turn around and hit me. And not only that, people walk here at night, any time of the day. My wife walks here in the early morning, and you can have speeders coming up and down the block.
Clark County hopes the milling and speed bumps will put an end to the reckless driving. If successful, it's a strategy that could be expanded to other problem areas across the valley. Clark County's Communications and Strategy Department plays a vital role in connecting the community, fostering transparency, and driving engagement, guided by values of service, integrity, respect, accountability, excellence, and leadership. We ensure the county's story is shared with purpose and impact, together for better. Clark County relies on our team to inform the public, promote county facilities and programs, support employees, and assist the Board of County Commissioners. We oversee media relations, public outreach, and digital platforms that keep the public and employees informed. The work we do helps shift the public reputation of our organization by humanizing government through the proactive lens of our employees through the stories we tell. Clark County Television engages citizens through a variety of programming, from updates on parks and recreation to interviews with county commissioners and live coverage of commission meetings. We also highlight key events and local stories. To better serve our diverse community, we provide content in Spanish.
Si quieres hacer una diferencia en tu comunidad.
Nos vemos, hasta luego.
Clark County TV is available in Las Vegas, Boulder City, Laughlin, and Moapa Valley, and viewers can access our programming on streaming devices like Roku, Apple TV, and Amazon Fire TV via the YouTube app. Our public information staff develops outreach strategies around big and important county events, issues timely news releases in both English and Spanish, responding to inquiries from local, national, and international media outlets. We coordinate interviews about county initiatives and news conferences and serve as the primary point of contact for news media. Social media and digital creators share daily updates across platforms like Instagram, YouTube, X, and Facebook. With more than 65,000 followers on Facebook and over 11,000 subscribers on YouTube and over 2,000 videos, our efforts highlight county initiatives and feature important campaigns like Find My Forever, which promotes adoption and fosters awareness about children in need.
Hi, my name is Jaylen. I'm trying to find my forever home.
In times of crisis, we collaborate with the Office of Emergency Management and participate at the MAC to provide accurate information, ensuring the community stays informed and safe. We also coordinate victim reunification and identification in the event of a mass incident. Internally, we connect Clark County's nearly 10,000 employees through newsletters, engagement, and recognition programs like Value Champions.
Hello, my name is Ivory Caston. I nominated James Cordero as the Value Champion because he embodies the spirit of dedication, humility, and resilience.
Rapid-fire videos offer an inside look at department heads and staff, giving the community insight into the people behind the roles and the services the county provides. We also manage the Clark County website both internally and externally. The public-facing website, a comprehensive hub for residents to access vital services like the Treasurer's Office, business licenses, and public works. Our internal website keeps employees informed, offering resources to help them serve effectively. Together, these digital platforms keep both the public and employees connected. This department also handles the hundreds of media and general records requests that we receive every year. Every day, the Communications and Strategy Department's efforts ensure that Clark County remains transparent, engaged, and connected with its residents and workforce. Through excellence and leadership, we're building a brighter future for our community, together for better.
Well, that's our show. For more information on anything you've seen on this program or anything relating to your Clark County government, visit our website at ClarkCountyNV.gov. On behalf of all of us here at Clark County Television, I'm Randy Swallow. We'll see you again next time on Clark County Chronicles.
Good morning, my name is William Covington. I'm a community liaison in the Admin Services Department. Today I'm honored to nominate Mr. John Whitcliffe from Central Printing Department as a Value Service Champion. John is a great guy. He's always professional, patient, and willing to help. He does a lot of things behind the scenes. He's a great graphic artist. He's always making sure that our orders are printed on time and going the extra mile to make sure we have what we need. So I just want to thank him for his service and work, and happy to honor him as a Value Service Champion. Once again, John, thank you for all you do. You deserve this nomination, and I hope everyone appreciates you as much as I do.
Krista Fells is blazing a trail as one of 2 African-American female firefighters for the Clark County Fire Department.
Being a firefighter and having this career has been a tremendous opportunity for me to serve our community and provide for my family, and in a way that I could never have imagined.
With 12 years in the department, Krista has worked her way through the ranks. Now an engineer, she has her sights set on becoming a captain.
Let me know when you're ready.
Firefighting is just one chapter in Krista's journey of service. Before joining the department, she spent 15 years shaping young minds as a teacher in the Clark County School District. As a single parent, balancing career and family hasn't been easy, but it's a challenge she's embraced.
But having this career, even with our schedule being the way that it is, it gave me an opportunity to truly be like a stay-at-home mom with my kids when I was home. I could go with them to their school. I could go check on them when they were having problems. I could take them to practice. I could cook dinner for them.
And Krista isn't done growing. Krista's back in the classroom, this time as a student, earning her executive MBA. She hopes to lead by example, showing her children and her colleagues that learning never stops.
I love to learn. I love to build people. I love to grow. I love to find ways to fix problems and solve problems, and I really love bringing people together.
Krista's dedication to serving others isn't just a job, but second nature. Recently, she was on her way home from a Recruit Academy graduation when she came across a serious car accident.
So I look, I slow down, I pull over, and I see a car engulfed in fire.
Without hesitation, Krista pulled over and jumped into action.
And then I see a man climb out of the vehicle on fire, and then I was like, I gotta stop.
Krista provided critical aid to those involved until emergency crews arrived. Her quick thinking and selfless service that day not only earned her the respect and gratitude of the community, but also led to her nomination for the Value Champion Award.
Hello, I'm Thomas Touchstone with Clark County Fire, and I recommended Krista Fells as a Value Champion because of her commitment to service.
My hope is that people will be able to see the light and the love that I have for humans, and that light love will be able to reflect on others and change people's hearts so that we all can just be kind and supportive of each other. This is who I am. I've been this person, I'm gonna make you cry, my whole career. You know, like, this is who I am, and so finally, you know, to have some acknowledgement for, you know, the commitment that I have to people.
Talk to me about the picture you drew.
At my foster home, I want there to be a perfect and fun and a lot of food.
And describe the home you drew.
I have a queen-size bed in my room. I have a lot of dolls, and I have a Nintendo Switch. I have a lot of Play-Doh, and also I have a pet bunny there. The food that I want there is McDonald's, pancakes, cookies, chips, and donuts. And in the front of my foster dream home is it's a mansion. It is very big.
And do you know when you came here to Child Haven?
No.
When I came into care, it was because she reported me as a runaway. And when the officers ultimately found me at my friend's house, the officer was like, I'm taking you back to your sister. And I said, no, because she's not doing anything for me. And he's like, okay. He said, well, it's either that or Child Haven. And I said, well, what's Child Haven? He said, it's CPS center, pretty much. They'll make sure you go to school. They'll make sure your kid's taken care of. They'll make sure everything's you succeed, pretty much. They'll help you out. And I was like, all right, well, I'll go there. And that's how I came into care. The next place that I remember going to would be the nurse's station. So this is Agassiz Cottage, which is typically the first place for the new intakes. I remember coming in here and just doing all my physical stuff. They all document it on paper now, so they pretty much, so that when you're released, they know what to expect. If there's a scratch or a scrape, they document it, or they'll even order your prescriptions for you, make sure that you continue that medication. I know we have some kids who are diabetic and stuff, so everything that they could get from wherever they were removed from is the most important thing. I do remember sitting there actually and getting my blood pressure taken and my heart rate and all that, so. People show up here, and though it is a job and you sign up for a job and you sign up to do this, they don't have to put the effort and the care into it. And a lot of people aren't here for the paycheck. A lot of people are here because they see the kids. That's all that these kids need, is somebody to listen.
The story on how I got to Child Haven is because me and my mom and my sister were staying in a motel as part of a housing program. We got kicked out on the 9th of February. We started staying at a shelter called the Courtyard. We stayed there for about a week before we spent a few nights at a family friend's house. After a few days of staying at that friend's house, my mom came back and said she had signed us up for this sober living program called Sober Homies. And we had paid $700 to stay there for a month, but on the first night there, we had gone to get our things from the Courtyard because they were going to throw it all away. We got our things, and when we got back to the Sober Living Program's house, they accused my mom of being high, and in result called the cops and CPS, which brought me and my sister to Child Haven. It makes me feel bad that my mom got accused of something that she didn't do, and in result got me and my sister taken away. It's been hard to adjust, but overall I think I've gotten more comfortable with the girls in my cottage and the staff.
Okay, so the nursing part only took about 15 minutes, but before we used to have to stay 24 hours in the Agassiz cottage, and then you were moved over to the cottage that you were supposed to be in, depending on your age group and stuff like that. So for me, I ended up in Beezer, which is this way. One of my biggest mentors was Miss Naomi and Miss Renetta. They were always there, kind of guide me through things, really call me out on my nonsense. Miss Larissa was the one that didn't let me stay home from school. She would always make me stay outside, and then that kind of really pushed me to get it together. And Miss Diamond was the compassionate one, the caring one, the one that showed me like what it was to love myself above anything. Placement did a really good job at finding foster homes for me. One of them was in Laughlin. That one just wasn't a good fit. Another one was by Sunrise High School. Again, not a good fit. It was good to always know that there was always a place to go. So like you never had to worry about where you're gonna get a meal from, where you're gonna take a shower at, where you know you're gonna have a house, especially when it's cold or when it's hot. A lot of my foster sisters were actually sex trafficked. For them, that was big on knowing that they were safe and knowing that, you know, no one can hurt them. Things happen in life that you can't control, and it was never my fault that I was here. But the way that I help these kids is really what helps me cope a lot too. My name is Karen Perez. I was a kid here from 2014 to 2017. I now work here at Child Haven, and I help kids manage their behaviors, and I teach them coping mechanisms that I was once taught. Being that I was once in their shoes really helps them interact with me, and it gives them that comfort of knowing that it's not always going to be dark.
You're watching Clark County Television, our community, our home, Clark County, Nevada.
Welcome to Flight Path. I'm Melissa Nunnery with the Clark County Department of Aviation. Another year is in the books, so on today's show, we'll take a look back at some of the moments that made 2024 special. We'll also introduce some near-airport amenities and see what the future holds for aviation in Southern Nevada. All this and more is coming up. Coming on the heels of a record-breaking number of passengers served in 2023, 2024 was a year to be remembered. Clark County airports were in the spotlight as Las Vegas hosted its first ever Super Bowl. Guests received a quintessential Vegas welcome at Harry Reid International with photo ops, giveaways, and passengers and employees buzzing with excitement. The airport was also the first and last look at Las Vegas for the Super Bowl teams. General aviation airports in Henderson and North Las Vegas played a pivotal role in the days leading up to the big game as the private jet set descended upon Southern Nevada. As the first and last look at Las Vegas for nearly half of all visitors, the airport is a prime spot to show off talent from throughout the community. LAS welcomed travelers with several musical performances throughout the year. In May, student DJs from Sierra Vista High School helped build the electric excitement at EDC, welcoming festival goers flying in for the weekend. In September, Rancho High School's Mariachi and Ballet Folklorico performed ahead of the busy Mexican Independence Day holiday. And in October, the Las Vegas Men's Chorus kicked off Pride Weekend, dazzling travelers with a medley of fun, upbeat tunes. The airport hosted its annual Paper Plane Palooza over the summer, welcoming 70 kids from area boys and girls clubs for a day of competition and mentoring. Children learned to craft paper airplanes and engaged in distance and accuracy contests while learning about the many careers in aviation.
Did you get a scrunchie?
North Las Vegas Airport played host to the local chapter of Women in Aviation International's annual Girls in Aviation Day event, with hundreds of young ladies getting an up-close and personal look at a variety of aircraft and the women who work with them.
Thank you, Miracle Flights.
A local nonprofit marked a huge milestone this year at LAS. Miracle Flights, an organization that provides free commercial flights to sick children, celebrated its 100 millionth mile flown. Dignitaries were on hand to mark the occasion as a young girl and her family set off on a miracle flight of their own for out-of-state treatment.
Welcome to Las Vegas.
The Department of Aviation was proud to support the annual Salute to the Troops weekend. American Airlines flew wounded service members and their guests to LAS for a weekend of entertainment and dining in Las Vegas, courtesy of MGM Resorts. The group deplaned to hear cheers and applause from USO volunteers, and the TSA chorus performed patriotic songs before passengers were whisked away for their Vegas adventure. LAS also honored the veterans among its own ranks with a special presentation featuring guest speakers, a complimentary breakfast spread, and camaraderie.
Formula One goes racing on the streets of Las Vegas!
Race fans once again flocked to Southern Nevada for the Formula One Las Vegas Grand Prix, and Clark County's airports were an integral part of F1's success. At LAS, guests arrived to see race-themed photo ops and plenty of F1 swag. The airport also orchestrated a massive cargo operation, accommodating wide-body jets carrying cars and equipment, and overseeing the loading and departure of the cargo after the race ended. Henderson Executive and North Las Vegas airports coordinated the arrivals and departures of a massive influx of private aircraft for the event. The holidays are a special time at the airport, with travelers flying away to see loved ones or arriving at home to be with family. LAS kicked off the season with a tree lighting ceremony, complete with caroling by the Doris French Elementary School Choir. The school sits in the shadows of the airport, and children perform at the event each year. The airport community also embraces the holiday spirit with an annual tree decorating contest. Employees of airlines, shops, restaurants, federal partners, and others come together to deck the halls and support a local charitable organization. This year's Nutcracker Forest theme contest benefited Child Haven. That's a wrap on 2024. Now here's to soaring high in 2025.
Good news for parking customers at Harry Reid Airport. Reservation parking has arrived. A new online booking platform allows travelers to reserve parking ahead of time. This pilot program is part of a series of projects to enhance the guest experience at LAS. A total of 636 designated spots are available for reservations across both terminals. 286 spaces on Level 2M at Terminal 1, while there are 350 spaces on Level 0 at Terminal 3. The cost is $28 per day at Terminal 1 and $21 a day at Terminal 3. To get started, head over to parking.harryreidairport.com and enter your travel details. Customers receive a confirmation email with a QR code, which they can scan either from their mobile phone or printed copy to enter and exit the parking garage. Guests who stay longer than the prepaid reservation period are required to pay additional fees at the exit lane. There are no refunds for partially used parking reservations. Cancellations may be made up to 2 hours prior to the start time by accessing the booking provided in the confirmation email. With airport parking always in high demand, this upgrade provides travelers with the confidence and convenience of prime parking so they can plan ahead and enjoy stress-free travel.
1, 2, 3.
It's been 3 years since an event celebrating the official renaming of Southern Nevada's commercial airport in honor of the late Senator Harry Reid. In the time since, officials have worked diligently to update the brand from curb to gate. An oversized monument sign bearing the name Harry Reid International Airport was completed in October. Weeks later, lawmakers, the Reid family, supporters, and airport leaders gathered to light this sign near the airport's entrance. The monument's colorful design reflects the airport's mid-century aesthetics, as well as the vibrant energy of Las Vegas. It serves as a tribute to Senator Reid and his contributions to aviation in Nevada, as well as a nod to the airport's pivotal role as the gateway to Las Vegas.
He's a story of just grit and hard work. I've never seen anybody that got up as early as he did in the morning and worked as hard as he did.
Reid represented the state in Congress from 1983 through 2017, serving in both the U.S. House of Representatives and the Senate. As Senate Majority Leader from 2007 to 2015, Reid sponsored legislation that profoundly impacted aviation in Clark County, including actions that enabled the completion of Terminal 3 in 2012 and the construction of a new air traffic control tower at LAS that opened in 2016. Clark County Commissioners voted unanimously to change the airport's name in 2021. They stipulated at the time that all costs related to the effort be covered by private donations.
And that motion passes.
The monument sign is located at the corner of Tropicana Avenue and Paradise Road. A second sign can be seen at Trop and Koval. Other signs around the airport campus bearing the McCarran name were demolished in 2022 and 2023.
The future of air travel in Southern Nevada looks brighter than ever, and it's all thanks to bold plans to maximize Harry Reid International Airport. Planners with the Department of Aviation anticipate expanding Terminal 1 with the addition of 26 new gates. They also plan to redesignate Terminal 3 as Terminal 2. What we know today as Terminal 3 opened in 2012. The outdated Terminal 2 was shuttered and later demolished in 2016. Plans also include balancing airlines between the terminals to consolidate operations and reduce congestion at Terminal 1. Terminal 2 would see a redesign of its second level with new ticketing and curbside self-bag drop technology.
Over the last year, we've made improvements to the D gates by improving some of the hold rooms. We've added retail space and dining. We've also included some additional airport lounges and restrooms. We're going to seek every opportunity to make guest improvements throughout the modernization construction phases.
On the airport roadways, a terminal-to-terminal flyover would support one-way circular motion of airport traffic, improving vehicular movement and traffic safety by providing a separation from bypass commuter traffic. 2 multimodal centers would be constructed to the north and south of LAS for rideshare, public transportation options, and parking for employees and crew. The Department of Aviation is also preparing for the eventual addition of a second commercial airport.
This is maximizing all of our existing facilities, connecting, which is connecting the airport to the Strip, to our adjacent communities and the region, and then also expanding our aircraft and our air service in the region.
The Southern Nevada Supplemental Airport, or SNSA, is currently undergoing the Environmental Impact Statement review process. The FAA and Bureau of Land Management have contracted with an aviation consulting firm to perform the study. Once approved, the department can proceed with the design and construction phases of the project. While there is no exact time frame, opening day is anticipated for 2037 with 1 terminal and 2 runways.
Think you know a lot about our Vegas airport? Here are 5 things at LAS that even the most seasoned travelers might not know. Number 1, if you miss your favorite toasted sub, you're in luck at LAS. That's right, the airport is home to one of only 2 Quiznos sandwich shops in Las Vegas. Find it in the D Concourse. Number 2, custodians at LAS work around the clock keeping our terminals sparkling clean, and they start learning secrets of success from day 1 at the Custodial Academy. Tucked away behind the scenes at Terminal 3, this unique learning center helps this dedicated team hone their skills so they and the airport really shine. Number 3, when you arrive in Las Vegas by air, there's no need to stop at a grocery or convenience store on the way to your hotel. With liquor library locations and baggage claim of both terminals, visitors can pick up their favorite bottle to toast to a great vacation as soon as they've checked in at their resort of choice. Number 4, as the gateway to fabulous Las Vegas, it's important that the airport reflects the bright lights and exciting energy of the world-famous Strip. Passengers heading to the Terminal 1 pickup area see that right away with a dazzling light show playing overhead. Number 5, marijuana may be legal for recreation use in Nevada, but federal law and Clark County ordinance still prohibits its possession or use on airport property. If you find yourself at the airport with cannabis products in your bag, simply deposit them in these amnesty boxes found on the departures curb at both terminals and outside the airport rental car center. The bins are bolted to the ground and are monitored and serviced regularly. Follow at LAS Airport on social media and tune into the next episode of Flight Path for more fun facts that make LAS unique.
Airport custodians are working smarter to keep floors clean and shiny thanks to the power of AI. An artificial intelligence robotic auto scrubber is able to scour the floors without a human operator.
When I became a custodial lead, we had to do training on the artificial intelligence.
Primarily used on graveyard shift, custodians use a touch screen mounted on the side to program the machine. They drive it to teach it to move in a particular route. Once it's programmed, they start it up and it runs on its own.
It'll sense if anybody stops in front of it, it'll stop and find another route. If it can't find another route, it'll completely stop.
Nicknamed Emma by staff, the robot is a welcome addition. As it uses automation to scrub the floors, its human counterparts can work on other tasks like sweeping and wiping down surfaces, which greatly increases efficiency.
It does a good job.
Henderson Executive Airport, HND, was in the spotlight as the host of the National Business Aviation Association's NBAA annual convention and exhibition in October. The event is the world's largest civil aviation trade show. Some 40 aircraft were on display at HND, including Boeing, Cessna, Cirrus, Piper, and more. Additional aircraft were shown at the Las Vegas Convention Center. There were approximately 20,000 in attendance over the 3-day period, during which they saw not only aircraft, but business aviation industry trends in sustainability, safety, and technology of the future. LAS is always looking to expand its offerings with new airlines and city pairs. 2 recent developments do just that.
Vegas is an ever-evolving destination that at times it's hard to wrap your head around. The only way to really know Vegas is to experience it. And that's why new routes like this one are critical to our overall success in the destination.
Ireland's Aer Lingus debuted nonstop flights from Dublin to Las Vegas in October, marking the first regularly scheduled service between the 2 cities.
Welcome to Las Vegas. It's my true honor to welcome you here and look forward to many return trips.
Flights operate 3 times per week, departing Dublin every Tuesday, Thursday, and Saturday. Aer Lingus flights are pre-cleared, meaning U.S. Customs and Border Protection officers and agricultural specialists have inspected travelers and their goods before the flight. Travelers can bypass customs inspections when they arrive in the U.S. and go directly to their destination. Showgirls greeted the inaugural flight, handing out treats and performing in baggage claim. In other news, Mexican discount carrier Volaris expanded its reach with nonstop service between Tijuana and Las Vegas. The flight is offered 3 times a week, Tuesday, Thursday, and Sunday.
Welcome to Las Vegas.
Volaris has a vast network of flights to other destinations from its Tijuana hub, offering a wealth of opportunities for locals wanting to vacation south of the border, and an easy route for visitors to come to Las Vegas.
Thanks for joining us at Harry Reid International Airport. Now you're ready to pack your bags and take off. Remember to follow us on social media for travel tips and information, and use all the resources of our website, harryreidairport.com. We'll see you next time on Flight Path.
Nestled in the hub of downtown Las Vegas, the desert-inspired Clark County Government Center is one of Southern Nevada's most striking buildings. Standing 6 stories tall and spanning 385,000 square feet, the Government Center is home base for county operations. Originally, the site was part of the former Union Pacific Railroad train yard. Before the County Government Center opened in 1995, county departments were all over the Vegas Valley.
I'm looking at the budgets and I'm seeing, man, we're just paying rent all over this valley. And we've got departments out by the airport. We've got departments south of town. We're just spread out all over.
In addition, the population in Nevada's largest county was growing exponentially, from less than 500,000 in 1980 to more than 2 million today.
No one knew how this place was going to grow. We thought we knew, and we knew we saw that train heading at us, that growth train, and we wanted to be ready to deal with it. So the idea of having everything centralized and making it more convenient for all of the services started to bear fruit.
A 1990 comprehensive study looked at the county's short and long-term facility needs. At that time, the Bridger Building downtown was the seat of county government. The county commission was located there, along with a handful of departments.
The old building at the time served its purpose, but every time you wanted to talk to a department head or whatever, you had to wait a day or so until they could come down to talk to you. You just couldn't go down to their office, or they couldn't come up to yours.
One key decision was where the new building would be located.
So we were looking at how accessible would a rural, a more suburban type place be. But really we knew that it would be best to stay downtown. You know, the courts were downtown. People were used to coming to various parts of our government in the downtown area. So we started talking with the city early on about coming to this site. This was nothing but vacant land. Eventually we worked out that deal with the city to build down here. Jan Jones was the mayor and made it clear that she and the city council would like for us to stay and be their government partners downtown.
In 1991, the city transferred land for the Government Center project over to the county. A ceremony marking the occasion generated some good-natured laughs.
So I went out about 5 o'clock that morning. I had an old leather bag. I buried $10 worth of quarters in the ground. As we dug it up, I said, hundreds of years ago, county residents here knew they were going to have this building, and they buried some money here. And I dug that bag up, I took the $10 out and presented it to the mayor and said, here's our money, we're paid in full. That afternoon, when I was cleaning my car out, I found that the wrapping that the $10 were in, there were still 50 cents in there. And so I had to call the mayor and say, I cheated you out of 50 cents.
Still, a large hurdle remained. The $68 million price tag for the building itself.
So we started looking at it, and a lot of the commissioners didn't want to take it. They said, everybody's going to accuse you of building a Taj Mahal. I said, I'll take the heat on it. It's the best financial, it's going to be a long-term thing, but financially it'll be the best thing for us in the long term. And I was the chairman of the board at the time, made a recommendation to us what we should do, and they really, once they got into it, they started looking at it and thinking, this is a wonderful idea. And in the long, it's going to cost us a little money up front, but in the long term, it's going to save millions and millions of dollars.
The next step was to design the project. The County Commission hosted a competition for architects throughout the United States to submit ideas. A committee was formed to evaluate the proposals and make a recommendation to county commissioners.
We formed a citizens committee. A couple of commissioners were on it, some local engineers, as I recall, planner types, local architects, and one very special member that influenced the thinking of the committee, Elaine Wynn. She was a tremendous member of the committee. She made it clear that from her point of view as a businesswoman and a leading citizen of the community, she wanted a building that really reflected our heritage, would be welcoming to the public, and would have a great design that people could enjoy.
An architect named Curtis Fentress was listening.
I overheard somebody say, we really wish that we could have a government center that we could take our friends to and our relatives and show them that everybody in Las Vegas is not a gambler. And so we'd like to have something that I can show off to my friends from other places.
In July 1992, the County Commission designated C.W. Fentress, J.H. Bradburn, and Associates as the winner of the design competition. The firm wowed the community with a design inspired by Southern Nevada's unique landscape and cultural heritage.
We try to incorporate all of this kind of knowledge about the natural environment of Clark County into the design of the building.
From the building's sandstone exterior to images of petroglyphs embedded inside and out, inspiration for the government center came from Red Rock, the Valley of Fire, our plants, animals, and ancient people.
And when we hiked out into the Red Rocks, we saw the drawings on the sides of the rocks out in the canyons. And so we worked with some Native Americans to do these very large, supersized images that you see when you walk along that long wall.
No other design submission out of more than 50 came close.
I'll never forget when they walked into the meeting with the model that looked exactly like what we see today. The model did. We all just took a deep breath and said, this is it. This is amazing.
Construction on the Government Center started in August 1993. Perini Building Company was the builder. When the building opened on June 3, 1995, it became an instant landmark in the Las Vegas Valley and a source of civic pride.
The architecture, is so beautiful. Every design details is amazed me.
One of the architect's favorite parts was always the outdoor amphitheater.
So that idea was to create this community space that you could have concerts in the evening, put down blankets and take picnic dinners and do something that's more what happens in a lot of parks and recreation areas in a lot of cities across the United States.
From Easter egg hunts to jazz festivals to walking tours, the amphitheater became popular with the public from the start.
How many of you have actually interacted with the shows down here? Good, okay.
Well, my daughter had her senior prom pictures taken out here.
Really?
Yeah.
Nice.
Hopes were high during the design phase to create a sense of place in the amphitheater for the community.
And we never envisioned that 2 times a sitting president,
the President of the United States,
would come and speak in this amphitheater.
You are part of our America. We're going to build a bridge together.
He chose coming here to speak after he saw the design of the building and what it represented.
The tree-lined walkway leading into the building, referred to as the pedestrian spine, represents the path to Mouse's Tank at Valley of Fire. Inside, visitors see the county room at the center of the building, where art exhibits and public events are hosted. The round kiva-shaped room also was inspired by Mouse's Tank.
And I love the piece that we did at the top of the county room, which filters the light in through these big fins that are shafts that simulate the kind of filtered light that's in Mouse's Tank. We used blue Bahia granite in the floor, which is symbolic of water, which collected in Mouse's Tank. And then there was, of course, vegetation. And that's why the balconies are green as you go up through. They're symbolizing that vegetation.
One of the things, of course, that defines the building is our pyramid.
Inside, it's the Government Center's 400-seat cafeteria. Outside, it may look reminiscent of the pyramids of Egypt or Central America, but its shape really is a tribute to Lone Mountain in the northwest part of the valley and other natural formations.
We saw wind erosion had created pyramids out in the desert.
A native cactus also has a place in the design.
So if you wondered what those odd skylights are on the chambers, they were inspired by the prickly pear cactus.
The layout of the commission chambers is unique for another reason, too.
The county commission seat is recessed, and the audience have a chance to be up higher, and that within itself sets the tone.
The design came about when plans for the building were still on the drawing board.
Most city governments that you see, the elected officials always sit higher and look down upon the audience and stuff. And when we were debating this, I said I'd like to reverse that. I'd like to put the citizens of Clark County above the elected officials, and that's why you see the slope of the ground here with the commissioners and the elected officials down below. And it just represents something to me that put the citizens in charge. It's their county.
The Government Center was designed to house 1,300 employees. Meeting rooms are named after local landmarks. The complex was built to be both beautiful and functional.
When you do a building like this that has this kind of unique look, there's a kind of sleight of hand that goes on in terms of the architecture. But if you look at it in plan, it's really rectangular and orthogonal except for that one curved edge. So it's a very functional building.
Office sizes can expand or contract based on staffing needs. Counter spaces were built low so citizens could sit comfortably when doing county business.
I'm really proud of that because I think it makes the open and accessible government idea something that is a reality, and it's more friendly, it's easier for the public.
The use of natural light in the building makes it energy efficient and stylish.
When we designed this building, we were very cognizant of light, and the light of this area is a unique quality. And we were out in Red Rocks walking and camping, and one of the things we noticed was how light rakes across the surfaces of the materials here. And so this ashlar finish that we use for the exterior of the building, it catches the light and it really looks incredibly beautiful.
Another artistic element sits atop, stretching toward the horizon.
We're often asked about the piece that comes off of the rotunda area as to what that's symbolic of, and it's something that we placed in the early design aesthetically that made the composition work. So it's one of those artistic touches by the architect.
Even as new buildings have been added downtown, the Government Center continues to stand out.
The county's taken great care of this building. I predict that this building will last another 30, 40 years, maybe 50 years, even with these other themes and other interesting designs around it. So it's still a very strong design, and I think if the county continues to build the buildings with the ashlar color and finish that make them recognizable as county buildings on the spine, that this entire 80-acre complex will hold its own for a long, long time.
It's an investment in the community that continues to pay off.
Been proud from even the very beginning when it was just a savings of money, which I was trying to do as a conservative, county commission member, trying to save money all the time to keep taxes down. And then when we got into it, I could see the real future, and I'm very proud of what it's been for 20 years and how great it's been for the citizens of Clark County.
The Clark County Government Center serves as both a center for public service in southern Nevada and a monument to the citizens of Clark County.
Now we sit in this fantastic place that welcomes the public. You can utilize it for entertainment, for displays, for meetings, and for doing business, and it's all right here in one place that people can be proud of. So the building was a success in every way, saving money, providing better service, and being a beautiful place that reflected the tradition and the heritage of this community. I still think we hit a home run.
Hey, my name is Martino, and I'm 7, and I like Messi.
Messi!
lovable, he's sweet, he's kind, loves sports. He's so helpful with the little kids and always looking for playmates at the park when we go.
I like dogs, and my favorite color is blue, and I like Messi, and I like Teslas.
He really looks up to male role models. He hasn't had much of that in his life, and he really loves that bond.
When I grow up, I want to be a football player and a soccer player. And I want to be one with mouth, and that's it.
Marleno is wrapped in services. He has a lot of support. He's getting speech therapy. We're addressing a few other issues, and he's come so far.
I want a family who make salmon.
No, good work.
Bye bye. Thank you for hanging out with me.
It's pretty simple. Toilet paper dissolves in water, but disinfecting wipes and personal wipes don't break down in water, even if the packaging says flushable. And although these are great cleaning products and really durable, they can easily clog your toilet and cause a backup, which can be really expensive and a mess to clean. Remember, only put toilet paper in the toilet, because wipes clog pipes. For more information, visit paintinthedrain.com.
There's a shelter pet who wants to meet you. Meet one today. Visit theshelterpetproject.org. Adopt.
Thanks for watching Clark County Television, Southern Nevada's best access to local government and the community.
Coming up next on Where Fun Happens, Sadie the Poetry Princess brings her spoken word art to this month's Poetry Corner. The high-stepping seniors at Desert Breeze really love line dancing. And the Clark County Shooting Complex is Nevada's only 5-star shooting facility. Those stories and more coming up next on Where Fun Happens. Clark County is enriched by parks, facilities, programs, and services. And Clark County's Parks and Recreation Department proudly offers all of these to you. But most of all, we are...
I am David Lampel. I have been in and out of this community for 22 years. I have to say that, even though I was born and raised in New York, I've lived in Paris and other places, I'm just so grateful that this community nurtures and encourages and makes people step up in public art. And I'm really grateful to all the curators and all the people at the county that have helped me, have been very patient with me, know a lot more about all this stuff than I do, but they don't point that out. They give me a chance to learn from them and to develop and grow. And this show is really a fascinating part of that experience. And I appreciate all the people that help make this possible. When we get finished with it, or the building gets cracks, or something's wrong, they just blow it up, and everybody comes out and has a big party. But, and then we just let the rubble fall to the ground, and we'll go next case, get rid of the Tropicana. Well, we'll get to the next thing. But I decided, inside that rubble is our history, is what brought us together, what made us a town. The stories of, the proximity of these communities to the railroads, to all kinds of things. So I just loved going into these areas and looking and seeing what spirits were talking to me. And therefore, a lot of what I'm doing here is, I kind of call it archaeological anthropology, or forensic anthropology. I'm looking back, but I'm seeing what we are today, and I'm seeing where we have the reflection of those feelings that we have now can be found in the rubble of the past. We've got all of the, these people stand out on the strip and hand out these flyers and things, go do this and come to this and get a rub down here and all that. And I said, all of this art, paper, pictures, people, showgirl, all of that just ends up like dirt flying around and trash in the streets. I went out and got these magazines, created a chessboard out of a lot of different little ads and things, and is everybody from drag queens to Dean Martin are in there. And then I created chess pieces out of my imagination. So one of the things that we did was, we all know there's a thing called the state weed, the state flower. Nevada state flower is these traffic cones we see everywhere. So I use the traffic cones as pawns, and they get mowed down, and they're over there. I've got some Super Bowl, the fellow who was the quarterback at the big Super Bowl last year, and he's sitting next to RuPaul, drag queen, and so I'm using ideas of what we have to build a chess set. So I mean, literally, I'm going looking for artifacts, and they just inspire me, and then I do the art. And while that looks like a dusty, dirty box of, which is what it was, I just painted it, put different things on it. I connected QR codes so people could, go check it out and look back at what's online about the different things that I did research on. So everything here has been researched in one shape or another. She actually speaks many languages. She lived in Italy, and she was a film star in Italy in spaghetti cowboy westerns and did them in Italian. And in this particular movie, Lola Colt, which has never been really seen here, she was a barroom singer whose boyfriend was killed by the mob of cowboys, bad guys, and she decided to quit her job and go out and kill all of them. And it's a great movie, and I just actually got the graphics, then I got a designer, printed the fabric, put the dress together, and that's the Lola Colt dress. And so I'm trying to use the art to bring back that feeling, that memory, that while things have moved on and changed, we are nevertheless still, that's part of our DNA. That's part of what made us happy. That's part of why we sing the blues. That's part of where we enjoy our jazz, etc. So, I mean, that's kind of what I'm trying to capture here.
Hello, I am Miss AV, and I'm your Clark County Poet Laureate. I'm so grateful to be back here with our Poetry Corner segment. We are right here on CCTV Local Channel 4, and I'm here to talk about all things poetry, but especially talking about our local poet, Sadie, the Poetry Princess. Thank you so much for being here, Sadie.
Thank you for having me. I'm super excited to be here.
Absolutely. So, of course, you've been doing a lot of things. So, not only are you doing poetry, you're doing spoken word, you're doing features all over the place. Yeah. You're a published author. You're also a community organizer. So that's how we actually met, when you are actually curating your own poetry showcases, competitions, lots of fun stuff. I've heard some of the best in town, to be honest.
I do what I can.
Yeah. I would love to talk to you a little bit about your new book. I know you've been published many times, and I know that the people at home would be really interested to kind of know that journey, right? Like, how do we go from just kind of writing stuff at home privately, maybe in our journal or our diary, to being able to collect those poems, get inspired to actually create our book? So what's the story between your new book and you? How did that come to be?
So it's been a long journey. My very first book that I actually wrote was something, I had gotten spine surgery actually, and I was sitting there on my couch, thinking like, I can't sit here any longer, I have to do something. And I told my grandma, I was like, I'm gonna write a book. She kind of laughed it off, she was like, okay, Sadie, But 4 months later, I became a published author, and after that sparked my love for writing. So my first 2 books, they were nonfiction. They weren't even poetry, and I didn't find my love of poetry till about 2019, and then that's when my first book was published. And each year, I try to put out a poetry book. Yeah. And the one that this year was titled "Poetry Saved My Life." It was like a transitioning phase for me. I started writing poems that resonated with who I really am and what I wanted to speak to my audience and resonate with other people. A lot of my poems before this were a little bit on the surface. And the title kind of speaks for itself, Poetry Saved My Life, because it did. You know, I finally was able to express myself in ways that really showed who I was as a poet, and then going and transitioning from page to a stage. I really was able to express, like, this is what I love to do, this is who I am, and you know, I never look back. So
that's incredible.
Yeah, thank
First
you.
of all, what a powerful journey, and to kind of have that really powerful title, Poetry Saved My Life. I think so many people at home feel that way, even if they're just secret poets, that they don't, you know, really identify outside of that. But how wonderful for you to really come into that and to have that journey of like coming into your writing and then really kind of grabbing hold of that, like, no, I am a poet. And poetry saved me. Poetry helped me to be who I actually am. Congratulations on your new publication. And so I do understand that you're going to be sharing a piece from your new book.
Yeah, I would love to.
Awesome. Please let us know what's the title of your poem, and do your thing.
Yeah, so this piece is dedicated to my mom. I think without her, I wouldn't have had the courage to even become a writer. She has shown me unconditional love and support throughout my entire writing career. So I dedicated this poem to her. It's titled, Dear Mama. First off, let me start by saying that I love you. You know, sometimes I can't wrap my mind around all the things you've been through and all the things you continue to, because you don't look like what you've been through, and I don't say that lightly. Like the time one of your exes, he cheated on you, and so you threw a boiling pot of chicken-flavored top ramen at his head. And then he threw a shoe and broke the glass window behind you. Y'all was really a hot mess. But I still hope the pot of ramen knocked a screw loose, because he never deserved you. You know, I can laugh at it now. But as a young girl, seeing you in pain and seeing the men you dated constantly do you wrong, I never understood how you could still be so strong. Like the time the only white man you ever decided to date tried to take you from my brothers and me by breaking your nose and ribs. Something I should never have to witness as a young girl, and I know it's not your fault, but it's something I'll never forget. But even through all this turmoil and trauma, you were still my mama. The best mom any girl could ever ask for. Your heart has always been so pure, and I thank you for that. You really are the Michael Jordan of all mothers. You really did everything you could to raise and protect me and my 2 brothers without the help of any of our fathers. And yeah, we may never had a ton of money or the nicest houses, but you made sure we had Nikes on our feet, food in our mouth, and a place to sleep. You were really the GOAT, while these other mothers played staying sheep, because you always marched to the sound of your own beat, and it made me a better me. And I'm sorry if I haven't told you any of this, or I don't tell you enough how special you are to me. But Mama, I want you to know that you are really my everything. You are my heart in human form. You are my best friend. You are the reason I am me. And without your love, sacrifice, and guidance, I don't know where I'd be. You've had to be my mom, my father, a survivor, and everything in between. And there is not a day that goes by that I am not grateful for your love. There's not another soul on this planet I'd rather hug. When God chose you to be my mom, he chose right, because you are truly my queen, my guiding light. Everything I am, I owe to you. So thank you, Mama. Thank you for being you. Thank you for filling all the roles in my life as my mother and my father too. I love you.
Yes. Snap, snap, snaps at home.
Thank you, guys.
Beautiful poem, and just how perfect, to celebrate Women's History Month and to honor your journey, the journey of your mom, the journey of your lineage. Thank you so much for being here. We'll be sure to have all your links in the description so people can not only find you, but also find that brand new book of yours. Thank you so much for being here, folks. Thank you as well for tuning in for our new episode. I hope you are having a wonderful Women's History Month. Again, I am Ashley Vargas, Miss AV, your Clark County Poet Laureate. And remember, it's always a great time for poetry. Thank you so much. I'll see you next time.
Hi, I'm Mike from the Clark County Shooting Complex, and I'd like to talk to you about the archery range. We offer basic archery classes every Thursday and Saturday morning. And then on the 2nd of April, we're going to start our Wednesday League. And then on the 3rd, our first ever recurve bow league.
Hi everyone, I'm Martin Olson here at the Clark County Shooting Complex, and I'd like to give you some updates on some things that we're doing for this month coming up. First of all, the big game application process is going to open here toward the end of March. So if you don't have your hunter education under your belt, now's the perfect time to sign up for some classes here at the Shooting Complex. And for these classes, you have to have completed a workbook, which you can get at one of our offices or right here at the Clark County Shooting Complex. Or you can complete that workbook online at huntered.com. Once you complete that, you'll need to go to register-ed and sign up for one of the classes here. Now, if you're 17 years of age or younger, you'll have to come to one of those classes to attain your hunter education certificate. And you're gonna need that to apply for this year's 2025 big game application season. We're also putting on a class here on the 24th of March that's going to explain to you how the big game process works, the bonus points, your best odds for applying and getting a tag for this year. So you can look for those classes also on register-ed.com and look under Advanced Hunter Education for that tag application workshop. Don't hesitate on applying for that because the seating is limited for those classes. We're also holding our Dutch oven classes up here again once a month, and you can obtain a seat in those as well at register-ed.com under the Advanced Hunter Education. We also have shooting sports, which consist of rifle, shotgun, muzzleloader, and even the sporting clays course here at the Clark County Shooting Complex. So don't miss some of these opportunities. All of those classes are free of charge. All you have to be is registered for the class to come out here and enjoy some of these great activities. So I hope to see you out here, and until next month, have a great day.
Hello, welcome again to the Clark County Museum. My name is Amber Colbert and I'm the Clark County Museum Administrator. Today we're inside the Henderson Townsite House located at our museum. And we're going to be talking a little bit about one of our upcoming educational programs. It's called 80 Years in the Past, the Heritage of World War II in Boulder City and Henderson. And it's going to be a discussion panel featuring our former administrator, Mark Hall-Patton, former chair of the Boulder City Preservation Committee, Alan Goya, and it's also going to feature Dennis McBride, historian of Boulder City, and Nathan Hill from the city of Henderson. And today I'm joined with Alan and Mark. So why don't you guys tell me a little bit of what you think people will hopefully walk away with after participating in this discussion?
Well, first of all, I'm honored to be on this committee because Dennis and Mark are the two people. When I first asked me to be on this presentation, I thought, well, why do you want me? Because I got my stories from them, Also, maybe my qualified best because I probably read everything they've written about Boulder City and everything. But it's really exciting, and I think one of the things that people don't realize is like the history of Las Vegas is really, Clark County is really Las Vegas, the Boulder City's Boulder Highway, which we're standing on along the road. It's just, when they first started out, Las Vegas was just had 2 lanes of paved roads. I mean, two streets worth of paved roads from Fremont, which turned into Boulder Highway, which turned into Nevada Way and Boulder City. So, this was the place.
Yep. And when you're looking at the history of the valley here, you're basically looking at the history of the railroad coming through, and then of course the building of the dam. But then you got World War II, and World War II really completely transformed the valley. That's the point when you had huge amounts of federal money coming in here. You had the building of what we now know as Nellis, the Las Vegas Army Airfield. You had Basic Magnesium, which created Henderson, brought in Pittman and all of that into a whole new community. You had Boulder City building up as part of that. All of this completely transformed the valley. And that's something that you'll be able to find out about if you come down to this talk. And you have a couple of us that are historians, Dennis and myself, and then you have Alan and Nathan that'll be talking about this federal program that Boulder City and Henderson are now part of, that are the World War II communities and are federally recognized as such. And these are the only World War II communities in Nevada that are going to be so recognized. So it's really kind of nice. We've got these 2 communities that are the only ones in the entire state. Right. They're ours.
Well, it was kind of a magical time. I mean, part of the argument for Hoover Dam was people were asking, so what are we going to do with all this electricity and water? I mean, there's nobody out here. And then World War II happens, and we got a lot of uses for power and water.
That's right.
And Henderson basically, that's why it exists, because of power and water from Hoover Dam.
Yeah, and Henderson was because you needed power and you needed water to make magnesium, and so you needed a magnesium plant, needed a place to put it, and thanks to Patrick McCarran, our senator, he said, let's put it in Southern Nevada. This is the great place to put it because that's where we've got the water, that's where we've got the power. Right. So we had a whole new community created out of nothingness, out of the desert. There was literally nothing here. It was just open space. And out of this, we got a community. And we got a community that was supposed to go away at the end of the war. Unfortunately, we didn't tell all the residents they were supposed to go away. And they said, no.
A lot of that happened in Boulder City too. Like after they built the dam, we're supposed to go away and we're still here.
That's right. So you're going to hear about all of that when we get together on the 19th.
Yes, and we've partnered with Henderson Historical Society for this project. It actually popped up last year based on the designation that Boulder City and Henderson received together as World War II heritage cities from the National Park Service. So you can always go online to their website and learn a little bit more. Now that program will be March 19th. It starts at 6 p.m. Doors will open at 5:30 and it will conclude around 7:30. It is a free program. And if you can't make it, again, you can always come and visit the museum. We're open 7 days a week from 9 a.m. to 4:30 for the low price of $1 for seniors and youth and $2 for adults. And if you still wanted more, Henderson Historical Society will actually be posting a video of this discussion online. So if you missed it, you can always catch it afterwards. Thank you for joining us today.
It's the best cultural center in all of Clark County. Welcome to Winchester.
Hello, my name is Irma Varela. I'm the program supervisor at Winchester Dondero Cultural Center, and here I am to invite you to all the activities that we have prepared for you for March 15 until April 15. We're gonna start by letting you know about the Mujer Music and Poetry. That is the 4th year that we do this program where we promote and celebrate poetry in Spanish. So we're gonna have several poets from the local community reading poems from traditional poets, old-time poets, to contemporary poets. We're also gonna have music and a lot of surprises. It's a free event. is gonna be on International Poetry Day, which is March 21st at 5 p.m. We hope you come. And also in April, we're celebrating the 3rd annual Mexica New Year. We are also celebrating the 3rd annual Mexica New Year. This event is gonna be on April 5th, starting at noon, and it will go until 5 p.m. We will have food, special ceremonies, Azteca or Mexica celebrations. Is really full of color. We're gonna have vendors, we're gonna have food, and a great time to connect with that tradition. The group is organizing this event is Capuli Huehuecoyotl, and they're gonna be here again on April 5th from 1 to 5 p.m. free and open to the public. It will take place in the park. So we hope to see you here at Winchester, and we have other events that my coworkers will tell you about. See you at Winchester.
I am Vanessa Valdivia, a cultural specialist here at Winchester Dondero Cultural Center. Join us on April 12th at 6 p.m. for the Latino Poetry. This program will be highlighting poetry and musicians from the Latin communities. This will be in collaboration with American Libraries and the Asylum Theater. We hope to see you here at this free event.
Hello, my name is Julie Navis, and I'm one of the cultural specialists here at Winchester Dondero Cultural Center. I'm here to talk to you about a concert we have coming up here in March. On Saturday, March 22nd at 6 p.m., we have our 6th annual celebration of women's composers directed by Cindy Lee. Tickets are $25 and can be purchased online or in person here at Winchester. We hope to see you there.
Hi, my name is Russ Thompson, spokesperson for Clark County Parks and Recreation. Our department provides a wide range of different activities and programs for active adults and seniors, and today we're here at the Desert Breeze Community Center, which is located in the southwest part of the valley, focusing on our line dancing classes. A line dance is a choreographed dance in which a group of people dance along to a repeating sequence of steps while arranged in one or more lines or rows. These lines usually face all in the same direction or less commonly face each other. And what's great about line dancing too, besides dancing and learning basic steps, it's also good for your overall cardiovascular health, and also it's great for your mental health as well, because you're trying to remember certain sequences of steps in order to progress from one wall or sequence to another.
Here we go. My name's Ted Shoemaker, and I'm a volunteer instructor here at Desert Breeze. We do line dancing, and we're fortunate because we have 4 different levels of line dancing classes. And line dancing enables most of us to focus, to relax, to have fun. It also has a physical impact in our lives where we can move and get more comfortable in what we're doing from day-to-day life. The line dancing is different in that other activities kind of slow down as you age, but as you age you need a little more activity in your life to be able to move and to have some functions. So we enjoy getting together. They socialize, they talk, they laugh, and socialize outside of Desert Breeze, and we're really fortunate to have all the staff that support us and all of our activities here.
Here at the Desert Breeze Community Center, our line dancing classes are free for active adults and seniors. And we also recommend before partaking in any type of health or fitness related activity, just consult your physician first to make sure that you're okay to perform these type of duties. Again, line dancing can be a high impact activity, but depending on the skill level and how you want to go about it, it could also be a mid and low impact activity as well, depending on the level of class that you go with. And speaking of different levels, here at the Desert Breeze Community Center, we have 4 different level classes that we offer throughout the week. Our level 1 class takes place on Thursday afternoons from 12:30 to 1:30 p.m. Our level 2 class will take place on Thursday mornings from 11:15 to 12:15. So again, our level 1 class is just a straight up beginner class where you don't really know necessarily, you've never line danced before, have very little to no experience. The level 2 classes, you have at least a little bit of a general awareness of what line dancing is all about. And once again, both of those classes, level 1 and 2, take place on Thursdays. Level 1 takes place from 12:30 p.m. to 1:30 p.m. and level 2 takes place from 11:15 to 12:15. Then we have an intermediate level class, so you're not quite an advanced participant, but you're not a total beginner either. That class takes place every Wednesday morning from 10 a.m. to 11 a.m. And then we have our advanced line dancing class, which takes place every Monday morning from 10 a.m. until 11 a.m. The Desert Breeze Community Center and Aquatics facility is located at 8275 West Spring Mountain Road, Las Vegas, Nevada 89117, and our telephone number is 702-455-8334. For more information on all of our different parks and recreation facilities, you can also contact our main hotline number at 702-455-8200. And to find the nearest center nearest you as well, you can check out our website at ClarkCountyNV.gov. And to also follow us on our social media platforms. Our handle is at Desert Breeze CC. We hope to see you at one of our many parks and recreation programs real soon.
Hello, I'm Randy Swallow. Welcome to In Your Neighborhood. For the next half hour, we'll talk county issues and District D issues with a man who represents the area, and he's my commissioner, the Vice Chair of the Board of County Commissioners, William McCurdy. Good morning, Commissioner.
Good morning. It's so good to be with you right in the heart of District D. It's a great morning.
We're here at Lake Mead Boulevard near Engelstadt in historic West Las Vegas. District D is one of 2 commission districts located entirely in the Las Vegas Valley. District D is generally bounded by Centennial Parkway in the north and Charleston Boulevard in the south. Here's a quick look in your neighborhood, District D. Home to more than 300,000 residents, this district includes many of the most recognizable county facilities. The Clark County Government Center is the hub of all county functions, providing regional services to more than 2 million citizens and more than 40 million visitors a year. The Regional Justice Center is home to the 8th Judicial District Court and the Las Vegas Township Justice Court. This 717,000 square foot courthouse is located in downtown Las Vegas. The William U. Pearson Community Center is a District D landmark, honoring a legendary man who blazed the trail for many in Clark County. This center is used for meetings and classes with a state-of-the-art running track and awe-inspiring public art. And the North Las Vegas Community Resource Center, anchored by the likeness of Dr. Martin Luther King, is another community mainstay. Mr. King stands tall and helps anchor this area right in the heart of District D. Commissioner, some people might wonder why we're sitting on this vacant piece of dirt. This is the Lake Mead Microbusiness Park. Tell me about this place.
Yeah, we're here at the site of what will be the micro business park and housing development. This will be the first of its kind in the nation, and essentially it is an entrepreneur hub, and it's going to be an incubator on steroids. We're going to have 20,000 square feet of commercial space. We're going to have on the first floor retail, and on the second floor we're going to have entrepreneur support that is going to be essential for the growth and development of small and emerging businesses that are looking to, come into our valley and expand their brands.
We'll break down all 3 components, the housing, the microbusiness, and the commercial retail in a second here, but it's no coincidence that we're right here in historic West Side, right here on Lake Mead Boulevard. This site is picked here for a reason.
Yes, it was very, very strategic because right around the surrounding area, literally right next door, right next door, we have the Nevada partners. We have the Culinary Academy of Las Vegas, which is also a workforce development arm, which literally is a pipeline for folks who would like to go into the hospitality industry. They do everything from culinary to teaching the folks who are in back of house within hospitality how to do what they do. So naturally we chose this site because we were wondering, what are we missing? We have workforce development by way of culinary and hospitality. We have next door, you have a center with the Nevada partners, and we like, okay, we really need to make sure that we do something for entrepreneurs. And this site is going to be a place where we're able to bring in new and aspiring entrepreneurs, help them cultivate their businesses, and ultimately, after they spend some time here, they can go out into the free market and go into their own brick and mortar. So I'm really excited about being here, really glad that it's situated right here. And I gotta say that we would have not been able to get this far had it not been for the opportunity to go into the communities around the county, District D and other districts across Clark County, and ask from the community during the pandemic, what is it that they wanted to see us invest our dollars in, our ARPA dollars that we received from the federal government. And the top two things that we heard was small business support and housing, specifically affordable housing and workforce housing. And that's what this site is going to do, and we're excited to house the future micro business park and housing development right here on the west side within District D.
Let's break it down then. Okay, when you talk micro business as an incubator type of operation, that's what this will be. So you don't want a Starbucks in here. You want someone coming in to make coffee cups or to make clothes or things like that, but get started here for free or reduced rent, and then hopefully open up a storefront and flourish their business that way. Is that correct?
Yeah, we want all types of businesses. If you have, an apparel company, you want to start manufacturing and producing your clothing product and marketing it right here, we want it to be done right here in the micro business park. If you are an aspiring barista and you want to open up your own cafe, we want you here. If you have a jewelry shop and you make your jewelry, we want you right here. So there is no limit to the types of businesses that we want here. What we do want folks to know is that this is going to be a site for you. It is open to anyone within Clark County, whether you're in incorporated city of Las Vegas, North Las Vegas, or unincorporated Clark County. This is a place for you.
And then there will be communal areas and co-working spaces for the folks that live here. And then the retail commercial component, then maybe you do want like a coffee shop or things that will supplement those businesses that are just going to be here on an incubator basis. Is that correct?
That is correct. And with the support that we're going to have, like let's just say you have a business but you have a home-based business, but you have a business address that you would like to use by way of your residence. You would be able to come here, utilize our co-working space. We will have mailboxes here for if you would like to get your business documents and mailing address be here and house here. You can have that as well. To include podcasting studios, we're going to have opportunities for folks who would like to engage in other types of industries, whether it be tech-based or otherwise. You will be able to do that right here at the Micro Business Park. So we have the first floor retail, the second place co-working, and you can even rent space as well if you would like to hold larger board meetings as well. And we're thankful for the partnerships that we have who enabled us to be able to offer that service. And it's going to be wraparound services for all things entrepreneurship.
And in areas such as District E, and specifically about this street, Commissioner, you have to work with all jurisdictions here. Clark County, the City of Las Vegas, City of North Las Vegas. Technically, this is the City of North Las Vegas. Across the street is the City of Las Vegas, right? But this building will have a CC, have a Clark County logo on it.
It's going to have a Clark County logo, and that is really the importance of collaborating with other jurisdictions. We have many projects that we work on a day-to-day basis at the county, and this is one shining example, and will be one shining example of just how awesome things can be when jurisdictions work together. And like you said, we are in the city of North Las Vegas proper, and across the street, right across Lake Mead, is the city of Las Vegas. So as you can imagine, there's a lot of coordination and collaboration that needs to take place for something like this to happen.
This is just another piece of the dynamic development here in historic West Las Vegas, the West Las Vegas Lake Mead redevelopment. I know, Commissioner, you've said there's tremendous impact on an area that has lacked investment. Well, you can see the streets being fixed. I know you're very excited about probably a library across the street that is now moving a few blocks away that is going to be a jewel in the Clark County Library system.
Yes, and as you stated, we have a lot of development happening all across Clark County, but right here in District D, we have hundreds of millions of dollars of development happening, and that is because we had leadership from different municipalities come together and say, hey, what do we need to make sure that we ensure that every part of our valley thrives, no matter whether you're in East Las Vegas, West Las Vegas, Summerlin, Green Valley, Southern Hills, it doesn't matter. We came together and said, okay, let's focus on bringing up number one, the area median income, but also increasing the economic output for areas like these. So we have focused on the historic West Side, we're focusing on East Las Vegas, and the new library that is developed by the Las Vegas Clark County Library District is going to be transformative. It is going to be a 41,000 square foot facility, which literally doubles the size of the existing West Las Vegas Library, which was established over 60 years ago and hasn't had a makeover, if you will, in quite some time. But that is also going to be a site that is similarly designed to mirror this one. They're going to be related, if you will, and we're going to have communal space there. We're going to have opportunities for outdoor gatherings. It's going to have a massive digital wall that is going to be able to display whatever it is that we would like to have on it as folks travel north and south on Martin Luther King Boulevard. So Lake Mead is going to look completely different in the next 5 years. Martin Luther King is going to look completely different in the next 5 years. And that's only possible because you have local, state, and federal folks coming together to focus on improving areas that haven't had a lot of investment over the last half century.
Okay, but we must take a quick break. We'll continue in your neighborhood with the Vice Chair of the Board of County Commissioners, William McCurdy. Stay tuned.
Did you know there are over 1,000 miles of trails here in Southern Nevada? Without knowing where to find them or what to expect, it can be hard to enjoy one of the best reasons to live in Southern Nevada. The Neon to Nature program, found at neontonature.org, is an online map tool that helps you locate walking and hiking trails throughout the valley. You can search the map for detailed information about each trail, including location and length, surface type, level of difficulty, and trail photos. So get out, find a trail, and explore new places at neontonature.org.
District D is home to the Clark County Government Center, the hub of nearly all county departments. The Clark County Government Center is home to twice monthly Board of County Commission meetings and is a site for many public events, including the popular Jazz in the Park series in the Government Center Amphitheater. The Clark County Government Center is located at 500 Grand Central Parkway in District D, and we're talking with the man who represents the area, Commission Vice Chair, and my County Commissioner, William McCurdy II. Commissioner, as we continue our talk here with the Lake Mead Micro Business Park, maybe the most exciting part or the life-changing part, certainly for a lot of people, are the 76 units that are going to be here. Now, we're calling these workforce housing, right? Yes. Talk to me a little bit about who's going to live here, what those 76 units are going to look like.
Yeah, so the 76 units of workforce housing is going to be actually a mixed income development. We're going to have folks like teachers, like construction workers, like hospitality workers, like your rank and file staff, even within the city or county. They will be all available to come work, live, and play right here at the Micro Business Park. There are going to be studio, 1, 2, and 3 bedroom apartments, and I gotta say that this is the most exciting part because all across our valley, the number one concern of residents in Clark County is housing. So it was very, very important, and we were very strategic about putting housing on the same site where we have the micro business park. This is a 5-acre parcel. The 2.5 acres is going to be for the commercial piece with the micro business park. 2.5 is going to be for the housing. So we're going to have, full service with gym. We're going to have computer lab. We're going to have, laundry in every unit. And it's just going to be awesome, and I can't wait for residents of Clark County to be able to live right here.
Will this be age restricted or income restricted for the folks that live here?
It will not be age restricted. It will be different area median income levels that will be sought after. We're going to be 60% AMI, 80% of AMI, and the units will range from $900 to about $1,600 depending on where you fall. But there is going to be something here for everyone, and again, I think that's the most important part of this entire concept that we're bringing forward here today, right here on this site.
Community housing is a paramount issue in Clark County and at our government level, and of course for people in the community. I think the numbers we're 80,000 affordable houses, a shortage of that. Explain what that means, Commissioner.
So what that means is if everyone was to get a place today, we would be 80, or had the income to get a place today, we'll be 80,000 units short, especially with the number of folks that are migrating to Nevada from other states across the United States that would like to call Clark County home. So we have engaged as a county to investing in various areas to ensure that we have an expanded stock of housing within our county. We, as a board of county commissioners, have invested over $220 million in different projects around the valley to ensure that we increase the housing supply. And what that means is that we're going to have more available, affordable workforce housing for our community. And I got to say, our community housing trust is going to be transformative as well. We have a pilot program that we have initiated that is going to bring on board for sale housing that is going to be at an affordable rate, and that is going to be transformative. And I got to say that while I've been on the board of the Southern Nevada Regional Housing Authority, we've recently received a $50 million Choice Neighborhood Initiative grant that is going to be a catalyst for a development called Marble Manor that is going to enable us to increase our housing supply there, which is also going to be mixed income multifamily units from 225 units to about 600 units. And that total project, which is a stone's throw from here, is going to be around $450 million when it's fully done. And I can't thank our housing authority and our executive director, Louis Jordan, enough for the leadership that he's provided to the board to perfectly position us to receive that grant. We were one of very few states across the nation who received both the Choice Neighborhood Initiative grant of $50 million and a $3 million Jobs Plus grant, which will help us focus on getting folks reskilled, trained, and back into the workforce so that they can continue to live their highest and best quality of life.
Homelessness and affordable housing are very much linked, unfortunately, Commissioner. I know something that the county has invested in is a navigation center where we've physically bought old motels and housing people in there on a temporary basis, give them the wraparound services, give them the job training and things like that to help them get out of that area and into permanent housing. Talk to me about this novel approach.
Yeah, so the county has been leading the way in all things social services, specifically around ensuring that we have housing available for those who are at times experiencing houselessness. We've invested in, like you said, navigation centers, which is us going into dilapidated old motels and renovating them and partnering with some of our nonprofit service providers like US Vets and others to offer emergency housing. And also we have a transition for them to go from emergency housing to I guess you would call it from emergency housing to getting into a place where they can stay for maybe 6 months. The most recent one is in Chairman Tick Sagerblum's district, right along Boulder Highway. And the goal is to continue to increase the supply of shelter, both congregate shelter and non-congregate shelter. So shelter where folks are all, in one facility, and also non-congregate shelter where you have families and, and parents with children who need to have more exclusive living arrangements. And we're doing a phenomenal job at this. Is it perfect? No, but we're moving in the right direction, and we're moving the needle to get folks off the streets, into housing, and on a pathway back to self-sufficiency.
Is this something that will continue?
This will continue for the foreseeable future. Unfortunately, the need is increasing, and I don't see it going down at this point. And we're going to need to continue to partner with individuals and corporations who would like to continue to help us provide housing and support for those who are at times experiencing the worst moments in their lives. And what we see is that when you can provide shelter, and you can provide, opportunity for workforce training, we have a population that is able to take care of themselves. And I think that we're doing a great job, but also it wouldn't be possible without the entire support of the board. We have a great board right now, and I'm really thrilled with the direction that we're going in as it relates to all things housing.
Let's shift gears a little bit, Commissioner. I know you're the chairman of UMC's Board of Trustees, and there is I'm not sure if it's critical, but we have a 1,500 shortage of primary care physicians in the state of Nevada. And we do have now a medical school just down the street from the Kirk-Kerkorian UNLV Medical School. Is that helping to matriculate more doctors and keep them here in our community?
Yes, and there is also incentive for going to the Kirk-Kerkorian, because you also get support with tuition. And as you know, with becoming a doctor and a medical physician in any place, it can be very costly. And I'm proud to say that Kirk-Kerkorian is answering that call, and it would not have been possible without, again, the partnership between UNLV, UMC, and so many others. Especially there is a very, interested individual by the name of Brian Knutson, our councilman, who has been leading the way in this area as well. And we're so excited to see all that Kirk-Kerkorian is doing. And I can't understate how important it is that we have a skilled workforce that's not only going to be trained here, but that is going to stay here and grow here and care for our community.
I know there's a shortage of residency programs. Is that part of the reason why we need more local physicians?
That is a part of the reason. And also, what we're seeing is that you're seeing, as a result of the shortage, you're actually seeing more medical facilities come online, seek out Nevada as a place to be, and seek out Clark County as a place to bring these new healthcare facilities and freestanding ERs and others. And I think that when it's all said and done, we're going to move the needle just a little bit more as it relates to providing physicians right here in Clark County.
Commissioner, shifting gears again now to Parks and Recreation. Craig Ranch Park, again, I believe is in North Las Vegas, but Clark County's commitment is inevitable. In fact, more than $10 million has been contributed there. And again, regional parks like that, they don't care if you live in the city of Las Vegas, North Las Vegas, or Clark County. This is something that is great for everyone. 6 new fields there. Tell me about this.
At the end of the day, our community just wants government to work together and to answer the questions to what they would like. And what we saw at Craig Ranch Park is that there were a lot of kids looking for places to play. And what came about from that is that, the city of North Las Vegas said that, hey, we have this piece of land on the site of the Craig Ranch Regional Park, and guess what? We'd like to turn that into, a few more fields. In fact, there's going to be 6 new fields. So Clark County, being that it's in my district, we invested over $10 million into that project, and I am excited that we just broke ground here a couple of months ago, and we're making great progress. And at the end of the day, when it's all said and done, we'll be able to have more soccer games there. We'll be able to host tournaments. We'll be able to also have football games and all kind of other sporting activities. And what that means for the area is that we are able to expand upon what we know Clark County as a sports and entertainment capital of the world. We're going to be able to host massive sporting tournaments over there, and I think it's going to be a great benefit to the community and to the sports leagues, particularly our little leagues and soccer leagues and football leagues. They're going to get great opportunities from being there.
Some, 3 of them are natural turf fields and 3 are artificial turf. So you're covering. There's not a project like this anywhere in the valley, perhaps.
Yep, 3 actual turf and 3 artificial turf, and that also feeds right into our commitment to decrease the amount of water utilization that we have right in our community. And I think it's a great commitment from Clark County and the city of North Las Vegas to ensure that we're doing our part.
We must take another quick break. We'll continue in your neighborhood with the Vice Chair of the Board of County Commissioners, William McCurdy II. Stay tuned.
I had to leave my parents. I had to move schools. I don't know anyone here. Everything keeps changing. Why is this happening to me? I'm sure glad you're here.
Change a child's story. There's a child in foster care waiting for a volunteer like you.
Learn how you can help at casalasvegas.org.
District D is home to the University Medical Center, providing life-saving treatment in Southern Nevada. UMC is home to Nevada's only Level 1 Trauma Center, the only verified burn center, and transplant center. Also, UMC is Southern Nevada's only designated pediatric trauma center. UMC is located at 1800 West Charleston Boulevard in District D, and we're talking District D and county issues with Commission Vice Chair William McCurdy. Commissioner, I know transportation is a huge issue here in Clark County. I know you and a number of your colleagues were at the Brightline Station groundbreaking about a year ago in the south part of town. Tell me about Brightline and the First Nations high-speed train.
It's going to be like you said, our first high-speed train in the nation, which is very interesting that it took this long to get here. But what better way and what better place to celebrate this achievement than right here in Clark County? This train is going to travel over 218 miles per hour, I believe, and it's going to go from Las Vegas to Southern California. And for all of us who live in Las Vegas, and for those who often frequent Las Vegas from California, understand just how important this is, because on a holiday weekend, leaving Las Vegas or coming to Las Vegas on that Sunday, the I-15 corridor is just slammed. So this should help to alleviate some of that congestion that we see on the 15 between Las Vegas or Clark County and Southern California. And I believe that it's going to do really well to increase, number one, the relationship between us and Southern Cal, but also the number of opportunities that could come about from that, being able to get there in such a short amount of time. So I think it's going to be great for our tourism here in Southern Nevada, and should help us to increase our numbers and the opportunities that we provide for folks who are looking to come to our city.
Job creation, high speed, all electric, environmental friendly. What's not to like about this?
You know what? And they also have their labor agreements in place, and I think it's going to do a lot by way of putting a lot more money into our economy. This is going to help us be able to grow a new workforce because now we're going to need folks who are going to have to operate, and we're going to need folks who are going to have to do maintenance, and so many other ancillary jobs that are going to come from this. And I think that it's awesome that we have had the leadership of Commissioner Michael Naft, who's been leading the way on this for quite some time, literally, as he may call it, decades. And when you bump into people in the store, and I bumped into someone in Costco, and they were like, "Is it really going to happen, Commissioner?" I'm like, "Yeah, it's happening. It really is happening." And I think that, again, is great for our county, and I'm excited to be a part of the process, and really glad, again, for Commissioner Naft and his leadership in this effort.
Looking forward to seeing that coming along. It's always a pleasure talking to you, my commissioner, District D, Commissioner William McCurdy, and look forward to seeing you here on this piece of dirt for groundbreaking later this month.
I'm looking forward to it. You all can join us.
Perfect. Thank you. That wraps up this edition of In Your Neighborhood. Thanks to Commission Vice Chair William McCurdy to tell us about the area he calls home and represents as your elected official, District D. If you have any questions about this show or ideas for upcoming segments in your neighborhood, call me. I'm at 455-6357, or send an email to rsw@clarkcountynv.gov. Thanks for tuning into Clark County Television. On behalf of our production staff, I'm Randy Swallow. We'll see you again next time in your neighborhood.
Muscle time. So this is a sibling group of 9. I had the 5 older kids, and then the 4 younger ones were across town in a separate foster home. And then do a push-up.
When siblings are maybe placed in separate homes, we really help them to navigate how to have the siblings visit so that those connections are still there.
The other foster parent was excellent to work with, and she would bring them over on the weekends, and I would take them back to her house afterwards. And so the kids were able to, all 9 kids were able to spend the weekends together, which is good because it's pretty hard to find a house to put all 9 kids in one house.
Kids who are in care, they've been through trauma, they're better outcomes when they have their siblings with them and when they can maintain those sibling relationships. So Advanced Foster Care is a program within DFS that provides training and support for foster families who take children who have a higher level of need into their home. Sometimes kids who've experienced trauma have mental health or behavioral needs. They need different types of parenting. They need different types of interventions in the home, and so we will train and coach foster families in order to meet their needs.
So I have a coach, Kara. She comes over to the house 1 hour every 2 weeks. I tell her everything that happened in those 2 weeks, and then she gives me suggestions on how to interact with kids. That by far is the best resource.
We can increase our coaching to a couple times a week. We can decrease it based on the need of the family. We have the crisis line that they can contact. They'll get a licensed clinician, and we can walk them through what to do during a crisis. Sometimes those are mental health crises. Other times it is just everyone's overwhelmed. And then we can be an ear, we can be a support in that instance and help guide them through, okay, here's how we should best handle this situation. Fostering children with a higher level of need, or fostering children in general, is hard work. It's hard work, but it's needed. Children deserve that chance. Stick with it, be persistent. Use the resources that are available to you.
Just try it, and you'll know a lot more once you get your first kid.
And not giving up, because that's what's important for these kids.
Did you know there are over 1,000 miles of trails here in Southern Nevada? Without knowing where to find them or what to expect, it can be hard to enjoy one of the best reasons to live in Southern Nevada. The Neon to Nature program, found at neontonature.org, is an online map tool that helps you locate walking and hiking trails throughout the valley. You can search the map for detailed information about each trail, including location and length, surface type, level of difficulty, and trail photos. So get out, find a trail, and explore new places at neontonature.org.
Thanks for watching Clark County Television.
Hello everyone, I'm Sue Levitt. Thank you for joining us for Together for Better, a show where we highlight the collective efforts of Clark County employees working to create a brighter future for everyone who calls Clark County home. At Clark County, we're building that future on a foundation of service, integrity, respect, accountability, leadership, and excellence. On this episode, we take an in-depth look at the remarkable work of the Clark County Social Services team. Every day, they're helping bridge the gap between homelessness and stability for our community's most vulnerable. With compassion, dedication, and patience, the Care Hot team is on the front lines, connecting unhoused individuals with critical resources and offering hope for a brighter future. Each day begins here, loading up essentials, water, snacks, hygiene kits, and information before heading out into the community to bring help directly to those who need it most. These ladies are part of Clark County's Care Hot team, a dedicated group working to connect unhoused individuals with services and eventually a path to stable housing.
Let me text John, see if there's beds, and then I'll text you what time you have to be there.
Care Hot stands for Community Advocacy, Resource and Engagement Homeless Outreach Team, a mission-driven approach to meeting people where they are.
People are surviving, and they are not good advocates for themselves, and they're not positioned to advocate for themselves. So to be present, to do outreach, to make sure that people are safe, that their needs are at least minimally met, and then to, over time, build relationship and hopefully trust. And it can take several encounters for someone to feel comfortable engaging with any of our teams.
The team works alongside Las Vegas Metro Police, focusing on calls better suited for professionals trained in homelessness, substance abuse, and mental health challenges.
Yeah, it's like in the other side of the center here.
The care team is visiting an encampment on the east side of the valley, where people here have made this empty lot next to the flood channel their home.
Morning in the camp, anybody in there?
Law enforcement always approaches first to ensure safety.
Good morning.
Morning. Followed by a member of the care team offering assistance and resources.
Here's some water. When's the last time you had your ID?
While not everyone accepts help, the team still provides information and supplies in hope that their efforts will motivate future change.
We know like this is not a safe place for them. Like you never know what's gonna happen. We bump into some clients that like have been abused in some kind of way, and we're like, but they don't want resources. And we're like, oh well, like the navigation center's there. We're here. Do you want water? And they're like, no, I want to stay here. I was like, but we could help you. But then you just have to take a step back and just like, okay, this is their choice.
It may seem like an easy decision, choosing a roof, a bed, and a meal over the streets. But for many, this is home. It's where they feel safest despite the hardships.
This is their house, so I don't think they look at it the same way we do.
Despite all of the challenges, the team keeps coming back.
Because one day sometimes they'll say yes.
For those who do say yes, the next stop is the Navigation Center. This former motel, now a shelter, provides temporary housing and services for up to 70 people a night.
I've seen some improvement on some clients that we've gone from the street to the Navigation Center. We see them all cleaned up, they shower, they have some meat on their bones. They're like, oh, you're still here. That's good, you're here for the last 2 weeks. Let's hopefully you make it to the 30 more days and then 90 more days.
On any given night in Clark County, almost 8,000 people are experiencing homelessness. That's 8,000 lives in need of care, compassion, and solutions.
People, I think, approach the folks that we're serving with much more compassion and empathy than I've ever seen in a social service setting.
Because even just one client, just like, oh, he made it to the shelter, or we direct him to the VA. It's like, okay, no, he's out of the street, he's gonna get the benefits he wants. It does bring you like a little like happiness. You're like, oh, at least we did one person.
I like being able to help my community. I like just for that one person to be able to be like, yes, you know, this is a goal, they're in there, you know, change their situation.
Our team of staff here at Clark County Social Service are an incredibly talented and committed group of people. And their heart is in this work. And every day they go out there and they put love and compassion into this world. And they really try to find the most efficient and effective ways possible to relieve suffering.
The Care Hot team is proof that small steps can lead to big changes, and with every person they help, they bring us closer to a community where everyone has a place to call home. For care team members who go out every day bringing hope to those in need, their hard work pays off each time they're able to connect individuals to the services offered at the Navigation Center, which serves as more than just a shelter, but a place to find support, dignity, and the chance to rebuild lives.
All right, so this is our model room.
When clients arrive at the Clark County Navigation Center, they're welcomed with a clean room that offers 2 beds, a bathroom, as well as air conditioning and heat. Clean clothes and meals are also provided.
Hey DJ,
Yes, sir.
are you ready to do a housing assessment?
Yes, sir.
All right, right through that open door in the modular on the right side. Should only take 10 or 15 minutes.
Clients can stay at the Navigation Center for 30 days, and during this time, Clark County caseworkers aim to connect clients with services to help them get back on their feet.
When the HOT team goes out there and they speak to these individuals and they are interested, when they bring them here, it's the easiest way.
I had it sent here.
Okay, perfect.
So once my birth certificate comes in here, then the case manager said that they'll help me with my ID.
Okay.
Most people need help obtaining identification documentation and health insurance, but many other social services like job assistance, counseling, and help getting into permanent housing are also offered.
So why we call this a ground zero is so that we could identify the individuals who are really working to better themselves, to become independent, and to become employable.
What kind of job are you looking for? Anything specific?
The majority of the people are unhoused. They have nowhere to go. They have no options. We either find them on the streets, in the parks, or other providers refer them over to us because they are in need of housing.
Opening in August of 2023 in a repurposed Motel 6, the Navigation Center has helped thousands turn their lives around. Once clients leave, the goal is to transition into temporary housing and eventually a permanent home.
They enjoy the time that they're here because they do have a place to eat, they have a place to stay, and it's safe. They don't have to worry about anything happening to them during the time that they're here.
The county's long-term plan aims to convert more motels into intake centers, spreading resources for the unhoused population throughout the valley. The goal, to establish multiple navigation centers, making services more accessible and ensuring no one has to travel far to get help. Clark County's innovative housing programs are driven by the hard work, dedication, and compassion of county employees who show up every day to make a difference. The results: lives changed, communities strengthened, and long-lasting impacts that make Clark County a better place to call home. Melanie Felipe is a member of Clark County's STAR Rapid Rehousing Team, a team whose work helps house thousands of individuals in our community.
Hey.
How are you?
Good, good. How are you?
I'm doing good. It's good seeing you.
You too.
Today, Melanie is visiting one of her clients for a status check.
Definitely have helped me get my, my medical folder together so that way I have, my mental health stable so I can be the best I can be at work.
With the help of Clark County STAR Rapid Rehousing Program, Nick has his own apartment, a good job, and every day focuses on self-improvement to build a positive future for himself.
So we have 4 different recovery clubs, and so I posted right here, and then I have the St. Anne's schedule because sometimes I go to church. And so the STAR program is there for those that think that there's no hope. The STAR's program gives them hope. If you come as you are, and you give them the open, honest truth about where you're at, then they can maybe bridge that gap for you to get back going in society.
Clark County's STAR Rapid Rehousing Program is a collaborative, supportive housing project between Clark County Social Services and community organizations that address the housing needs of non-chronically homeless Clark County residents. STAR stands for Stability, Tenancy, Access, and Restore. Caseworkers with the STAR team provide housing and wraparound supportive services to help clients achieve stability to thrive.
For me, it's just working with my clients, working with the community, engaging with other resources available to make sure that my client achieves self-sufficiency.
Nick was connected with the STAR program at an all-time low in his life. He was homeless, struggling with addiction, finding shelter in underground flood channels that run beneath our city.
It was cold. It was cold, and it was dark a lot of the times, and I'd get stuck in the dark a lot. you know, and I'd come up every now and then, but I'd find myself going back down there just because I was just so driven by my psychosis, you know, like I just felt like there was something, like a driving force in my inner dialogue in my mind that just didn't want me in society.
Today, Nick stays on track by setting daily goals to stay focused. He has a steady job and is working to gain back his real estate license.
These are all my commercial certificates.
And in his spare time, Nick volunteers regularly at a local recovery center.
Oh, so grateful. I'm so grateful. Like, I just want to just be able to just extend that gratitude through the work in the community. So, because like I know that in order for me to be grateful, I've definitely got to be able to show it in my actions. And so I know that there's a lot of work to be done. And so I'm just going to every day just get up, you know, when I need to get up and just go out there and try to carry that message to somebody else and give them the hope the way that they've given me the hope.
On my end, it was like, okay, how can I support your plan? What do you need from me? Let's help you get to where you want to be. And here he is.
Oh, Melanie has been fantastic. She's been amazing. She has been a big support. Me and my family are forever grateful for you guys, and I hope that I can show that in my actions and in my faith. And from this day forward, they've changed my whole viewpoint of Las Vegas and the way I see myself. And my mom and dad are grateful for giving me a chance to be able to become a better man.
For Nick and so many others, affordable housing is more than just a roof over their head. It's a fresh start, a second chance, and a foundation for a brighter future. Well, we show you how after years of hard work and dedication, one client has achieved her goal of independence, transitioning out of Clark County support and on her way to a better tomorrow.
Hi, I'm here. Thanks. I appreciate it. Bye. Okay, she's gone.
Amika works with Clark County STAR Permanent Supportive Housing Program, helping people find homes and hope. Amika's been looking forward to today's visit with Maya.
Hey, hey, hey.
This may be one of Amika's final visits with Maya. After 2 years of dedication and hard work, Maya is ready to take the next step toward independent living.
And everything that you've done, like, I'm just so proud of this woman here. Like, you've just done so well.
You know, you've seen me come a long way.
A long way from where Maya was 2 years ago, homeless, sleeping in a dark alley, feeling lost and trapped in a destructive lifestyle.
I was so caught up that I had no hope. And you know that I didn't.
But hope arrived when Maya connected with Amika through the STAR Permanent Supportive Housing Program. It became a bridge to a life Maya once thought was impossible.
Yeah, I still have medical insurance.
That's what I'm saying.
Yes, I'm still sober. Yes, I'm still mentally stable.
Yep.
Yes, I'm still housed.
Yep.
Yes, I do pay my rent.
Yes, you do.
Yes, I do meet my job income and requirements.
Yes, you do.
Yes, I do.
Right?
With Amika's support, Maya has rebuilt her life. She has plans to get married and is considering a career in education.
You're thinking about considering a career in education.
I can talk, Maya. Yeah, I can see that for you.
Not everyone in the program reaches this level of success, but Maya's resolve to change and Amika's dedication made it all possible.
So proud of you.
We did it.
Well, you did it.
I couldn't have done it without you. For me and other people out there who I know who have had this program come into their life, it's a godsend. I would have never been able to have affordable housing or affordable care coming off of the streets.
We do have a lot of success stories, more than sometimes we even recognize. And then when we start meeting with our clients and we're going over things, you're like, okay, yeah, this is working. Like, this person was here and look at where they are now. Like, we are making a difference. And
because if she didn't care about coming to work, about doing her job, like a lot of other people who fall to the wayside, I would have to.
Well, this wraps up this episode of Together for Better. We're glad you could join us, and we now leave you with one last look of our truly inspiring Clark County employees who transform lives and make a difference every day.
We can meet the needs of this community. We can lift people up if we all acknowledge that it's going to take all of us.
But I really feel like, especially in the work that we do together for better, it couldn't be better. We work with so many different community partners together so that we can provide better services for our clients, and it really, really speaks to the work that we do. So we're all working together for better, and I absolutely love that slogan. I love it. I do. I really do.
It makes me feel good. My job has value. It's helping my community. I like being able to help my community. I like just for that one person to be able to be like, yes, this is a goal. They're in there, change their situation.
I just like to help people. So anything that I like, that I know I'm gonna make an impact on someone, that's what I like to do.
I'm doing it because I want to continue to give back to a community that has given me so much, and big is strong, big is born.
Across the board, you see a lot of heart, and you see a lot of commitment, and you see people just really engaged, and I think living the motto together for better every day.
The Clark County Wetlands Park is a 2,900-acre park full of unique wildlife and natural wonders. To make sure everyone in our community can enjoy it for years to come, we need your help so we can ensure the diversity of native habitats, keep the park clean, and improve the park's infrastructure, scenic trails, programs, and services. Support the future of this special park by donating or becoming a Wetlands Park Friend today. Visit wetlandsparkfriends.org.
Every year, the Southern Nevada Water Authority performs more than 300,000 analyses from 30,000 water samples to ensure that our water continues to meet federal Safe Drinking Water Act standards. While your water is tested and treated by top experts, you may still be considering a water filter or other home treatment device. Before you decide, ask the Southern Nevada Water Authority for objective information about these systems. No one knows more about water quality than your local water agency.
Whether you're here to celebrate, raise a family, study, or build your career, we all want the community of Clark County to be one thing: sustainable. That's clean air and water, but it's also affordable housing, reliable energy, diverse jobs, and a livable climate. But the changing climate is already a harsh reality for Southern Nevada. This takes a toll on every one of us, our health, economy, and quality of life. The choices we make in our daily lives contribute to the greenhouse gas emissions fueling these impacts. Each one of us can make a difference, and we already have the tools and the solutions we need. It's time to go all in. All in Clark County is a smart, bold, and inclusive roadmap to a more sustainable future for everyone. The All In Plan was created by and for you. In developing the plan, we grew climate literacy, focus on equity, and build capacity for individuals, organizations, businesses, and local governments to take action. The All In Plan touches nearly every facet of our lives and is focused on 6 key areas. Scaling up renewable energy is Clark County's greatest opportunity to reduce emissions while also creating jobs. The actions in All In aim to make clean, reliable energy, like solar, more accessible and reliable. More vehicles on the road mean more pollution, congestion, health impacts, and harmful emissions. All In is helping Southern Nevada transition to zero-emission vehicles and providing accessible, diverse, clean transportation options. Single-use products and overconsumption have created a waste problem that recycling alone cannot solve, and it creates greenhouse gas emissions. All In embraces a circular approach that reimagines waste and resource use. Climate-driven emergencies like extreme heat, drought, and flooding put our families and infrastructure at risk. All In recognizes our vulnerabilities and identifies ways we can be healthier, better connected, and more prepared. The energy we use to power, cool, and heat our homes and buildings account for nearly half of our emissions. All In is raising the bar on electrification and energy efficiency to bring that number down. Our growing region depends on a sufficient water supply, but that's at risk from drought, pollution, and overuse. All In identifies a path to improve the quantity and quality of our region's water supply. Would solar work for your home or office roof or in your neighborhood? What are your plans for your next car? What innovative and green businesses would you like to see in Clark County? Is your business, office, or home prepared for extreme weather events? Could your home or office be more energy efficient? Have you considered drought-resilient landscaping or identified water leaks in your home or office? When the stakes are this high, Clark County and partners are going all in. A resilient, sustainable, thriving future is in our hands, your hands. Visit allinclarkcounty.com to take action.
Positively Kids, a nonprofit foundation in Las Vegas, provides care for medically fragile children at no cost. Please visit their website and join the team to see how you can help support their efforts. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Jill Moreno, Director with the Department of Family Services.
Welcome to Clark County Rapid Fire, where we ask you questions and you answer them as quickly as possible. First question, what's your favorite movie?
My Cousin Vinny.
Cats or dogs?
Dogs and tortoises.
Money or happiness?
Both.
What motivates you the most?
On a work day, it's definitely coffee.
What's your dream job when you were a child?
I wanted to be the lady at Joann Fabrics that got to cut the fabric, because the scissors sound amazing.
In one simple sentence, what does your department do?
Our department provides services to children and families to make sure that families can be safely maintained together.
What's a common misconception about your department?
That all we do is do CPS investigations because we want to remove children. Really what we want is to make sure that children are safe, happy, and healthy in their homes, and we want to make sure that we're providing the services that the families need.
What's the best thing about working in Clark County?
Definitely being able to do something that matters.
What Clark County core value do you resonate with the most, and what does it mean for you?
To me, it's public service. I really want to know that when I get up and go to work every day that I'm doing something that makes a difference in the community.
And what does Clark County's motto, Together for Better, mean to you?
This is hard work that we do at the Department of Family Services, and we definitely could not do it alone. It takes all of our community partners and all of our team members to make sure that we have really great outcomes for kids and families. The Clark County Department of Family Services is always recruiting for foster parents. If you're interested in becoming a foster parent or learning about how you can support foster parents, please go to clarkcountyfostercare.com to learn more.
There's a shelter pet who wants to meet you. Meet one today. Visit theshelterpetproject.org. Adopt.
Our community, our home, Clark County, Nevada. Thanks for watching Clark County Television, Southern Nevada's best access to local government and the community.
Clark County Commission zoning meeting, Director Rial.
Good morning, Commissioners. The first item on the agenda is public comment.
This is the first item on public comment. Anyone wishing to speak on an item on the agenda can come forward now and speak for 3 minutes, or if you want to speak when the item comes up. We are going to pull item 8 off the consent agenda, so that will be heard. And please tell us the item you're speaking on.
67 as well as 67 as well as Women History Month. As you know, mothers are important to the society for the man's world, and we should be appreciated. Our role model is being a mother and having children and family members.
I'm sorry, Ms. Coleman, there's nothing on the agenda about Women's History Month.
I saw a sign outside.
Well, the sign is not on the agenda, so if you want to wait till the last of the meeting, you can speak for 3 minutes that time, but you're not speaking on anything on the agenda.
Are you going to talk on 67 today?
What are you going to say?
It's dealing with transients and non-transient permit.
It's being held.
Excuse me?
67 is being held. It's not going to be heard today.
So how am I supposed to speak up on it?
Just go ahead and have a seat, and you can speak at the end of the meeting. Thank you. All right. Anyone else wishing to speak on public comment?
Good morning.
Good morning.
Can you hear me okay? My name is Barbara Foley. I live at 2961 Sean Darren Circle. I've lived there for 17 years with my husband and my sister. I'm speaking on number 8 about the Boys and Girls Club being replaced with a school.
Okay, that will be heard separately if you want to wait just a couple minutes.
So I can wait till then and
Yes.
speak. Okay, thank you.
Thank you for Mr. Delaney. Are you?
Hi, good morning. My name is Lorenzo Dumani. I'm a lifelong resident of Las Vegas, and I'm the president of Majestic Resorts. I'm here today I wanted to clarify for the record that we were supposed to be heard on our project for Majestic, which is a 604-room, non-gaming, super high-end project right across from the Las Vegas Convention Center. But I guess we're unable to do so due to the FAA not giving us the clearance in time. And I just wanted to note for the record that we filed August the 5th, 7.5 months ago for it, and didn't hear back until I called them at least 30 times last week. Then we just got a categorical denial that since the building is over 200 feet tall, it would require study. Well, that was apparent August the 5th when it was first filed. And The building, what's ironic, is the building is in exactly the same location and exactly the same height as what had been previously approved. Everything's exactly the same. We just scaled down the stuff around it due to costs and to make things more efficient. And the Fontainebleau, Wynn, Resort World, every project around us is taller. So we're in the middle of it. The previous extension for the project was ironically somehow sent to the La Concha Motel, which I demolished or took this, now the Nevada Neon Museum, the shell. That was done in 2004 or 5. So they sent my renewal for the FAA to an address that hasn't existed in 20 years, which I find ironic. And I just wanted to point that out, that we wish we were here, you know, under better circumstances to get this finally approved so we can get it going. I want to thank the commission, Commissioner Segerblum, everyone involved. We're looking forward to finally having this heard. But this nonsense with the FAA and these type of procedures that 7 or 8 months later on something that had already been approved, that's shorter than everything around it, that they actually have to order a study to see if it's safe. Well, why don't they order a study to see if the strip can handle traffic while they're at it, or if gaming is a good idea? I mean, come on, it's getting ridiculous with the federal bureaucracy, and I hope that we can prevent this from happening in the future to other people. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dominion. And just for the record, that's items 65, 66, and 67, and they're being held because the FAA has not approved the height limitation. Next item. Oh, wait a minute, we have another.
Good morning. My name is Cecilia Weimer. I live at 7050 West Torino, right off of Rainbow. So am I able to speak twice now, and then once they bring it up, Lennar Homes?
No, you can
Okay,
only.
that's just my question.
Okay, just wait till, thank you. Yeah. Anyone else? Seeing no one else, we'll close the public hearing and turn it over to Director Real.
The second item is the approval of the agenda after considering any additions or deletions of items. Staff has the following requests. Hold to the April 16th, 2025 zoning meeting, item 9, UC 250116, item 31, UC 25003. Hold to the May 21st, 2025 zoning meeting, item 65, SDR 250054, item 66, VS 25055, and item 67, UC 250053, and then hold to the June 4th, 2025 zoning meeting, item 5, AR 2540008 for UC 220426. The above public hearing items are going to be open as a public hearing and immediately recessed until the dates as previously stated. With these deletions, which are items 5, 9, 31, 65, 66, and 67, the agenda stands ready for your approval.
Mr. Chair, I move for approval with the recommended changes read into the record.
There's a motion. Cast your vote. That motion passes.
The third item on the agenda is the approval of the minutes. The minutes of the February 19th, 2025 zoning meeting are ready for your approval.
Mr. Chair, I move approval of the minutes.
There's a motion to approve the minutes. Cast your vote. That motion passes.
Next are the routine action items, which consist of items 4 through 26, except items previously deleted, and item 8, which will be polled and heard separately. These items may be considered together in one motion and are subject to the conditions listed with each agenda item. If there are no objections, the public hearing is now open, and the routine action portion of the agenda stands ready for your approval.
Move approval of the routine action items.
There's a motion. Cast your vote. That motion passes.
Next will be item 8, UC 250092, use permit for a school, waivers of development standards to eliminate buffering and screening, and design review for a school in conjunction with an existing community youth club on 6.09 acres in an RS20 residential single-family 20 zone, generally located on the east side of Lindell Road and the north side of Edna Avenue within Spring Valley.
Good morning.
Good morning, Liz Olson, 1980 Festival Plaza Drive, here on behalf of the applicant. First and foremost, thank you to staff for placing us on the consent agenda and recommending approval of the application. We'll try to keep this as brief as possible since we are on consent today. We represent Pinecrest Academy. They are an existing private charter school, public charter school that is currently operating on Charleston and Jones. The application before you this morning would allow them to expand and provide opportunities to some more children that they're not able to do at their current location. So the site that we're looking at today is the existing Boys and Girls Club here located on Edna and Lindell. We have various uses surrounding us, including Wynn Elementary and Roundy Elementary. We have some residential in the area, church across the street, as well as some multifamily and commercial in the surrounding area.